Last night's 2-hour stream was headlined by former First Lady Michelle Obama. She used her video speech to explain why, in her view, it's still important to go high when others go low, a reference to her now famous 2016 convention speech. She also criticized President Trump as a failed and dangerous leader.
Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
That last line, "It is what it is a direct quote by President Trump from a recent Axios interview. The president was responding to a question about the number of daily coronavirus deaths in the U.S. At the White House today, President Trump was asked about the former First Lady's comments during an event where he announced a pardon for Susan B. Anthony in celebration of 100 years of women's suffrage. Here's his response.
She was over her head, and frankly, she should have made the speech live, which she didn't do. She taped it. I thought her speech was very divisive, and frankly, I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Barack Obama. See, we're standing in the White House. I wouldn't be in the White House except for Barack Obama, because they did a bad job, Biden and Obama. And if they did a good job, I wouldn't be here. I'd be building buildings someplace and having a good time.
Not long after those comments, the Senate Intelligence Committee released the long-awaited final volume of its investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. The partially redacted fifth chapter details extensive contact between former Trump campaign manager Paul Manafort and Russian intelligence officer Konstantin Kilimnik. According to the committee, Manafort's presence on the campaign and proximity to Mr. Trump, quote, created opportunities for the Russian intelligence services to exert influence over and acquire confidential information on the Trump campaign. There are also concerns about the politicizing of the post office. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy announced today a pause in recent changes to the U.S. Postal Service until after the election to, quote, avoid even the appearance of any impact on election mail. The move comes after backlash over mail delays and concerns over mail-in ballots, and ahead of DeJoy's planned congressional testimony on Friday. At least 20 states have reportedly announced plans to sue the USPS, seeking to reverse the changes already in place. Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Elena Treen join me now. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent with us from Wilmington, Delaware. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, also in Delaware. And Elena is a White House reporter from Axios with us from Washington. Welcome to all of you. Elena, let's start with the Senate report, which we're going to talk more about with our Nancy Cortez later in the show. This report found that President Trump spoke to Roger Stone about WikiLeaks, which leaked a trove of 150,000 stolen emails right before the 2016 Democratic Convention. How does this compare with what Stone and President Trump claim, and why is it significant?
Well, first off, Elaine, I would like to say that it's remarkable that nearly 4 years later, we're still learning about what Russia's involvement in the presidential election. Now, with regard to WikiLeaks, we all know by now that they were behind that massive email dump on Hillary Clinton during the 2016 election, during the campaign. But the big thing in this finding with regard to WikiLeaks is that President Trump, the report found that President Trump was aware and was in communication with Roger Stone about WikiLeaks. And the president said in his written testimony to special counsel Robert Mueller that he did not acknowledge or remember any sort of connection or discussing WikiLeaks with Roger Stone. Of course, the report now found that that was not true. It also found that WikiLeaks did seem to have some sort of connection with Russian operatives in this dump, and they thought that Russia was behind it, which Roger Stone and WikiLeaks both said it had nothing to do with. So a lot of contradictory reports and intelligence that we found in that report today.
In the meantime, Ed, we have heard repeatedly over time that Russia is working to influence the 2020 election. While President Trump has falsely claimed for years that President Obama didn't address these concerns, what has the Trump administration actually done?
Well, critics would argue not enough, and there has been recent reports from the Office of Director of National Intelligence suggesting that Russia, Iran, and China are all up to the types of shenanigans we saw 4 years ago, trying to influence the election, arguing that Iran is trying to just sort of destabilize American democracy. China would favor a Biden presidency, while Russia would prefer to see President Trump hold on. Part of what this report today shows is just how deeply rooted this could have potentially been inside the Trump operation. And that, coupled with the fact that critics would say the Trump administration just hasn't done enough over the last 4 years, would seem to fuel the concerns that the campaign and now perhaps members of the administration, some that are no longer with it, are just simply too close to Russia, and that the president hasn't done enough. And remember, we've seen report after report after report through the years that any time this comes up, election interference or Russia, the president gets very defensive about it and tries to suggest that there wasn't anything nefarious going on. So intelligence officials know that they have to be very careful when discussing this issue around the president, for fear that he think that they're trying to suggest that he was illegitimately elected.
Well, Elena, on the topic of election concerns, we mentioned the Postmaster General is suspending changes to the USPS. What does this order do exactly?
So essentially it gets to the core of the controversy surrounding the post office right now. The Postmaster General announced today that he will be suspending some of the key operational changes that they were looking to do to the Postal Service ahead of November. They're going to hold that until after the election, and the Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, said that he was doing that to really dispel any concerns that they were trying to have any impact on mail-in voting or absentee voting. Now, a lot of Democrats still say that this isn't enough. We saw Chairwoman Maloney of the Oversight Committee just moments ago release a statement saying that she doesn't think that the statement goes far enough. She thinks that it doesn't reverse any of the changes that were put in place since January, and that the Postal Office still needs a lot of funding ahead of November to ensure that there aren't delays with any of these mail-in ballots or with the election. And there's going to be a vote on Saturday on a bill that she has put forward that would add to some of that funding, as well as look at reversing some of the changes that has already been made so far.
Well, Caitlin, you've been reporting on this as part of your America's Right to Vote series. How critical is not just the Postal Service this election cycle, but also people's perceptions of mail-in voting?
That's right. The perception is becoming even more important now, because even as with the announcement today that changes will be suspended, there is this question of whether it has already spooked some voters and questioned their trust in the Postal Service. You have had the Postal Service and mail-in voting in the headlines for a concentrated amount of time over the past week. And so does this do anything to maybe persuade voters to show up in person if they otherwise might not have planned to do that? It's important to also note that voters do not have to rely on the Postal Service to return their ballot, although they need the Postal Service to receive their mail-in ballot in many cases. But you can return it to your local clerk or put it in a drop box. And that's why you heard from Michelle Obama last night this sense of urgency when it comes to getting your vote in. She was urging viewers at home to complete ballots as quickly as possible and get them in as quickly as possible. And it's important to note, too, that even before all of this, secretaries of state and election officials that we had been talking to had been urging voters to return their ballots as soon as possible, knowing that being at the mercy of the Postal Service could lead to delays. And so that has always been a concern. But with perhaps some bigger concerns that voters might have about the Postal Service, does that lead to more people voting in person? And we already know that these states are already strapped when it comes to resources to holding in-person elections safely.
Well, Ed, let's turn to the DNC tonight, because 24 hours ago, as you know, we weren't really sure what the event would look like. Now that we have some sense, what are you watching from this slate of speakers tonight?
Well, you know, Tuesdays of a convention are kind of like season 2 of a lot of our most popular television shows. Not as memorable, not as great. You're going to perhaps think ahead to season 3 and season 4. So day 2, kind of the sleepier night, and it's partly because they got to get some actual formal business done. Tonight, they formally nominate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. One of the cooler or more storied aspects of those old school conventions, hard to believe we call them old school, is that it takes hours sometimes for all the states and territories to run through why they're the greatest state and why their 11 delegates go to the nominee. Instead tonight, Democrats insist it'll get done in less than 45 minutes, with each state and territory only given about a sentence's worth of time to throw their delegates to either Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders. Remember, Sanders is going to win a few tonight because he was in second place. Most of them are on tape. Many of them will be done live, including the first state of Delaware, where we are, Biden's home state, because he'll be speaking from this building on Thursday night. Beyond that, it's a night of formers, currents, and futures. Former Presidents Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, who will both deliver what we're told are pretty searing indictments of the current office holder. Current stars of the party, down ballot stars, though, state senators, mayors, others, junior members of Congress. You will notice they are predominantly minority and predominantly female. An attempt here with the keynote address that's usually given to just one person to showcase a lot of different rising stars from across the party. People especially from Texas, from California, from Pennsylvania, a state that the Biden campaign's obsessed with winning, and a few other places across the country, including some members of Congress that they hope are easily reelected this year. And then we'll hear from Dr. Jill Biden. Speaking of the virtual nature of this, she will address the convention from a classroom, one where she used to teach, and talk about her teaching career, talk about her husband, talk about perhaps what she would sort of try to do as First Lady. And remember, she recently told Rita Braver for CBS Sunday Morning that if she becomes First Lady, she would like to go back to teaching on a somewhat regular basis. As Second Lady, she taught at Northern Virginia Community College just across the river from Washington, and it looks as if she would try to keep that up. So that gives you a sense of what we see tonight. A lot of it's perfunctory. But given the virtual nature of this, it's also likely to be interesting just to see how they continue to pull this off. Democratic Party says about 28 million and change tuned in, either across streaming platforms like this one or the traditional broadcast networks. The TV ratings, if you just take the TV numbers, were down from 4 years ago, but the streaming or the digital numbers were up. And that's reflective, of course, of the fact that Americans' viewing habits are changing, and the fact that the party itself was pushing people to watch this digitally over Roku or Amazon Fire or your phone or YouTube or Facebook. So it's perhaps no surprise, also given the fact that so many people who are Democrats are more likely to be younger, a little more tech savvy. So we'll see whether the ratings hold up tonight.
All right, Ed O'Keefe on the campaign trail. Ed, I know you have to go take care of some reporting. It's great to see you. I know you and Caitlin, by the way, are socially distanced. I noticed a very similar looking background behind you. So
closest
I know
we've been
you
since
have to
late
keep
February.
that distance. Yes, exactly. But I see that. See, they're standing basically socially distanced, you can see, appropriately, safely. But it's great to see you on the campaign trail. We're going to continue our conversation. Thank you, Ed. Caitlin, let me ask you about something we heard from the president earlier in the show. The president criticized Michelle Obama's speech for being pre-taped. But based on reactions that you have seen from Democrats, does it seem to matter to them that it was taped?
It doesn't. And actually, what we're hearing from Democrats was that this was a good example of how these speeches should be. Remember, Americans are at home as well. And that's kind of the audience that that speech was tailored to. The speech writing was tailored to knowing that there would be no live feedback, there would be no live audience. And so that's what we saw from the former First Lady last night. And it's important to note that, while we're all at home, people are watching this from their homes. The campaign is happening online. Today, as we were just talking about, is my first day back on the campaign trail since March. That's largely because there hasn't been a campaign trail in a physical form. So the campaign is online, the election and everything that you're going to see in the next few weeks are going to be online. So this kind of format this week does provide some kind of a test run or a way forward or an example of how the campaign is going to and hopes to operate and engage people who are in a similar position.
Well, Elena, while much of the focus is, of course, on the Democratic convention, President Trump has now visited 4 battleground states over the past 2 days. He went to Iowa to survey storm damage in Arizona for an update on border wall construction today, as well as Minnesota and Wisconsin yesterday. When you look at sort of that line between official White House business and campaigning, how does that look right about now?
The lines are very blurred, and we'll see more of that next week when President Trump delivers his own acceptance speech, accepting the Republican nomination next week at the White House. But this week, the Trump campaign really expects that the former Vice President Joe Biden will get a heavy polling bump out of the convention. And so the campaign has planned a ton of counter programs with these four battleground states. I mentioned yesterday he was in Minnesota.
He delivered remarks on jobs and manufacturing, really trying to target his voters in those states. Today, he went to Iowa, which was planned last minute. They put that on the schedule yesterday. And then to Arizona to deliver remarks on immigration. Now, the campaign has also executed a massive ad buy as part of this counter-programming efforts that they have done. They've taken over the YouTube masthead, which is really prime real estate online. And they've just been hammering Joe Biden with these ads. We saw one go up today that really went after his mental capacity and try to show him versus when he was in 2016 to now, and try to, paint a different picture that the former vice president might be senile. Words out on whether voters will believe that messaging, but they're going to continue with that kind of ad attacks this week as that counter-programming message.
All right, to be continued. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Elena Treen, great to see you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Senate Intelligence Committee releases its long-awaited report on Russian interference. We'll break down its findings next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee has released a redacted version of its fifth and final report on Russian meddling in the 2016 election. The latest volume, nearly 1,000 pages, is the result of a 3.5-year bipartisan investigation. It finds, quote, the Russian government engaged in an aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence or attempt to influence the outcome of the 2016 presidential election. This supports a major conclusion from Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report. More than 100 pages are spent on President Trump's then campaign chairman, Paul Manafort. The committee says his close contact with a man they deemed as a Russian intelligence officer opened the door for Moscow to influence the president's campaign. It also finds the FBI made errors in its investigation of Russia, echoing what an Inspector General report uncovered last December. Let's bring in CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes. She joins me now from Washington. Hi there, Nancy. So there is a lot of information in this report. What are the main takeaways?
Well, the main takeaway, I'd say above all, Elaine, is that this report really mirrors a lot of what we learned in the Mueller report, which the president has always described as a hoax. And in some cases, this report goes even further. For example, you mentioned Paul Manafort. Well, this report goes into a great amount of detail about his relationships with an individual who the report says had connections to Russian intelligence. It talks about the fact that Manafort was willing to exchange information with this individual, and it finds that that created a counterintelligence threat to the United States. Beyond that, the report really goes into detail about all of these relationships between Trump campaign officials, members of the Trump inner circle, and Russians. And what it finds is that the Trump campaign did know, for example, that the WikiLeaks stolen Clinton campaign emails did come from the Russians, and sought to downplay that connection because they felt that there was an advantage in getting those emails out there. So, in example after example, the report really takes a look at all of these communications, relationships between Trump campaign officials and the Russians. Republicans on the committee say at the end of the day, this is still not a case of collusion. But Democrats on the committee say when you look at all of these relationships, you really have to wonder why you saw campaign officials communicating with Russians time and time again.
You know, you point out sort of the different conclusions both sides are choosing to sort of focus on and have chosen to focus on, Nancy. Why so much disagreement when you have this set of facts from what was a bipartisan committee?
Well, we're obviously just a couple of months away from an election in which not only President Trump is on the ballot, but also a number of Republicans and Democrats. So Republicans see an advantage in downplaying these relationships between Trump campaign officials and Russians. They know that their fate in some way is tied to his. If he doesn't do well, then his performance might drag down some of their colleagues as well, while Democrats want to paint a picture of a campaign that was off the rails in some ways, and you know, they want to make an example of all of these contacts between the Trump campaign and Russia. Perhaps most explosively in this report, Elaine, this bipartisan committee, which investigated for 3.5 years, for the first time says that it uncovered some evidence of tapes, the possible existence of tapes, sensitive tapes of the president with Russian women during business trips in Russia dating back to the 1990s. They say that in their interviews, this came up multiple times. The fact that Russian businessmen told the president's former fixer, Michael Cohen, in one case that they knew about these sensitive tapes of President Trump with Russian women. In one case, they heard about a Marriott official official who had overheard two other Marriott executives talking about what to do with a tape of Trump in an elevator with Russian women at a Ritz-Carlton hotel in Moscow. So, we've heard a lot over the years about the possibility that these tapes, which could be used as blackmail by Russians, we've heard about the existence of these tapes, but the president has always denied them, and they were a real centerpiece of that controversial Steele dossier. But now you've got a congressional committee saying that they gathered some information about this, not via the Steele dossier, but on their own. They say they weren't able to completely corroborate it, but that this is something that came up multiple times during their investigation.
So, given all those details, Nancy, I mean, what does this indicate moving forward here? It doesn't sound like potentially the end of congressional investigations and hearings on the 2016 Trump campaign, at least not from the perspective of the Democrats when it comes to this issue of Russian interference in the last presidential election.
Right. Well, this was really the most reputable bipartisan investigation, unlike the House Intelligence Committee, which was really riven with so much controversy and so much distrust that at the end of the day, they had to put up a wall between Democrats and Republicans on the committee, a physical wall. The Senate Intelligence Committee really worked together quite well, and there was widespread agreement about who they should interview, when they should interview those individuals, and they sort of just plodded along, not looking for nearly as much attention as Democrats and Republicans on the House committee did. And, this is their product at the end of the day, a real definitive look at all the ways that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election. And unlike Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report, which is really looking for evidence of criminality, this report did not have the same goals. This report had the goal of looking at all the ways that Russia may have tried to interfere with an eye towards preventing it the next time around. And so, it's really exhaustive. It's this report, and it's one of 5 reports that make up the Intelligence Committee's Russia investigation. It's 1,000 pages. And so this is really going to be sort of the gold standard going forward when lawmakers, Washington officials want to look back and say exactly what did the Russians do and how can we prevent them from doing it again.
All right, Nancy Cordes in Washington for us. Nancy, thank you.
You're welcome.
The Postmaster General has announced a change of course regarding recent moves resulting in mail delivery delays. It comes as at least 20 states join lawsuits to protect the Postal Service. Christina Ruffini reports.
Facing an uproar, the recently appointed U.S. Postmaster General announced he will suspend controversial changes, including the removal of mailboxes and mail sorting machines that have slowed down mail delivery until after the election.
What he and Donald Trump have been doing is to try to sabotage the operations of the post office.
The change, of course, comes as Democratic lawmakers and postal workers across the nation held a day of action Tuesday.
There is no justification for removing machinery that will help us, assist us in processing the ballots and the mail.
With more Americans expected to vote by mail this year because of the coronavirus, the postmaster had previously warned he couldn't guarantee mail-in ballots in all 50 states would be delivered in time to be counted by November.
President Trump has denied trying to slow down the mail, but he once again questioned the integrity of universal mail-in voting, which is where states automatically send a ballot to every registered voter.
You can't have millions and millions of ballots sent all over the place, sent to people that are dead, sent to dogs, cats, sent to everyone.
Louis DeJoy, a Republican donor with no previous postal management, will face questions from lawmakers on Capitol Hill, starting at the end of this week. Christina Ruffini, CBS News, the White House.
Coming up, what might the Biden coalition look like? We'll break that down next. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Friends, we all know why we're here tonight. We're here for the millions of Americans who've been knocked down, to send a message together that we're going to get back up as a nation. We're here for the cops and the firefighters the teachers, the assembly line workers, the folks whose lives are the very measure of whether the American dream endures.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Today we went to the National Mall and to speak with historian Lonnie Bunch. What do you think history teaches us about this moment we're in?
This is a time for us not to rest.
State police are here. You can see them behind me holding down this block. Behind them are the firefighters. They are dousing the flames.
Do you think racism is deeply rooted in Minnesota?
It's deeply rooted in America.
It has been a day of raw emotion here in Minneapolis as this city and the country mourned a man whose death has inspired a movement. We are witnessing it right now.
It is my fervent prayer that we all will commit to actively engage in working on a heart change and model the most powerful four-letter word in any language, and that is love.
What do you hope comes from this?
To be honest, this is what's coming from it. This is what's coming. The change is here.
If George Floyd's death is a tipping point, this is the center of it.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
An extraordinary moment in America.
Can you understand the anger that we see over here?
Absolutely. I understand the anger.
Do you think there's systemic racism, and how should we address it?
There's a lot of progress still to be made.
What are the questions white Americans should be asking?
Questions about racial disparities.
The mood of the country now has significantly changed. Do you think when it comes to reforming police in this country and healing race relations in this country, we have reached a tipping point?
Latinos and Latinas on the front lines are in an all-out battle against COVID-19, navigating a crisis.
Essential workers are critical to our society, to our very existence.
High poverty rates, low wages, lack of access to adequate health care.
CBS News will help make sense of the devastating impact COVID-19 is having on America's Latin community and look for answers in a special presentation.
We the people, all the people.
Pandemia, Latinos in Crisis, streaming now on CBSN.
As the second night of the Democratic National Convention kicks off, Democrats have mostly been unified in their messaging about Joe Biden. But it's former Ohio Governor, Republican John Kasich, and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders who appear to hold somewhat differing views of who Joe Biden is and who he will be if elected president.
I'm sure there are Republicans and independents who couldn't imagine crossing over to support a Democrat. They fear Joe may turn sharp left and leave them behind. I don't believe that, because I know the measure of the man. It's reasonable, faithful, respectful. And you know, no one pushes Joe around.
What I will credit strongly the Biden campaign for is that Joe and I talked about this, and he and I agreed that we should have task forces dealing with some of the major issues facing this country, including the economy and health care, climate change, immigration, education, etc. If those task force proposals are implemented, you know what? Joe Biden will become the most progressive president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And that, at this moment, is what we need.
For more, let's bring in Linda Tran and Rick Wilson. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Rick is the co-founder of the Lincoln Project, which commonly refers to itself as an anti-Trump Republican activist group. Welcome to you both. Linda, let me start with you. Who do we believe there, Governor Kasich or Senator Sanders?
Well, I don't think it has to be either or. I think Governor Kasich made a very strong case for why other patriotic members of the Republican Party who feel like they don't like the direction this country is going in should feel comfortable in voting for a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris ticket because of the history of public service that he's demonstrated to this country. On the other hand, Senator Sanders, I think, went to great lengths to discuss how he would be willing to work with folks across the ideological spectrum to make sure that we get this country back on track. And the case he was making was that his base should feel comfortable that Joe Biden shares their values in a way that will shift the way that this country is run, and that should make them feel better about who's at the helm and who's in the Oval Office.
Well, Rick, I know the main goal of your organization is to get President Trump out of office. As a veteran of many political campaigns, how do you think Democrats should sell Joe Biden beyond being the anti-Trump? Rick, are you with us? Rick may have frozen. All right, let me see if we can work on that. I'm sorry, Rick, you have frozen. If you can hear me, I think we're going to work on your shot and go back to Linda, who I think is still with us. You know, Linda, this is a question that's been asked. Oh, you have unfrozen. Rick, are you with us?
Okay. Yeah, I think this race still is a referendum about Donald Trump. I think Joe Biden needs to keep the fight on that referendum. I don't think this is a policy race at all. I think this is something that they have to focus very tightly on, the fact that this is a president who has blown it when it comes to handling COVID, blown it on the economy, is a dangerous and divisive man. And they're going to have to keep that focus in this race rather than trying to argue about a wish list of policy questions in the Democratic Party that will let this become a choice race and an ideological race. I think the keeping the focus on Donald Trump is essential to Joe Biden's chances of victory.
But in addition to that, though, Rick, don't you have to offer up your own policy prescriptions if your argument is going to be based on what you are saying are policy failures?
No,
what
you really don't.
What makes you say that?
Policy in campaigns is traditionally decorative at best.
Is it decorative in the time of a pandemic where people are at home, though?
Man versus incompetent man. In time of a pandemic, they are not reading policy papers. I promise you this. I've been around campaigns for 30 years. They want to make a comparison in leadership. They're not looking at whether or not, the marginal tax rate is going to be 35.8 or 39.2. They're looking at that the qualities of these two men, and because Donald Trump is such a personality-driven candidate, it is a referendum on his leadership and on his failures, full stop.
Linda, I'm curious to get your take on that, because it is a different landscape that we are looking at right now. Obviously, this convention, for instance, with the Democrats and the Republicans, not happening. Neither one of them is happening in the way that they've happened before. It just underscores this very different world that we're living in. So what do you make of Rick's assessment there? Do you think this is not really going to be a race about policy? And then also I have another one for you about just Joe Biden, the candidate, someone who himself was a senator, had many relationships in the Senate. If he's someone who is elected, will he be able to work, if it turns out it's a Republican-led Senate, will he be able to work with Republicans to actually get things done?
Look, I hear what Rick is saying, and I have to agree that with certain folks that the Biden team is going to have to make sure cast their ballots this fall, it really is just about the failures of this administration, how Donald Trump has mishandled the coronavirus pandemic and the economic fallout that is so closely tied to that, as well as this ongoing Black Lives Matter movement and conversation around policing reform and police violence. So certainly for the base, for people that you want to make sure you already know are opposed to Donald Trump actually are enthusiastic enough to get out, it really is a very clear and stark choice. That said, I think in the midst of a pandemic, people are concerned about the same kind of core issues that they have been concerned about in previous cycles, but in a much more visceral way, in a much more day-to-day fashion. It's in their faces, whether or not they have access to health care, whether they can afford to pay the bills. It's in their faces whether or not they're going to have a roof over their heads over the coming weeks and months, much less over the next few years. And so I do think that people are yearning for the notion of something to vote for that speaks to the day-to-day concerns that they have, whether it's at the kitchen table or more broadly than that. So I think that's definitely something to take into account. And I think we're seeing the Democratic organizers of the convention this week lay out that story to share what it is that a Joe Biden-led country would look like. When it comes to your other question, Elaine, about Joe Biden's many years on the Hill and his ability to work across the aisle, I definitely feel like, poll after poll has shown that people are pretty fed up with the incredible, intense polarization of this country. They're tired of the divisiveness and extreme rhetoric that has come out of this administration and its campaign machine. And so the idea of a Joe Biden who has been able to work both with people within his own party, progressives, moderates, and others, and with people across the aisle is certainly appealing to people who just want to get us to a better place.
We only have a couple of minutes left, Rick. I want to ask you about if Joe Biden is, in fact, elected and becomes president, do you expect that you'll get on board with his policies?
Look, I am not a policy person. I am a political person. I believe that, like my colleagues and I in the Lincoln Project, that Donald Trump is an existential threat to the country. I don't have to agree with all of Joe Biden's policies to believe he will be a better and safer president for this country and be someone who will not put our Constitution and our republic at risk every day. So we will disagree on policy matters. I have no doubt about that. But we will agree on the bigger questions of the Constitution and fitness for office and moral character, and someone who's going to put this country before personal income or his ego. So I think, putting country before party is not always easy, but it's something we have to do.
All right. Very quickly, I know I said that was the last question, but we've gotten Linda's take on the convention. Rick, what do you think Democrats are missing, if anything, when you look at the lineup for this week as they head into these final days of the convention?
Well, look, we're in a very weird spot on the conventions. We're in this post-COVID remote control convention environment. I don't think anyone really knows where we're headed yet on this. I think no one's really got a sense of what's really working. I think they did a good job the first night of making sure that COVID as a framing mechanism was front and center, and we'll see how the rest of the week goes.
All right. With that, Linda Tran and Rick Wilson, we are out of time. Thank you both very much.
Thanks so much.
100 years ago today, the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified. It granted women the right to vote. Nancy Chen visited Seneca Falls, New York, the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
In Seneca Falls, New York, it's all about reaching for the sky. or diving from it.
Here she comes on her landing.
These skydivers celebrated the centennial of the women's vote in the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
We are here to encourage everyone to use your voice to vote.
They touched down right across from where famed suffragist Elizabeth Cady Stanton presented her Declaration of Sentiments at the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848. But it took another 72 years for the 19th Amendment to become law.
Think about what happened in those 72 years. It was not easily won.
Kate Bennett is the board chair of the National Women's Hall of Fame, dedicated to the achievements of great American women.
What we're doing here is writing women into history. Who are the people who have knocked through the glass ceiling?
The founding document of the women's rights movement is inscribed here, proclaiming that all men and women are created equal. But many say there is still plenty of work to be done.
Are we better off than when we were in the 1600s, 1700s? Sure. Are we perfect? No.
Colleen Jenkins is Stanton's great-great-granddaughter. She'd like to see her ancestors' work taken a step further with the 28th Amendment.
What about all the other legal rights that not only women need, but men need? Let's put equality into our Constitution.
A lesson for future generations that the push for constitutional change continues today. Nancy Chen, CBS News, Seneca Falls, New York.
To celebrate 100 years since the 19th Amendment was ratified, President Trump announced he is pardoning Susan B. Anthony. She was a women's suffrage movement leader and was arrested for voting illegally in 1872. Anthony was convicted by an all-male jury and fined $100. The president said he was surprised she had not been pardoned earlier. Coming up, we'll talk to a reporter who says cities are slashing their police department budgets this summer, and it's not because of recent protests, it's because of the coronavirus. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
George Floyd's death has inspired a movement. We are witnessing it right now.
I think there's a level of bias in every individual.
Is bias training enough?
It's a start.
We have to talk to people, listen.
What do you think history teaches us about this moment we're in?
This is a time for us not to rest.
Why is it important, do you guys think, to come out?
If we just stayed home, nothing would change.
What do you hope comes from this?
This is what's coming from it, and the change is here.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
A delay in counting mail-in votes this November may extend beyond any issues with the U.S. Postal Service, and it may take weeks to know the winner. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett explains.
When New York City voters cast primary ballots in June, few expected this would be the scene at the Board of Elections. No declared winner 1 month later. President Trump cried fraud without evidence.
I think you should redo that election.
It has taken election officials some time to do the counting. About 40% of New York State's primary ballots arrived by mail, a nearly 11-fold increase over pre-pandemic levels. Now New York and other states are scrambling to scale up mail-in voting. More ballots by mail means results could be slower, and that means voters will need to be patient.
Absentee ballots or mail-in ballots tend to be more labor-intensive because you have to check the signature on the envelope to match it against the voter registration record. You need to open the envelope, separate out the security envelope, then remove the voter's ballot.
Kim Wyman is Washington's Republican Secretary of State.
We want accuracy above everything, so it's going to take time.
Washington is among 5 states that already vote almost exclusively by mail. This fall, in an effort to keep voters safe from coronavirus, 5 more states and Washington, D.C. will automatically send mail-in ballots to all registered voters.
Well, the problem with the mail-in voting, number one, you're never going to know when the election's over.
Waiting. It may be the hardest part, but this year it won't necessarily mean something's gone wrong.
We may not have official results for quite some time.
Chris Krebs oversees election cybersecurity at the Department of Homeland Security.
Certain states might not get called for some time, and that's okay. Be prepared, be patient, and most importantly, participate in the process.
Colorado is an all-vote-by-mail state where Democrat Jenna Griswold is the Secretary of State.
It does take a little longer to process mail ballots, and by the way, they're more secure than a lot of other forms of voting.
2 points. The election results will be known, and in a relatively timely manner. But the big question, how long will it take? Well, Secretary Wyman in Washington told us if this election is very close, the final official results may not be known until mid to late November. Major Garrett, CBS News, Washington.
The U.S. death toll from the coronavirus has surpassed 171,000, according to the latest data from Johns Hopkins University. This comes as colleges across the country that have brought students back to campus are reporting dozens of positive COVID-19 cases. David Begnaud has a look at how that's impacting in-person classes at the University of North Carolina.
I was super surprised. I didn't think they were going to send us here and just send us home a week later, so that's pretty crazy.
The student newspaper editorial said it all. The first week of classes at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill has had its problems. Videos surfaced of students at parties, both on and off campus. Now cases there are spiking, and in-person classes will be canceled.
I can't even say disappointed or sad. I'm mostly angry.
Colin Smith is a junior at the university. He says he and other student activists have spent months lobbying against a full return to campus. And the administration, he believes, acted too late.
Some of your peers have been pretty reckless, too.
There's a way that we can hold each other accountable as students, but at the end of the day, this accountability system wouldn't have to be in place if the administration would have made the right decisions from the jump.
To Oklahoma State University now. This entire sorority house is under quarantine after 23 members of the organization tested positive for coronavirus. And off campus, video apparently shows crowds of Oklahoma State students packed into a bar, with more students crowding together on the main strip. And there are now 58 confirmed cases at Notre Dame. That's an increase of 15 cases in 24 hours. Dr. Anthony Fauci said Monday there are really troublesome signs that coronavirus could have long-term consequences.
Even in individuals who are young and otherwise healthy, who don't require hospitalization, but do get sick, when you work them up, they have a substantially high proportion of cardiovascular abnormalities.
There are several new studies still in the early stages and not yet peer-reviewed that suggest people who were infected with the coronavirus and recovered from it have developed some type of immunity that may protect them from further infection, even those people who had mild symptoms. What's not clear, though, is how long that immunity may last. David Begnaud, CBS News, Miami.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. At 8:30, we'll look ahead to tonight's DNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
The truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that carbon gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
See what's new under the sun this Sunday morning with Jane Pauley.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Did the CDC let the American people down?
Face the questions you want answered.
Do you think that the president has the authority? The decision. When was it made? Who made it? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection?
Good point, Margaret.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. The virtual Democratic National Convention continues tonight with a theme of leadership. Tonight's speakers include party leaders from the present, past, and potentially the future. We will see Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, former Secretary of State and 2004 nominee John Kerry, and first-term Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Joe Biden's wife, Jill, who will be tonight's keynote speaker. Last night's 2-hour stream was headlined by former First Lady Michelle Obama. She used her video speech to explain why, in her view, it's still important to go high when others go low, a reference to her now famous 2016 convention speech. She also criticized President Trump as a failed and dangerous leader.
Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
That last line, "It is what it is a direct quote by President Trump from a recent Axios interview. The president was responding to a question about the number of daily coronavirus deaths in the U.S. At the White House today, President Trump was asked about the former First Lady's comments during an event where he announced a pardon for Susan B. Anthony in celebration of 100 years of women's suffrage. Here's his response.
She was over her head, and frankly, she should have made the speech live, which she didn't do. She taped it. I thought her speech was very divisive, and frankly, I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Barack Obama. See, we're standing in the White House. I wouldn't be in the White House except for Barack Obama, because they did a bad job, Biden and Obama. And if they did a good job, I wouldn't be here. I'd be building buildings someplace and having a good time.
Not long after those comments, the Senate Intelligence Committee released the long-awaited final volume of its investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. The partially redacted fifth chapter details extensive contact between former Trump campaign manager Paul Manafort and Russian intelligence officer Konstantin Kilimnik. According to the committee, Manafort's presence on the campaign and proximity to Mr. Trump, quote, created opportunities for the Russian intelligence services to exert influence over and acquire confidential information on the Trump campaign. There are also concerns about the politicizing of the post office. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy announced today a pause in recent changes to the U.S. Postal Service until after the election to, quote, avoid even the appearance of any impact on election mail. The move comes after backlash over mail delays and concerns over mail-in ballots, and ahead of DeJoy's planned congressional testimony on Friday. At least 20 states have reportedly announced plans to sue the USPS, seeking to reverse the changes already in place. Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Elena Treen join me now. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent with us from Wilmington, Delaware. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, also in Delaware. And Elena is a White House reporter from Axios with us from Washington. Welcome to all of you. Elena, let's start with the Senate report, which we're going to talk more about with our Nancy Cortez later in the show. This report found that President Trump spoke to Roger Stone about WikiLeaks, which leaked a trove of 150,000 stolen emails right before the 2016 Democratic Convention. How does this compare with what Stone and President Trump claim, and why is it significant?
Well, first off, Elaine, I would like to say that it's remarkable that nearly 4 years later, we're still learning about what Russia's involvement in the presidential election. Now, with regard to WikiLeaks, we all know by now that they were behind that massive email dump on Hillary Clinton during the 2016 election, during the campaign. But the big thing in this finding with regard to WikiLeaks is that President Trump, the report found that President Trump was aware and was in communication with Roger Stone about WikiLeaks. And the president said in his written testimony to special counsel Robert Mueller that he did not acknowledge or remember any sort of connection or discussing WikiLeaks with Roger Stone. Of course, the report now found that that was not true. It also found that WikiLeaks did seem to have some sort of connection with Russian operatives in this dump, and they thought that Russia was behind it, which Roger Stone and WikiLeaks both said it had nothing to do with. So a lot of contradictory reports and intelligence that we found in that report today.
In the meantime, Ed, we have heard repeatedly over time that Russia is working to influence the 2020 election. While President Trump has falsely claimed for years that President Obama didn't address these concerns, what has the Trump administration actually done?
Well, critics would argue not enough. And there has been recent reports from the Office of Director of National Intelligence suggesting that Russia, Iran, and China are all up to the types of shenanigans we saw 4 years ago, trying to influence the election, arguing that Iran is trying to just sort of destabilize American democracy. China would favor a Biden presidency, while Russia would prefer to see President Trump hold on. Part of what this report today shows is just how deeply rooted this could have potentially been inside the Trump operation. And that, coupled with the fact that critics would say the Trump administration just hasn't done enough over the last 4 years, would seem to fuel the concerns that the campaign and now perhaps members of the administration, some that are no longer with it, are just simply too close to Russia, and that the president hasn't done enough. And remember, we've seen report after report after report through the years that any time this comes up, election interference or Russia, the president gets very defensive about it and tries to suggest that there wasn't anything nefarious going on. So intelligence officials know that they have to be very careful when discussing this issue around the president, for fear that he think that they're trying to suggest that he was illegitimately elected.
Well, Elena, on the topic of election concerns, we mentioned the Postmaster General is suspending changes to the USPS. What does this order do exactly?
So essentially, it gets to the core of the controversy surrounding the post office right now. The Postmaster General announced today that he will be suspending some of the key operational changes that they were looking to do to the Postal Service ahead of November. They're going to hold that until after the election, and the Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, said that he was doing that to really dispel any concerns that they were trying to have any impact on mail-in voting or absentee voting. Now, a lot of Democrats still say that this isn't enough. We saw Chairwoman Maloney of the Oversight Committee just moments ago release a statement saying that she doesn't think that the statement goes far enough. She thinks that it doesn't reverse any of the changes that were put in place since January, and that the Postal Office still needs a lot of funding ahead of November to ensure that there aren't delays with any of these mail-in ballots or with the election. And there's going to be a vote on Saturday on a bill that she has put forward that would add to some of that funding, as well as look at reversing some of the changes that have already been made so far.
Well, Caitlin, you've been reporting on this as part of your America's Right to Vote series. How critical is not just the Postal Service this election cycle, but also people's perceptions of mail-in voting?
That's right. The perception is becoming even more important now, because even as with the announcement today that changes will be suspended, there is this question of whether it has already spooked some voters and questioned their trust in the Postal Service. You have had the Postal Service and mail-in voting in the headlines for a concentrated amount of time over the past week. And so does this do anything to maybe persuade voters to show up in person if they otherwise might not have planned to do that? It's important to also note that voters do not have to rely on the Postal Service to return their ballot, although they need the Postal Service to receive their mail-in ballot in many cases. But you can return it to your local clerk or put it in a drop box. And that's why you heard from Michelle Obama last night this sense of urgency when it comes to getting your vote in. She was urging viewers at home to complete ballots as quickly as possible and get them in as quickly as possible. And it's important to note note, too, that even before all of this, secretaries of state and election officials that we had been talking to had been urging voters to return their ballots as soon as possible, knowing that being at the mercy of the Postal Service could lead to delays. And so that has always been a concern. But with perhaps some bigger concerns that voters might have about the Postal Service, does that lead to more people voting in person? And we already know that these states are already strapped when it comes to resources to holding in-person elections safely.
Well, Ed, let's turn to the DNC tonight because 24 hours ago, as you know, we weren't really sure what the event would look like. Now that we have some sense, what are you watching from this slate of speakers tonight?
Well, you know, Tuesdays of a convention are kind of like season 2 of a lot of our most popular television shows. Not as memorable, not as great. You're going to perhaps think ahead to season 3 and season 4. So day 2, kind of the sleepier night, and it's partly because they got to get some actual formal business done. Tonight, they formally nominate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. One of the cooler or more storied aspects of those old school conventions, hard to believe we call them old school, is that it takes hours sometimes for all the states and territories to run through why they're the greatest state and why their 11 delegates go to the nominee. Instead tonight, Democrats insist it'll get done in less than 45 minutes, with each state and territory only given about a sentence's worth of time to throw their delegates to either Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders. Remember, Sanders is going to win a few tonight because he was in second place. Most of them are on tape. Many of them will be done live, including the first state of Delaware, where we are, Biden's home state, because he'll be speaking from this building on Thursday night. Beyond that, it's a night of formers, currents, and futures. Former Presidents Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, who will both deliver what we're told are pretty searing indictments of the current office holder. Current stars of the party, down ballot stars, though, state senators, mayors, others, junior members of Congress. You will notice they are predominantly minority and predominantly female. An attempt here with the keynote address that's usually given to just one person to showcase a lot of different rising stars from across the party. People especially from Texas, from California, from Pennsylvania, a state that the Biden campaign's obsessed with winning, and a few other places across the country, including some members of Congress that they hope are easily reelected this year. And then we'll hear from Dr. Jill Biden. Speaking of the virtual nature of this, she will address the convention from a classroom, one where she used to teach, and talk about her teaching career, talk about her husband, talk about perhaps what she would sort of try to do as First Lady. And remember, she recently told Rita Braver for CBS Sunday Morning that if she becomes First Lady, she would like to go back to teaching on a somewhat regular basis. As Second Lady, she taught at Northern Virginia Community College just across the river from Washington, and it looks as if she would try to keep that up. So that gives you a sense of what we see tonight. A lot of it's perfunctory, but given the virtual nature of this, it's also likely to be interesting just to see how they continue to pull this off. Democratic Party says about 28 million and change tuned in, either across streaming platforms like this one or the traditional broadcast networks. The TV ratings, if you just take the TV numbers, were down from 4 years ago, but the streaming or the digital numbers were up, and that's reflective, of course, of the fact that Americans' viewing habits are changing, and the fact that the party itself was pushing people to watch this digitally over Roku or Amazon Fire or your phone or YouTube or Facebook. So it's perhaps no surprise, also given the fact that so many people who are Democrats are more likely to be younger, a little more tech savvy. So we'll see whether the ratings hold up tonight.
All right, Ed O'Keefe on the campaign trail. Ed, I know you have to go take care of some reporting. It's great to see you. I know you and Caitlin, by the way, are socially distanced. I noticed a very similar looking background behind you. So
closest
I know
we've been
you
since
have to
late
keep
February.
that distance. Yes, exactly. But I see that. See, they're standing basically socially distanced. You can see appropriately, safely. But it's great to see you on the campaign trail. We're going to continue our conversation. Thank you, Ed. Caitlin, let me ask you about something we heard from the president earlier in the show. The president criticized Michelle Obama's speech for being pre-taped. But based on reactions that you have seen from Democrats, does it seem to matter to them that it was taped?
It doesn't. And actually, what we're hearing from Democrats was that this was a good example of how these speeches should be. Remember, Americans are at home as well. And that's kind of the audience that speech was tailored to. The speech writing was tailored to knowing that there would be no live feedback, there would be no live audience. And so that's what we saw from the former First Lady last night. And it's important to note that, while we're all at home, people are watching this from their homes. The campaign is happening online. Today, as we were just talking about, is my first day back on the campaign trail since March. That's largely because there hasn't been a campaign trail in a physical form. So the campaign is online, the election and everything that you're going to see in the next few weeks are going to be online. So this kind of format this week does provide some kind of a test run or a way forward or an example of how the campaign is going to and hopes to operate and engage people who are in a similar position.
Well, Elena, while much of the focus is, of course, on the Democratic convention, President Trump has now visited 4 battleground states over the past 2 days. He went to Iowa to survey storm damage and Arizona for an update on border wall construction today, as well as Minnesota and Wisconsin yesterday. When you look at sort of that line between official White House business and campaigning, how does that look right about now?
The lines are very blurred, and we'll see more of that next week when President Trump delivers his own acceptance speech, accepting the Republican nomination next week at the White House. But this week, the Trump campaign really expects that the former Vice President Joe Biden will get a heavy polling bump out of the convention. And so the campaign has planned a ton of counter programs with these 4 battleground states. I mentioned yesterday he was in Minnesota.
He delivered remarks on jobs and manufacturing, really trying to target his voters in those states. Today, he went to Iowa, which was planned last minute. They put that on the schedule yesterday. And then to Arizona to deliver remarks on immigration. Now, the campaign has also executed a massive ad buy as part of this counter-programming efforts that they have done. They've taken over the YouTube masthead, which is really prime real estate online. And they've just been hammering Joe Biden with these ads. We saw one go up today that really went after his mental capacity and try to show him versus when he was in 2016 to now, and try to, paint a different picture that the former vice president might be senile. Words out on whether voters will believe that messaging, but they're going to continue with that kind of ad attacks this week as that counter-programming message.
All right, to be continued. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Elena Treen, great to see you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Senate Intelligence Committee releases its long-awaited report on Russian interference. We'll break down its findings next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee has released a redacted version of its fifth and final report on Russian meddling in the 2016 election. The latest volume, nearly 1,000 pages, is the result of a 3.5-year bipartisan investigation. It finds, quote, the Russian government engaged in an aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence or attempt to influence the outcome of the 2016 presidential election. This supports a major conclusion from special counsel Robert Mueller's report. More than 100 pages are spent on President Trump's then campaign chairman, Paul Manafort. The committee says his close contact with a man they deemed as a Russian intelligence officer opened the door for Moscow to influence the president's campaign. It also finds the FBI made errors in its investigation of Russia, echoing what an Inspector General report uncovered last December. Let's bring in CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes. She joins me now from Washington. Hi there, Nancy. So there is a lot of information in this report. What are the main takeaways?
Well, the main takeaway, I'd say above all, Elaine, is that this report really mirrors a lot of what we learned in the Mueller report, which the president has always described as a hoax. And in some cases, this report goes even further. For example, you mentioned Paul Manafort. Well, this report goes into a great amount of detail about his relationships with an individual who the report says had connections to Russian intelligence. It talks about the fact that Manafort was willing to exchange information with this individual, and it finds that that created a counterintelligence threat to the United States. Beyond that, the report really goes into detail about all of these relationships between Trump campaign officials, members of the Trump inner circle, and Russians. And what it finds is that the Trump campaign did know, for example, that the WikiLeaks stolen Clinton campaign emails did come from the Russians and sought to downplay that connection because they felt that there was an advantage in getting those emails out there. So, in example after example, the report really takes a look at all of these communications, relationships between Trump campaign officials and the Russians. Republicans on the committee say at the end of the day, this is still not a case of collusion. But Democrats on the committee say when you look at all of these relationships, you really have to wonder why you saw campaign officials communicating with Russians time and time again.
You know, you point out sort of the different conclusions both sides are choosing to sort of focus on and have chosen to focus on, Nancy. Why so much disagreement when you have this set of facts from what was a bipartisan committee?
Well, we're obviously just a couple of months away from an election in which not only President Trump is on the ballot, but also a number of Republicans and Democrats. So Republicans see an advantage in downplaying these relationships between Trump campaign officials and Russians. They know that their fate in some way is tied to his. If he doesn't do well, then his performance might drag down some of their colleagues as well, while Democrats want to paint a picture of a campaign that was off the rails in some ways, and you know, they want to make an example of all of these contacts between the Trump campaign and Russia. Perhaps most explosively in this report, Elaine, this bipartisan committee, which investigated for 3.5 years, for the first time says that it uncovered some evidence of tapes, the possible existence of tapes, sensitive tapes of the president with Russian women during business trips in Russia dating back to the 1990s. They say that in their interviews, this came up multiple times. The fact that Russian businessmen told the president's former fixer, Michael Cohen, in one case that they knew about these sensitive tapes of President Trump with Russian women. In one case, they heard about a Marriott official who had overheard two other Marriott executives talking about what to do with a tape of Trump in an elevator with Russian women at a Ritz-Carlton hotel in Moscow. So, you know, we've heard a lot over the years about the possibility that these tapes, which could be used as blackmail by Russians, we've heard about the existence of these tapes, but the president has always denied them, and they were a real centerpiece of that controversial Steele dossier. But now you've got a congressional committee saying that they gathered some information about this, not via the Steele dossier, but on their own. They say they weren't able to completely corroborate it, but that this is something that came up multiple times during their investigation.
So, given all those details, Nancy, I mean, what does this indicate moving forward here? It doesn't sound like potentially the end of congressional investigations and hearings on the 2016 Trump campaign, at least not from the perspective of the Democrats when it comes to this issue of Russian interference in the last presidential election.
Right. Well, this was really the most reputable bipartisan investigation, unlike the House Intelligence Committee, which was really riven with so much controversy and so much distrust that at the end of the day, they had to put up a wall between Democrats and Republicans on the committee, a physical wall. The Senate Intelligence Committee really worked together quite well, and there was widespread agreement about who they should interview, when they should interview those individuals, and they sort of just plodded along, not looking for nearly as much attention as Democrats and Republicans on the House committee did. And, you know, this is their product at the end of the day, a real definitive look at all the ways that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election. And unlike Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report, which is really looking for evidence of criminality, this report did not have the same goals. This report had the goal of looking at all the ways that Russia may have tried to interfere with an eye towards preventing it the next time around. And so, you know, it's really exhaustive. It's this report, and it's one of 5 reports that make up the Intelligence Committee's Russia investigation. It's 1,000 pages. And so this is really going to be sort of the gold standard going forward when lawmakers, Washington officials want to look back and say exactly what did the Russians do and how can we prevent them from doing it again.
All right, Nancy Curtis in Washington for us. Nancy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming up, what might the Biden coalition look like? We'll break that down next. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Friends, we all know why we're here tonight. We're here for the millions of Americans who've been knocked down, to send a message together that we're going to get back up as a nation. We're here for the cops and the firefighters, the teachers, the assembly line workers, the folks whose lives are the very measure of whether the American dream endures.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
As the second night of the Democratic National Convention kicks off, Democrats have mostly been unified in their messaging about Joe Biden. But it's former Ohio Governor, Republican John Kasich, and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders who appear to hold somewhat differing views of who Joe Biden is and who he will be if elected president.
I'm sure there are Republicans and independents who couldn't imagine crossing over to support a Democrat. They fear Joe may turn sharp left and leave them behind. I don't believe that, because I know the measure of the man. It's reasonable, faithful, respectful. And you know, no one pushes Joe around.
What I will credit strongly the Biden campaign for is that Joe and I talked about this, and he and I agreed that we should have task forces dealing with some of the major issues facing this country, including the economy and healthcare, climate change, immigration, education, etc. If those task force proposals are implemented, you know what? Joe Biden will become the most progressive president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And that, at this moment, is what we need.
For more, let's bring in Linda Tran and Rick Wilson. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Rick is the co-founder of the Lincoln Project, which commonly refers to itself as an anti-Trump Republican activist group. Welcome to you both. Linda, let me start with you. Who do we believe there, Governor Kasich or Senator Sanders?
Well, I don't think it has to be either or. I think Governor Kasich made a very strong case for why other patriotic members of the Republican Party who feel like they don't like the direction this country is going in should feel comfortable in voting for a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris ticket because of the history of public service that he's demonstrated to this country. On the other hand, Senator Sanders, I think, went to great lengths to discuss how he would be willing to work with folks across the ideological spectrum to make sure that we get this country back on track. And the case he was making was that his base should feel comfortable that Joe Biden shares their values in a way that will shift the way that this country is run, and that should make them feel better about who's at the helm and who's in the Oval Office.
Well, Rick, I know the main goal of your organization is to get President Trump out of office. As a veteran of many political campaigns, how do you think Democrats should sell Joe Biden beyond being the anti-Trump? Rick, are you with us? Rick may have frozen. All right, let me see if we can work on that. I'm sorry, Rick, you have frozen. If you can hear me, I think we're going to work on your shot and go back to Linda, who I think is still with us. You know, Linda, this is a question that's been asked. Oh, you have unfrozen. Rick, are you with us?
Okay. Yeah, I think this race still is a referendum about Donald Trump. I think Joe Biden needs to keep the fight on that referendum. I don't think this is a policy race at all. I think this is something that they have to focus very tightly on, the fact that this is a president who has blown it when it comes to handling COVID, blown it on the economy, is a dangerous and divisive man. And they're going to have to keep that focus in this race rather than trying to argue about a wish list of policy questions in the Democratic Party that will let this become a choice race and an ideological race. I think the keeping the focus on Donald Trump is essential to Joe Biden's chances of victory.
But in addition to that, though, Rick, don't you have to offer up your own policy prescriptions if your argument is going to be based on what you are saying are policy failures?
No,
what,
you really don't.
What makes you say that?
Policy in campaigns is traditionally decorative at best.
Is it decorative in the time of a pandemic where people are at home, though?
Man versus incompetent man. In time of a pandemic, they are not reading policy papers. I promise you this. I've been around campaigns for 30 years. They want to make a comparison in leadership. They're not looking at whether or not, the marginal tax rate is going to be 35.8 or 39.2. They're looking at the qualities of these two men. And because Donald Trump is such a personality-driven candidate, it is a referendum on his leadership and on his failures, full stop.
Linda, I'm curious to get your take on that, because it is a different landscape that we are looking at right now. Obviously, this convention, for instance, with the Democrats and the Republicans, not happening. Neither one of them is happening in the way that they've happened before. It just underscores this very different world that we're living in. So what do you make of Rick's assessment there? Do you think this is not really going to be a race about policy? And then also I have another one for you about just Joe Biden, the candidate, someone who himself was a senator, had many relationships in the Senate. If he's someone who is elected, will he be able to work, if it turns out it's a Republican-led Senate, will he be able to work with Republicans to actually get things done?
Look, I hear what Rick is saying, and I have to agree that with certain folks that the Biden team is going to have to make sure cast their ballots this fall, it really is just about the failures of this administration, how Donald Trump has mishandled the coronavirus pandemic, and the economic fallout that is so closely tied to that, as well as this ongoing Black Lives Matter movement and conversation around policing reform and police violence. So certainly for the base, for people that you want to make sure you already know are opposed to Donald Trump actually are enthusiastic enough to get out, it really is a very clear and stark choice. That said, I think in the midst of a pandemic, people are concerned about the same kind of core issues that they have been concerned about in previous cycles, but in a much more visceral way, in a much more day-to-day fashion. It's in their faces, whether or not they have access to health care, whether they can afford to pay the bills. It's in their faces whether or not they're going to have a roof over their heads over the coming weeks and months, much less over the next few years. And so I do think that people are yearning for the notion of something to vote for that speaks to the day-to-day concerns that they have, whether it's at the kitchen table or more broadly than that. So I think that's definitely something to take into account. And I think we're seeing the Democratic organizers of the convention this week lay out that story, to share what it is that a Joe Biden-led country would look like. When it comes to your other question, Elaine, about Joe Biden's many years on the Hill and his ability to work across the aisle, I definitely feel like, poll after poll has shown that people are pretty fed up with the incredible, intense polarization of this country. They're tired of the divisiveness and extreme rhetoric that has come out of this administration and its campaign machine. And so the idea of a Joe Biden who has been able to work both with people within his own party, progressives, moderates, and others, and with people across the aisle is certainly appealing to people who just want to get us to a better place.
We only have a couple of minutes left, Rick. I want to ask you about if Joe Biden is, in fact, elected and becomes president, do you expect that you'll get on board with his policies?
Look, I am not a policy person. I am a political person. I believe that, like my colleagues and I in the Lincoln Project, that Donald Trump is an existential threat to the country. I don't have to agree with all of Joe Biden's policies to believe he will be a better and safer president for this country and be someone who will not put our Constitution and our republic at risk every day. So we will disagree on policy matters. I have no doubt about that. But we will agree on the bigger questions of the Constitution and fitness for office and moral character, and someone who's going to put this country before personal income or his ego. So I think, putting country before party is not always easy, but it's something we have to do.
All right. Very quickly, I know I said that was the last question, but we've gotten Linda's take on the convention. Rick, what do you think Democrats are missing, if anything, when you look at the lineup for this week as they head into these final days of the convention?
Well, look, we're in a very weird spot on the conventions. We're in this post-COVID remote control convention environment. I don't think anyone really knows where we're headed yet on this. I think no one's really got a sense of what's really working. I think they did a good job the first night of making sure that COVID as a framing mechanism was front and center, and we'll see how the rest of the week goes.
All right. With that, Linda Tran and Rick Wilson, we are out of time. Thank you both very much.
Thanks so much.
100 years ago today, the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified. It granted women the right to vote. Nancy Chen visited Seneca Falls, New York, the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
In Seneca Falls, New York, it's all about reaching for the sky or diving from it.
Here she comes on her landing.
These skydivers celebrated the centennial of the women's vote in the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
Woo! We are here to encourage everyone to use your voice to vote.
They touched down right across from where famed suffragist Elizabeth Cady Stanton presented her Declaration of Sentiments at the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848. But it took another 72 years for the 19th Amendment to become law.
Think about what happened in those 72 years. It was not easily won.
Kate Bennett is the board chair of the National Women's Hall of Fame, dedicated to the achievements of great American women.
What we're doing here is writing women into history. Who are the people who have knocked through the glass ceiling?
The founding document of the women's rights movement is inscribed here, proclaiming that all men and women are created equal. But many say there is still plenty of work to be done.
Are we better off than when we were in the 1600s, 1700s? Sure. Are we perfect? No.
Colleen Jenkins is Stanton's great-great-granddaughter. She'd like to see her ancestors' work taken a step further with the 28th Amendment.
What about all the other legal rights that not only women need, but men need? Let's put equality into our Constitution.
A lesson for future generations. But the push for constitutional change continues today. Nancy Chen, CBS News, Seneca Falls, New York.
To celebrate 100 years since the 19th Amendment was ratified, President Trump announced he is pardoning Susan B. Anthony. She was a women's suffrage movement leader and was arrested for voting illegally in 1872. Anthony was convicted by an all-male jury and fined $100. The president said he was surprised she had not been pardoned earlier. Coming up, we'll talk to a reporter who says cities are slashing their police department budgets this summer, and it's not because of recent protests, it's because of the coronavirus. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
A delay in counting mail-in votes this November may extend beyond any issues with the U.S. Postal Service, and it may take weeks to know the winner. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett explains.
When New York City voters cast primary ballots in June, few expected this would be the scene at the Board of Elections. No declared winner 1 month later. President Trump cried fraud without evidence.
I think you should redo that election.
It has taken election officials some time to do the counting. About 40% of New York State's primary ballots arrived by mail, a nearly 11-fold increase over pre-pandemic levels. Now New York and other states are scrambling to scale up mail-in voting. More ballots by mail means results could be slower, and that means voters will need to be patient.
Absentee ballots or mail-in ballots tend to be more labor-intensive because you have to check the signature on the envelope to match it against the voter registration record. You need to open the envelope, separate out the security envelope, then remove the voter's ballot.
Kim Wyman is Washington's Republican Secretary of State.
We want accuracy above everything, so it's going to take time.
Washington is among 5 states that already vote almost exclusively by mail. This fall, in an effort to keep voters safe from coronavirus, 5 more states and Washington, D.C. will automatically send mail-in ballots to all registered voters.
Well, the problem with the mail-in voting, number one, you're never going to know when the election's over.
Waiting. It may be the hardest part, but this year it won't necessarily mean something's gone wrong.
We may not have official results for quite some time.
Chris Krebs oversees election cybersecurity at the Department of Homeland Security.
Certain states might not get called for some time, and that's okay. Be prepared, be patient, and most importantly, participate in the process.
Colorado is an all-vote-by-mail state where Democrat Jenna Griswold is the Secretary of State.
It does take a little longer to process mail ballots. And by the way, they're more secure than a lot of other forms of voting.
2 points. The election results will be known and in a relatively timely manner. But the big question, how long will it take? Well, Secretary Wyman in Washington told us if this election is very close, the final official results may not be known until mid to late November. Major Garrett, CBS News, Washington.
As protests over police brutality and systemic racism continue across the country following the death of George Floyd, there have been growing calls to defund local police departments, along with debate about what that actually means. But there is anecdotal evidence that's already happening in a number of cities and states where local police departments are being forced to slash their budgets due to COVID-19. Joining me with more is employment and immigration reporter for Politico, Rebecca Rainey. Rebecca, welcome. So what has been the financial impact of the coronavirus pandemic on police departments?
Well, you have to keep in mind that this is an overall budget impact to state and local governments. People are traveling less, people are spending less. That means less tax revenues for state and local governments to allocate for things like police and emergency services for the people who pick up our trash every day. So what a lot of police departments are facing are just general across-the-board cuts, which means an overall reduction in spending. However, this also lands at a time when there is a large reckoning over police brutality in our country, and people are considering other options for funding the police or taking that funding and allocating it in other places. And, you know, some states, even despite this budget crunch, because of the lack of revenues from the coronavirus pandemic, they are still choosing to, you know, cut police budgets and then reallocate some of that money back into programs for minorities or for youth services. Seattle and San Francisco, for example, are two of the cities that cut police budgets but also reallocated that money.
And so is it, they're reallocating it, what about funding to replace some of the services that police traditionally cover?
Yeah, so that money would, you know, go towards programs like, again, like youth services. And there's, you know, other ideas about, you know, public organizations that could, you know, do community policing and that sort of thing. But at this time, what we're seeing is this combined effect of a reduction in funds due to the coronavirus pandemic at a time where people are, you know, reconsidering what role police, you know, should play in the community. So it's a very interesting time, especially with the politics that we're seeing on Capitol Hill at the moment. Republicans in the GOP are opposed to providing more funds to state and local governments, in part because they argue in that first coronavirus package we had in March, they got $150 billion. However, that money was restricted only to coronavirus-related emergencies and not these kind of budget caps that we're seeing that are causing these cuts across the board. So Democrats in this next aid package, they want $1 trillion for state and local governments, while Republicans have instead proposed $105 billion just for schools to reopen. So at this moment, it's very interesting because if Congress doesn't step in and there's this current stalemate that we're seeing over the next package, you know, police could be seeing more across the board budget cuts in cities across America.
Well, why do some supporters of the defund the police movement say these cuts are still not enough?
Because part of it is that, again, some of these cuts are coming at a time because it's only due to the pandemic. It's due to this current budget shortfall. And a lot of the people who are involved in this to fund the police movement, they really want to see systemic change. They want to see across-the-board reductions that are going to happen year by year. They want to see actual reductions in force, reductions in the staffing at police departments, as opposed to, you know, a hiring freeze and allowing, you know, the police department to get smaller through attrition or through people retiring. And, you know, some of the money that they are investing, you know, back into these, you know, youth and community service programs, you know, some advocates say it's not enough. It's not enough to address the issues that they have right now. But at the moment, again, a lot of states are, you know, have extremely stretched pockets at the moment. So reinvesting money at this time can be really difficult. And at the same time, there's people who study policing reform, and they suggest that, police agencies should actually be investing money if they want to retrain officers, if they want to bring in new people to change the culture that they're seeing within the police departments. A lot of that involves rehiring, it involves retraining, and it involves investment.
Well, police unions and others say that any further cuts could lead to a rise in crime, which we have seen occurring in some cities in light of the pandemic. And I wonder what consequences this might have beyond policing itself.
I think overall, we need to keep in mind that these cuts are definitely going to, lead to a longer response time when there's an emergency. It's going to, unions are really warning that this is going to change the state of, the normal expectations that we have in this country of being able to dial 911 and expecting, a quick response. Response times could be a lot slower, especially in rural areas that are facing larger cuts, or that it's harder for state money to trickle down to them. So what we could be seeing is a change in the status quo. It's not necessarily these cuts could lead to less spending on it depends on each state. Each state is going to decide where this money is going to go, where it's going to come from, and what services to reduce. So while it may not come in the form of reduction in force, maybe it will be less cars to patrol with, less updates to certain systems. So there could be a lot of changes, and it's going to vary by state, and it's going to be up to each state legislature to make those decisions.
All right, a debate that will continue. Rebecca Rainey. Rebecca, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. At 8:30, we'll look ahead to tonight's DNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Democratic Party delivers their plan and their candidates. CBS News will help you make sense of a convention unlike any other, with clear, unbiased insights and reporting, and by listening to more American voices than any other network.
From CBS News election headquarters in Washington.
Join Nora O'Donnell for the 2020 Democratic National Convention, tonight at 8:30 on CBSN.
You can watch CBSN Bay Area 24/7. It's easy to find us and it's free. One way to watch us is on our website. Go to kpix.com and you'll be instantly connected to CBSN Bay Area. You can also watch by downloading the free CBS News app. At the bottom of the screen is a live button. And here we are, CBSN Bay Area. We're also available on Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Roku, and Xbox One. Join us.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thanks for joining us. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention will feature speeches from two former presidents, Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton. Viewers will also hear from former Secretary of State and Massachusetts Senator John Kerry and Dr. Jill Biden. They are all expected to highlight Joe Biden's leadership. Voters from across the country will also participate in a virtual roll call, where Biden is expected to officially become the party's nominee. Natalie Brand has more.
Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention will focus on leadership and the party's past and future. Progressive New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and former Secretary of State John Kerry are among those delivering remarks.
Donald Trump is just not equipped, not capable of doing what we need to do in the world today.
Former President Bill Clinton is also a featured speaker. CBS News has learned he's expected to issue his sharpest rebuke yet of President Trump. And Joe Biden's wife, Dr. Jill Biden, will deliver remarks from a school in Wilmington, Delaware, where she taught.
What Jill is best at helping me do is figure out who the people around me would be most compatible with me.
Instead of the convention's traditional roll call of states to officially nominate Joe Biden, this year it will happen virtually with a speaker from each state and territory.
Something happened here.
Similar to Monday night, Night 2 will feature a mix of musical performances and pre-taped speeches. Former First Lady Michelle Obama closed Night 1 with a sharp criticism of President Trump.
Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head.
President Trump called the former First Lady's remarks divisive ahead of his campaign visit to the battleground state of Arizona.
She was over her head, and frankly, she should have made the speech live.
One of tonight's program highlights will be a keynote address from more than a dozen Democratic rising stars, including former Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
For more, let's bring in Linda Tran and Lauren Claffey. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Lauren is a Republican strategist. She is also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Strategic Communications and Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. Hi, Linda and Lauren. Welcome to you both. So we heard a bit from Michelle Obama in that piece before, but I want to play a little bit more of what she said last night. Let's listen to that.
Let me once again tell you this. The job is hard. It requires clear-headed judgment, a mastery of complex and competing issues, a devotion to facts and history, a moral compass, and an ability to listen, and an abiding belief that each of the 330 million lives in this country has meaning and worth. You simply cannot fake your way through this job. As I've said before, being president doesn't change who you are. It reveals who you are. But right now, kids in this country are seeing what happens when we stop requiring empathy of one another. They're looking around wondering if we've been lying to them this whole time about who we are and what we truly value.
Linda, first of all, what's your assessment of the former First Lady's approach? All right, we may have lost Linda. It looks like she's still there. Linda, can you hear me? All right, we're going to try and work on that. Lauren, let me turn to you. We're also technologically challenged. Thank you for being very patient with us as we work through them. But, you know, we heard a bit more from the former First Lady there. What did you make of what we heard from her, and what kind of response? You know, we saw the president today talk about that a little bit. You know, what did you make of both her speech as well as President Trump's response?
I think Michelle Obama's speech really was a concise and thorough attack against President Trump and really laid out the Democrats' main argument against his leadership and his ability to lead. And, you know, I thought that she did a really, really good job in really laying out the facts there and laying out their main argument. President Trump, you have to know that he is going to attack. He is going to respond. He did this all throughout 2016 for every attack that came with him. And it worked. Normally in campaigns, you would recommend that you don't have an attack or a response for every single thing that your opponents are throwing at you, and that you just let it roll off and you stay very disciplined on your campaign messaging. But we know that President Trump is going to be watching this. We know that President Trump is going to respond every single time. And, you know, for better or worse, it seems to have worked for him in the past, and he's going to continue doing it.
He also criticized the fact that she did not deliver that live, and he called her speech very divisive. What did you make of that specifically? The fact that it was on tape, it was not delivered live, and also the idea that it was a divisive speech.
I think every speech is always better live. You have the most up-to-date information. It is easy for people to see the authenticity in what you're saying and that it's not scripted. I thought that she did a good job given that. But I mean, as we're seeing on this program, in the age of COVID and all of the virtual things that we're trying to do, sometimes you have technological glitches. And so it made sense that the DNC was pre-taping these, and I wouldn't expect anything else. But as far as an actual speech goes, he's trying to create the contrast here that he's out there doing rallies, giving real-time speeches, and the DNC has taped everything.
Yeah, I feel like not just here on CBSN, but anytime I look up, sometimes I'll see these technological glitches, which have become a real fact of life as we all connect virtually here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the president, Lauren, has said that suburban women voters will back him because he will keep their communities and children safe. We heard Michelle Obama, at least part of her speech there, you know, frame this issue differently as sort of a matter of safety, but in a different way. Talk to me about the contrast there. First, from the president, what is the message he's trying to send with this kind of appeal to suburban voters, and what we heard from the former First Lady last night?
I think the president sees a real opportunity in some of the chaos that we've seen in the cities and the defund the police movement to kind of scare people, and remember, fear is the greatest activator of voters, for better or worse. And he has an opportunity to create fear that there isn't going to be security, there isn't going to be law and order in these communities because of some of the Democrats' policies of defund or reimagining the police or what have you. And so he's appealing to voters that way and creating a contrast between his administration and his policies of fully funding the police, law and order, security, all of those things, and what the Democrats are proposing with some of the chaos that we've seen as a result of the protests and other bad actors that are out there right now. I do think that, the appeal...
Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say the appeal towards suburban women... The suburban women voter thing always drives me crazy, because what is a suburban woman voter anymore? I mean, Trump's kind of defining it as a housewife that exists in some of the suburbs. But a lot of the times they're college-educated working women, and it's a very diverse community. And females do not vote in a monolithic block anymore. So I think that when you're talking about appealing to female voters, whether you're the Democrats or the Republicans, you really have to take a more nuanced, issue-based approach and find people where they are in their communities, because this idea that there's a soccer mom that cares only about education and her kids is not the reality anymore.
We have Linda Tran back with us. Apologies for that before, Linda. So Lauren and I were just talking about this sort of contrasting appeal to suburban voters and women in particular. On the one hand, you have President Trump saying that suburban women voters will back him because he will keep their children and communities safe, in contrast to what we heard from Mrs. Obama. Talk to us a little bit about that. Lauren, you just heard, I'm sure, was discussing the fact that it is not a monolith, and the picture of what constitutes a quote-unquote suburban woman, may be a very different thing depending on which audience you're speaking to.
Well, look, none of these demographic groups that we describe when it comes to turnout and voting are monolithic, right? The same applies when you talk about Asian American voters, as well as you and I have talked about before, Elaine. But what I do think is a useful tool is when we think about women in the suburbs, the issues of family and health care and kitchen table concerns are top of mind for that group, regardless of what their heritage may be and their background might be. And so that's why we end up talking about them that way. What was, I think, so devastatingly effective about the former First Lady Michelle Obama's address last night was that she was speaking to these women. She was speaking to moms like me who happen to live in the suburbs about the concerns that we have for our children, the kind of example that we set, the values that we raise them to come up in the world with. And that, I think, really resonated, whether you're somebody who was a diehard Democrat or somebody who's just worried about all of the different crises that our country happens to be grappling with right now, and may or may not be wondering whether the person at the top is the right person for the job. I think that is why there was so much of a positive response to it. I mean, even some of the analysts on the right were responding to the remarks that she made with some accolades. And so I think that is not to be expected necessarily under normal circumstances, and these are not normal times.
That is for sure. Lauren, let me ask you, given what both you and Linda just laid out about this idea of the suburban voter, do you think, would it be effective strategy for the president to recalibrate, in your view, that message to suburban voters?
I do think that he needs to spend a little bit more time on the suburban voter, because I think that it'll end up being a little bit more important than maybe his campaign is thinking. His campaign does have extensive outreach to women generally through Laura Trump, and I think that's where the majority of the good work is going into, convincing these voters that they should stick with President Trump, that he's going to be the best for the next 4 years, especially coming out of this dip in the economy that we have and wanting to rebuild, that he'll the president of law and order, security, all of those things, kind of going through the hierarchy of needs that people really care about, right? You need to provide for your family first. You want to be safe and secure, and then you want to have the opportunity to succeed. And so I do think that while he may not be as pointed and on message for these voters, his campaign has made real strides within those communities to do that.
All right, let's turn to tonight's speakers at the Democratic Convention. Former President Bill Clinton is set to address the convention. A source familiar with his speech tells our colleague Jenna Gibson that the speech will be his sharpest rebuke of President Trump. So, Linda, who are Democrats hoping to reach with this message from the former president? And already on social media, there is criticism, as you can expect, about the messenger himself in this time in 2020 when there has been a reckoning going on, not just on race, but as we know, with the Me Too movement for many, many months now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those concerns are well-founded, that we do have to think really hard about who it is we put at the microphone and who's corroborating the fit for Joe Biden for the job. And what I think they intended was that Bill Clinton, much like Jimmy Carter, as the former chief executive and as somebody who took the helm of this country at a time of crisis and managed to transform the economy into a boom time for jobs and for prosperity, they wanted to have him talk about what it takes to be president, much like with Jimmy Carter. And so I think that's what they were intending there.
All right, well, Lauren, President Clinton will reportedly say, quote, "At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center. And, quote, there's only chaos." How do you anticipate that the Trump campaign will respond?
I'm just laughing a little because I can't believe they're putting Bill Clinton out. I mean, there was literally photos of him circulating today in coordination, in relation to Jeffrey Epstein and some of the accusations that are going on there in that court case. And in the middle of this, you have Bill Clinton, as we just discussed, as a flawed messenger. I mean, of course, President Trump is going to attack that. And I don't know how anyone can listen to him in the Democratic Party, given where we are as a country right now with women and the Me Too movement, and especially the comments that come out of the Democratic Party saying that they're very committed to this and making sure that women are supported and heard. And then you put Bill Clinton up to be your messenger on this. I just don't know how anybody listens to him.
Yeah, there is a different kind of examination that's taking place with respect to things in the past. It's certainly a lot of scrutiny is being paid over many, many events that have happened. All right, let's move on. I want to ask you about New York Congresswoman and self-described Democratic Socialist Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is also speaking tonight, and our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker poll shows just over half of Democrats view socialism positively, compared to just over a quarter who see it negatively. But among all voters, Linda, a majority are still opposed. So how is the party trying to balance this emerging socialist wing, if you call it that, but with that pitch to the broader voter pool that is out there?
You know, I think the party is very aware that it needs to appeal to and energize and turn out that progressive wing of the party, many of whom either held their noses and voted in 2016 or didn't vote at all. And so they're going to be a very critical part of making sure that Donald Trump doesn't have a second term in office. In addition, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, as we know, the heiress apparent to Bernie Sanders' movement. She's somebody who has also in her own right driven a conversation about revolutionary changes in this country on everything from the Green New Deal to other sorts of issues that are related to working people, childcare, and other issues that are top of mind right now for individuals managing through the pandemic and unprecedented unemployment levels. So this is also an opportunity for the Democratic Party to showcase the next up-and-coming, rising stars, and not only to demonstrate unity across the ideals, but also to show the direction of the country, the direction that the party has the potential to take over the years to come.
And when you hear that, Lauren, as a Republican, what do you think, knowing some of the attack lines that we've already been hearing with respect to, the Biden-Harris ticket, this idea of a quote-unquote move to the radical left?
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be really interesting for moderate voters who are paying attention tonight with AOC's speech, is they are looking at the AOCs of the world and the threat of socialism as a real reason not to support President or, Vice President Biden. And I think that that's going to be key because it's not necessarily, while both parties need heavy turnout with their bases, what they really need is focus on these battleground states, on some of these swing voters. And I was talking to voters in Pennsylvania, for example, a couple of weeks ago, and one of them, was inclined not to support President Trump, but he was so scared of the far left and what that they might do to the country, and that Biden was going to be taken over by, the AOCs of the world, that he would never consider supporting a Democrat in this election. And I think that is going to be very key to the Democrats' appeal to the presidency and path to the presidency, because those are the voters that they are going to need to win, not necessarily getting every single 18-year-old to vote that thinks that socialism is a great idea for the future. They need to really be targeting those swing voters that made a difference in 2016 and in President Obama's election.
All right, we will be watching closely tonight. Linda Tran and Lauren Claffey, thank you both very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
A quick programming note for you. We will have full coverage ahead of tonight's Democratic National Convention. Our pre-show begins at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN. The Postmaster General is suspending controversial changes after reports of delivery delays. More than a dozen states have filed lawsuits to protect the Postal Service. Christina Ruffini reports from the White House.
Facing an uproar, the recently appointed U.S. Postmaster General announced he will suspend controversial changes, including the removal of mailboxes and mail sorting machines that have slowed down mail delivery until after the election.
What he and Donald Trump have been doing is to try to sabotage the operations of the post office.
The change, of course, comes as Democratic lawmakers and postal workers across the nation held a day of action Tuesday.
There is no justification for removing machinery that will help us, assist us in processing the ballots in the mail.
With more Americans expected to vote by mail this year because of the coronavirus, the postmaster had previously warned he couldn't guarantee mail-in ballots in all 50 states would be delivered in time to be counted by November.
President Trump has denied trying to slow down the mail, but he once again questioned the integrity of universal mail-in voting, which is where states automatically send a ballot to every registered voter.
You can't have millions and millions of ballots sent all over the place, sent to people that are dead, sent to dogs, cats, sent everyone.
Louis DeJoy, a Republican donor with no previous postal management, will face questions from lawmakers on Capitol Hill starting at the end of this week. Christina Ruffini, CBS News, the White House.
The University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill is moving all classes online just 1 week into the fall semester. The school is shutting down in-person learning after several coronavirus outbreaks on campus. But as David Begnaud reports, it's not the only school seeing new cases.
I was super surprised. I didn't think they were going to send us here and just send us home a week later, so that's pretty crazy.
The student newspaper editorial said it all. The first week of classes at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill has had its problems. Videos surfaced of students at parties, both on and off campus. Now cases there are spiking, and in-person classes will be canceled.
I can't even say disappointed or sad. I'm mostly angry.
Colin Smith is a junior at the university. He says he and other student activists have spent months lobbying against a full return to campus. And the administration, he believes, acted too late.
Some of your peers have been pretty reckless, too.
There's a way that we can hold each other accountable as students, but at the end of the day, this accountability system wouldn't have to be in place if the administration would have made the right decisions from the jump.
To Oklahoma State University now. This entire sorority house is under quarantine after 23 members of the organization tested positive for coronavirus. And off campus, video apparently shows crowds of Oklahoma State students packed into a bar, with more students crowding together on the main strip. And there are now 58 confirmed cases at Notre Dame. That's an increase of 15 cases in 24 hours. Dr. Anthony Fauci said Monday there are really troublesome signs that coronavirus could have long-term consequences.
Even in individuals who are young and otherwise healthy, who don't require hospitalization, but do get sick, when you work them up, they have a substantially high proportion of cardiovascular abnormalities.
There are several new studies still in the early stages and not yet peer-reviewed that suggest people who were infected with the coronavirus and recovered from it have developed some type of immunity that may protect them from further infection, even those people who had mild symptoms. What's not clear, though, is how long that immunity may last. David Begnaud, CBS News, Miami.
The Trump administration has imposed new restrictions on the Chinese tech company Huawei. The move restricts any foreign semiconductor producer from selling chips to Huawei, which it uses to make smartphones. U.S. officials allege the company poses a national security threat and could spy on behalf of Beijing with its products. Huawei has denied those allegations. For more, let's bring in Isaac Stonefish. He's a CBSN contributor and a senior fellow at the Asia Society Center on U.S.-China relations. Isaac, welcome. Nice to see you again. Talk to us a little about why the Trump administration decided to impose these new rules now.
If we thought that we were getting a break from the U.S.-China trade war, that has been disabused, just like it's been disabused so many times over the last couple of weeks and months. Possibly the timing has to do with trying to take away attention from the DNC, which is happening this week. Possibly it's part of Trump wanting to continue to appear strong against Beijing, or possibly it's other members of his administration thinking, well, we can really try to nail one of the final nails in the coffin against the Chinese tech giant Huawei. This is a good time to do it, so we're just going to do it now.
Well, Huawei has been at the center of rising tensions between the U.S. and China over technology and security. So how could this move then further escalate things between these two nations?
Beijing probably is not going to take this opportunity to step back and say, okay, let's see if we can come up with a constructive way forward. They're probably going to retaliate in some sort of subtle way that maybe isn't readily apparent as retaliation, but raises tensions between the two sides. This is certainly a move that has a lot of people in the industry worried that, well, I guess decoupling, the removing of a lot of economic ties between the U.S. and China, I guess this decoupling idea is actually quite real.
Well, then how is this move actually going to affect the chip-making industry as a whole?
So certain chip makers are going to be quite disappointed of this because Huawei was an excellent customer. It's one of the world's largest tech companies, and it's one of the most important players in the 5G space. Other companies, especially other of the rivals of Huawei, companies like Ericsson, possibly even Apple, might see this as a positive move because it allows them to more muscle into Huawei's space. I think, though, for all American companies that do extensive business in China, this is a worrying move for them because they think, well, the U.S. is targeting Huawei. It's very easy to imagine Beijing choosing Apple or Microsoft or Cisco or Qualcomm or another company and saying, okay, well, two can play at this game.
So this is not over, is basically what you're saying, Isaac.
Nope. No, it's not.
All right. Back and forth shall continue. Isaac Stonefish, great to see you. Thank you so much. Coming up after the break, Kamala Harris is the first Indian American to appear on a major party's presidential ticket. Ahead, a look at how this fast-growing demographic is making a political impact. Plus, New Zealand's prime minister hits back against criticism from President Trump. Why the two are sparring after a recent coronavirus outbreak on the island nation. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Senator Kamala Harris will be the first person of Indian heritage to be nominated for vice president on a major party ticket. Axios examined the major political implications for the more than 4 million Americans who identify as Indian. The demographic group is one of the fastest growing, wealthiest, and most educated in the U.S. Axios reporter Fidel Alhassan has been covering this, and he joins me now from Washington. Fidel, welcome. Thanks so much for being with us. I just want to preface our conversation by saying what I always say when we have these kind of discussions about demographic groups. We both understand no group is a monolith. We were just saying this with my other guest earlier, but to be clear, we're not suggesting in any way, shape, or form this is a monolithic group. That being said, when you look at the map, Fidel, which states is the Indian American community growing the fastest, and how might this demographic impact those battleground states?
Sure. I mean, the Indian American community just throughout has grown massively over the last 2 decades, almost 40% over the last 2 decades. But specifically in the states of Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Florida, they've grown exponentially. They've grown 117% in those states. Now, like you said, Indian Americans are one of the wealthiest groups in the United States. So, of course, that's important, too, because they have the most capacity to make political donations. So that's of value to candidates in 2022.
Right. That was going to be my next question. You know, what are the factors that play into that, and how has that affected their role in the political arena? I mean, they can then, because they are wealthier, generally speaking, make those contributions to various candidates.
Right. And between 2001 and 2015, about half of the H-1B visas that went out in the United States went to Indian Americans. 90% of those jobs are jobs that require high knowledge in the STEM fields, in science, technology, education, or math. 75% of those require high computer knowledge. So these are high-earning jobs. You just put the graphic on your screen up there. Indian Americans have an annual income of about $139,000. That's more than double America in general, which has about $63,000.
So when you look at all that, how has this growing demographic been reflected in politics aside from Senator Harris's impending nomination? What you point out with the visa situation is an interesting point, given what we've heard, for example, from the Trump administration on that point.
Sure. I mean, there are many ways in which there are nuances to the politics of this. One of them being that the politicians themselves have noticed this exponential growth. They've tried themselves to court the Indian American community, and President Trump has. President Trump just this year, just this February, bought a seven-figure ad buy rather, to target the Indian American community, and that was to coincide with a rally he held in India, where he very much spotlighted his relationship to the Indian president, who's a Hindu nationalist, Modi. And so he's made those attempts to court the Indian American community. But Democrats have as well. The nomination of Kamala Harris for Democrats is significant because studies show that when there is a candidate from either an Asian American background or a Latino American background, those groups are more likely to turn out to vote during the elections.
Right. We remember seeing those images back in February, I believe, when President Trump traveled to India and got that huge reception. People just packed into that arena. Prime Minister Modi appearing there on stage. It really was quite remarkable to see that crowd. All right, Fidel Alhassan. Fidel, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up after the break, it's been 100 years since women won the right to vote. We'll take a look back at the suffrage movement that paved the way for the 19th Amendment. Plus, Senator Tammy Baldwin was on Joe Biden's VP shortlist. She joins me next to discuss her expectations for the Democratic National Convention. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker shows President Trump lagging behind in a key state he won during 2016. In Wisconsin, our most recent polling shows Joe Biden leading by 7 points. The president narrowly flipped the state last election. Mr. Trump made a campaign stop in Wisconsin Monday as Democrats kicked off their national convention. While there, he sharpened his attacks on his rivals.
You want to crush our economy under the crazy socialist policies of sleepy Joe Biden and his boss, Kamala Harris, and his other boss, Nancy Pelosi. She's a beauty.
And Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin joins me now. Senator, thanks very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
So President Trump, as you know, has been railing against mail-in voting. During his trip to your state, he also said, quote, "The only way we lose the election is if the election is rigged." What do you make of his comments?
Well, we've been seeing such disturbing issues unfolding with the U.S. Postal Service after President Trump installed Trump megadonor into the job as Postmaster General. And it seems clearly designed to increase anxiety and fear about voting by mail, voting absentee, which is, of course, the safest way to cast your ballot during a pandemic. But I think that President Trump coming to Wisconsin yesterday at a time when the top public health experts say don't hold rallies, don't gather people in large numbers. And we know from his previous campaign photo ops that people have been put in harm's way. And in fact, a number of his supporters came down with the coronavirus after he went to Tulsa. I pray that doesn't happen after his visit to Wisconsin. But his railing about the mail-in vote when he and Melania have just ordered their absentee ballots for Florida is the height of irony and hypocrisy.
Well, the Postmaster General has suspended the planned changes to the U.S. Postal Service until after the election. What's your reaction to that?
I don't think suspending is enough. I think he needs to reverse the actions he's already taken. You know, this has been so troubling to watch. I've heard from hundreds upon hundreds of Wisconsinites who have witnessed the delays and been harmed by the delays. I spoke with a constituent yesterday who has had his medication that he's supposed to take daily delayed by multiple days. The VA just said that about 25% of the prescriptions that they're sending out are experiencing some delay. These are really scary things for my constituents. But again, in the context of an election, it's causing people quite a bit of anxiety about whether their constitutional right to cast the ballot will be interfered with by this president and this Postmaster General. So yes, it's good that they're suspended until after the election, but we actually need to reverse some of the damage that has already been done, the removal of sorting equipment and the blue postal boxes.
And will you seek legislation then to try to force some of these reversals that you're looking for?
Absolutely. So not only will we be looking at legislation, and I'm pleased that the House of Representatives is actually reconvening this week to look at necessary funding to support the Postal Service meeting its standards, but also to look at reversing what the Postmaster General has already put in place. The investigation underway by the Inspector General of the Postal Service is one that I joined my colleagues in demanding. And just today, we learned that the U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security will begin, well, they've already begun an investigation, but will have a hearing by the end of this week.
I'm going to go back to the Wisconsin primary. Earlier this year, there was this last-minute request, a number of last-minute requests for absentee ballots due to the pandemic. And during your primary, many voters reported that they didn't receive their ballots by Election Day. How is your state better preparing for November? What are some of the lessons learned?
Well, certainly in April, we saw a lot of chaos and confusion. Part of it had to do with the fact that we were early on in the pandemic and nobody had prepared back in January and February for the potential of having so many people seek absentee ballots. There was also poor communication, I think, between the Postal Service and our election officials. Some of the ballots weren't adequately postmarked to prove that they had been cast or put in the mail by Election Day. All of those issues, at least, can be resolved through more effective communication, and that is happening. But these systemic delays that we're seeing, those are things that good communication alone won't resolve. And so we really do need to have the Postmaster General take steps beyond just the suspension of his reorganizing efforts, but really to go back to meeting the standards of timely delivery of our mail.
I mentioned earlier the pivotal role Wisconsin played in the 2016 election. How do you see the political landscape now, Senator?
Well, a lot has changed, obviously, since Wisconsin voters narrowly gave victory to Donald Trump in 2016. And I think that one of the things regarding Trump that Wisconsin voters are seeing is that he didn't live up to the promises that he made when he was running as a candidate in 2016. You know, he promised to buy America, hire America, but instead we saw trade wars that led to jobs going overseas. There was a tax measure that benefited multinational corporations far more than it did hardworking families in the state of Wisconsin. And then, of course, during the pandemic, we have seen exacerbation of the hardships faced by our farmers and especially our manufacturing sector. You know, I don't blame the president for the pandemic, but I do blame him for an utterly failed response to the pandemic. And I do believe that Wisconsin voters are very aware of those failures and very aware of how badly our economy is hurting right now. And then the most recent failure to stick with negotiations for an emergency coronavirus relief and stimulus package when many are unemployed and now they suddenly see the rug pulled under them when the previously enacted CARES Act provisions expired. People are hurting and they are looking for somebody with empathy and leadership, and that's Joe Biden.
Our time is running short here, Senator. Before we let you go, what are your thoughts on Senator Kamala Harris as the VP pick for Joe Biden?
I am as excited as I can be to have my friend and colleague Kamala Harris earn the nomination, earn the right to be running mate with Joe Biden. It's going to be a wonderful ticket. You can see absolute excitement about the pairing. And, I think that Joe Biden always said he wanted somebody who was tested on the national stage, had experience. She has experience in both executive branch and legislative branch politics. And she will be a very, very effective partner to President Biden when we elect them on November 3rd.
Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. Senator, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
President Trump is sparring with New Zealand's Prime Minister over their respective countries' responses to the coronavirus. It follows a sudden rise of infections on the island nation. Ian Lee reports.
New Zealand's Prime Minister hit back at President Trump Tuesday, calling him patently wrong.
Obviously, I don't think there's any comparison between New Zealand's current cluster and the tens of thousands of cases that are being seen daily in the United States.
Jacinda Ardern was responding to these comments made by the president earlier in the day about her country's rise in coronavirus cases.
It was like front page, they beat it because they wanted to show me something. The problem is big surge in New Zealand, so it's terrible.
That big surge is dozens of new infections since last week, taking the country to a total of nearly 1,300 cases and only 22 deaths since the pandemic began. That, compared to the United States, which currently has 5.2 million cases, more than the population of New Zealand.
We are still one of the best performing countries in the world when it comes to COVID. Our work is focused on keeping it that way.
New Zealand had eliminated the virus after a strict lockdown. But with this recent cluster, the country once again is conducting mass testing and enforcing a new lockdown in its largest city. Schools and other public places are closed in hopes to once again defeat the disease. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
Tuesday is the 100th year anniversary of women gaining the right to vote. The 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920 after a battle that lasted decades. Nancy Chen visited Seneca Falls, New York, where the suffrage movement started.
In Seneca Falls, New York, it's all about reaching for the sky or diving from it.
Here she comes on her landing.
These skydivers celebrated the centennial of the women's vote and the birthplace of the women's rights movement.
Woo! We are here to encourage everyone to use your voice to vote.
They touched down right across from where famed suffragist Elizabeth Cady Stanton presented her Declaration of Sentiments at the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848. But it took another 72 years for the 19th Amendment to become law.
Think about what happened in those 72 years. It was not easily won.
Kate Bennett is the board chair of the National Women's Hall of Fame, dedicated to the achievements of great American women.
What we're doing here is writing women into history. Who are the people who have knocked through the glass ceiling?
The founding document of the women's rights movement is inscribed here, proclaiming that all men and women are created equal. But many say there is still plenty of work to be done.
Are we better off than when we were in the 1600s, 1700s? Sure. Are we perfect? No.
Colleen Jenkins is Stanton's great-great-granddaughter. She'd like to see her ancestors' work taken a step further with the 28th Amendment.
What about all the other legal rights that not only women need, but men need? Let's put equality into our Constitution.
A lesson for future generations that the push for constitutional change continues today. Nancy Chen, CBS News, Seneca Falls, New York.
3 top executives have left the Ellen DeGeneres show following allegations of workplace misconduct. Former staff members accused high-level producers of creating a toxic work environment last month. Jamie Yukas has the details.
Describe for me what the culture was like at the Ellen show.
The culture was very poisonous. It was very toxic.
Hedda Muscat worked as a producer for The Ellen Show in its early years and won 2 Emmys there. She describes a work environment where she had to walk on eggshells.
If Ellen didn't know, and if she wasn't the EP, then I would defend her. She knew.
BuzzFeed News last month was the first to report allegations that DeGeneres' mantra of be kind masked a toxic work culture. One former employee claimed it's all an act for the cameras. The story led parent company Warner Media to investigate claims ranging from racist comments to sexual harassment, allegedly perpetuated by the show's top executives. And on Monday, 3 of them, Kevin Lehman, Jonathan Norman, and Ed Glavin, left the popular daytime talk series. In previous statements to BuzzFeed News, Lehman categorically denied any kind of sexual impropriety, and Norman denied all allegations against him. Glavin did not provide a response.
Going on your show, it's just there's just a very, very pleasant environment, just in general.
I love making people happy and making people feel good. But
the claims of inappropriate conduct at the Ellen DeGeneres show come in sharp contrast to its host's reputation as a celebrity so well known for being nice that it's sometimes joked about, as in the satirical cage match with Jimmy Kimmel in 2011. Some employees have insisted it's a front. One former staffer told us she was instructed not to even look at DeGeneres or she'd be fired. Another called the TV show host a vindictive narcissist. In response, high-profile celebrities have sprung to DeGeneres' defense. In an Instagram post earlier this month, comedian Kevin Hart wrote, "I have known Ellen for years, and I can honestly say she's one of the dopest people on the planet."
People want to continue to see Ellen take accountability.
BuzzFeed News entertainment reporter Christy Lee Yandoli has followed this story for months. She told us current and former employees are cautiously optimistic after the departure of those 3 top producers.
Was this surprising to people you had talked to at the show?
Yes. The people I spoke to were not confident that this would happen. They say that it's a great first step and that in order to completely get rid of what they call a toxic workplace environment, it's going to involve lots of changes.
DeGeneres has said she relied on others to do their jobs as they knew she'd want them done, adding clearly some didn't. She also said she's committed to ensuring this does not happen again. An attorney for Kevin Lehman told us the fact that a deeply flawed BuzzFeed article has led to the termination of an innocent man is shocking. Glavin and Norman did not respond to our request for comment. Jamie Yucca, CBS News, Los Angeles.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Some nurses and healthcare workers will soon be walking down the aisle in style, thanks to a bridal shop in Virginia. The owner wanted to honor women working on the front lines of the pandemic. Elise Preston has the story.
It took a pandemic for many people to recognize the heroic efforts of healthcare workers. And now one bridal shop in Virginia is finding another way to honor the women on the front lines of COVID-19.
She put the veil on and I started crying, so.
Taylor Bass is one of 75 medical workers getting a free designer wedding dress from Ava Clara Couture Bridal in Virginia Beach.
We need to be giving them the utmost support and appreciation because they are putting themselves out there. They're the real heroes.
Owner Alex Fleer feels it's the least she can do for engaged women who have risked their lives for months. A number of designers helped with donations. Some gowns are worth up to $4,000.
I feel very beautiful. I feel kind of poofy. They took the weight off our shoulders, and I'm very appreciative for the opportunity.
Over 600 medical workers from all over the country applied for the giveaway. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
Here's a look at some of the stories we're covering in our next hour. A plan to cut costs at the Postal Service has been suspended. The decision comes after mounting concerns over mail-in ballot. More ahead. Plus, a major college reverses course after allowing students on campus. Why the school switched to remote learning after just 1 week. And it's the Democratic National Convention virtually. We've got all the highlights, plus what to expect the rest of the week. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down?
Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thanks for joining us. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention will feature speeches from 2 former presidents, Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton. Viewers will also hear from former Secretary of State and Massachusetts Senator John Kerry and Dr. Jill Biden. They are all expected to highlight Joe Biden's leadership. Voters from across the country will also participate in a virtual roll call, where Biden is expected to officially become the party's nominee. Natalie Brand has more.
Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention will focus on leadership and the party's past and future. Progressive New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and former Secretary of State John Kerry are among those delivering remarks.
Donald Trump is just not equipped, not capable of doing what we need to do in the world today.
Former President Bill Clinton is also a featured speaker. CBS News has learned he's expected to issue his sharpest rebuke yet of President Trump. And Joe Biden's wife, Dr. Jill Biden, will deliver remarks from a school in Wilmington, Delaware, where she taught.
What Jill is best at helping me do is figure out who the people around me would be most compatible with me.
Instead of the convention's traditional roll call of states to officially nominate Joe Biden, this year it will happen virtually with a speaker from each state and territory.
Something happened in here.
Similar to Monday night, Night 2 will feature a mix of musical performances and pre-taped speeches. Former First Lady Michelle Obama closed Night 1 with a sharp criticism of President Trump.
Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head.
President Trump called the former First Lady's remarks divisive ahead of his campaign visit to the battleground state of Arizona.
She was over her head, and frankly, she should have made the speech live.
One of tonight's program highlights will be a keynote address from more than a dozen Democratic rising stars, including former Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
For more, let's bring in Linda Tran and Lauren Claffey. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Lauren is a Republican strategist. She is also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Strategic Communications and Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. Hi, Linda and Lauren. Welcome to you both. So we heard a bit from Michelle Obama in that piece before, but I want to play a little bit more of what she said last night. Let's listen to that.
Let me once again tell you this. The job is hard. It requires clear-headed judgment, a mastery of complex and competing issues, a devotion to facts and history, a moral compass, and an ability to listen, and an abiding belief that each of the 330 million lives in this country has meaning and worth. You simply cannot fake your way through this job. As I've said before, being president doesn't change who you are. It reveals who you are. But right now, kids in this country are seeing what happens when we stop requiring empathy of one another. They're looking around wondering if we've been lying to them this whole time about who we are and what we truly value.
Linda, first of all, what's your assessment of the former First Lady's approach? All right, we may have lost Linda. It looks like she's still there. Linda, can you hear me? All right, we're going to try and work on that. Lauren, let me turn to you. We're also technologically challenged. Thank you for being very patient with us as we work through them. But, you know, we heard a bit more from the former First Lady there. What did you make of what we heard from her, and what kind of response? We saw the president today talk about that a little bit. What did you make of both her speech as well as President Trump's response?
I think Michelle Obama's speech really was a concise and thorough attack against President Trump and really laid out the Democrats' main argument against his leadership and his ability to lead. And, I thought that she did a really, really good job in really laying out the facts there and laying out their main argument. President Trump, you have to know that he is going to attack. He is going to respond. He did this all throughout 2016 for every attack that came with him. And it worked. Normally in campaigns, you would recommend that you don't have an attack or a response for every single thing that your opponents are throwing at you, and that you just let it roll off and you stay very disciplined on your campaign messaging. But we know that President Trump is going to be watching this. We know that President Trump is going to respond every single time. And, for better or worse, it seems to have worked for him in the past, and he's going to continue doing it.
He also criticized the fact that she did not deliver that live, and he called her speech very divisive. What did you make of that specifically? The fact that it was on tape, it was not delivered live, and also the idea that it was a divisive speech.
I think every speech is always better live. You have the most up-to-date information. It is easy for people to see the authenticity in what you're saying and that it's not scripted. I thought that she did a good job given that. But I mean, as we're seeing on this program, in the age of COVID and all of the virtual things that we're trying to do, sometimes you have technological glitches. And so it made sense that the DNC was pre-taping these, and I wouldn't expect anything else. But as far as an actual speech goes, he's trying to create the contrast here that he's out there doing rallies, giving real-time speeches, and the DNC has taped everything.
Yeah, I feel like not just here on CBSN, but anytime I look up, sometimes I'll see these technological glitches, which have become a real fact of life as we all connect virtually here.
Oh, yeah.
The president, Lauren, has said that suburban women voters will back him because he will keep their communities and children safe. We heard Michelle Obama, at least part of her speech there, frame this issue differently as sort of a matter of safety, but in a different way. Talk to me about the contrast there. First, from the president, what is the message he's trying to send with this kind of appeal to suburban voters, and what we heard from the former First Lady last night?
I think the president sees a real opportunity in some of the chaos that we've seen in the cities and the defund the police movement to kind of scare people, and remember, fear is the greatest activator of voters, for better or worse. And he has an opportunity to create fear that there isn't going to be security, there isn't going to be law and order in these communities because of some of the Democrats' policies of defund or reimagining the police or what have you. And so he's appealing to voters that way and creating a contrast between his administration and his policies of fully funding the police, law and order, security, all of those things, and what the Democrats are proposing with some of the chaos that we've seen as a result of the protests and other bad actors that are out there right now. I do think that, the appeal...
Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say the appeal towards suburban women... The suburban women voter thing always drives me crazy, because what is a suburban woman voter anymore? I mean, Trump's kind of defining it as a housewife that exists in some of the suburbs. But a lot of the times they're college-educated working women, and it's a very diverse community. And females do not vote in a monolithic block anymore. So I think that when you're talking about appealing to female voters, whether you're the Democrats or the Republicans, you really have to take a more nuanced, issue-based approach and find people where they are in their communities, because this idea that there's a soccer mom that cares only about education and her kids is not the reality anymore.
We have Linda Tran back with us. Apologies for that before, Linda. So Lauren and I were just talking about this sort of contrasting appeal to suburban voters and women in particular. On the one hand, you have President Trump saying that suburban women voters will back him because he will keep their children and communities safe, in contrast to what we heard from Mrs. Obama. Talk to us a little bit about that. Lauren, you just heard, I'm sure, was discussing the fact that it is not a monolith, and the picture of what constitutes a quote-unquote suburban woman, may be a very different thing depending on which audience you're speaking to.
Well, look, none of these demographic groups that we describe when it comes to turnout and voting are monolithic, right? The same applies when you talk about Asian American voters, as well as you and I have talked about before, Elaine. But what I do think is a useful tool is when we think about women in the suburbs, the issues of family and health care and kitchen table concerns are top of mind for that group, regardless of what their heritage may be and their background might be. And so that's why we end up talking about them that way. What was, I think, so devastatingly effective about the former First Lady Michelle Obama's address last night was that she was speaking to these women. She was speaking to moms like me who happen to live in the suburbs about the concerns that we have for our children, the kind of example that we set, the values that we raise them to come up in the world with. And that, I think, really resonated, whether you're somebody who was a diehard Democrat or somebody who's just worried about all of the different crises that our country happens to be grappling with right now, and may or may not be wondering whether the person at the top is the right person for the job. I think that is why there was so much of a positive response to it. I mean, even some of the analysts on the right were responding to the remarks that she made with some accolades. And so I think that is not to be expected necessarily under normal circumstances, and these are not normal times.
That is for sure. Lauren, let me ask you, given what both you and Linda just laid out about this idea of the suburban voter, do you think, would it be effective strategy for the president to recalibrate, in your view, that message to suburban voters?
I do think that he needs to spend a little bit more time on the suburban voter, because I think that it'll end up being a little bit more important than maybe his campaign is thinking. His campaign does have extensive outreach to women generally through Laura Trump, and I think that's where the majority of the good work is going into, convincing these voters that they should stick with President Trump, that he's going to be the best for the next 4 years, especially coming out of this dip in the economy that we have and wanting to rebuild, that he'll the president of law and order, security, all of those things, kind of going through the hierarchy of needs that people really care about, right? You need to provide for your family first. You want to be safe and secure, and then you want to have the opportunity to succeed. And so I do think that while he may not be as pointed and on message for these voters, his campaign has made real strides within those communities to do that.
All right, let's turn to tonight's speakers at the Democratic Convention. Former President Bill Clinton is set to address the convention. A source familiar with his speech tells our colleague Jenna Gibson that the speech will be his sharpest rebuke of President Trump. So, Linda, who are Democrats hoping to reach with this message from the former president? And already on social media, there is criticism, as you can expect, about the messenger himself in this time in 2020 when there has been a reckoning going on, not just on race, but as we know, with the Me Too movement for many, many months now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those concerns are well-founded, that we do have to think really hard about who it is we put at the microphone and who's corroborating the fit for Joe Biden for the job. And what I think they intended was that Bill Clinton, much like Jimmy Carter, as the former chief executive and as somebody who took the helm of this country at a time of crisis and managed to transform the economy into a boom time for jobs and for prosperity, they wanted to have him talk about what it takes to be president, much like with Jimmy Carter. And so I think that's what they were intending there.
All right, well, Lauren, President Clinton will reportedly say, quote, "At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center," and, quote, "There's only chaos." How do you anticipate that the Trump campaign will respond?
I'm just laughing a little because I can't believe they're putting Bill Clinton out. I mean, there was literally photos of him circulating today in coordination, in relation to Jeffrey Epstein and some of the accusations that are going on there in that court case. And in the middle of this, you have Bill Clinton, as we just discussed, as a flawed messenger. I mean, of course, President Trump is going to attack that. And I don't know how anyone can listen to him in the Democratic Party, given where we are as a country right now with women and the Me Too movement, and especially the comments that come out of the Democratic Party saying that they're very committed to this and making sure that women are supported and heard. And then you put Bill Clinton up to be your messenger on this. I just don't know how anybody listens to him.
Yeah, there is a different kind of examination that's taking place with respect to things in the past. It's certainly a lot of scrutiny is being paid over many, many events that have happened. All right, let's move on. I want to ask you about New York Congresswoman and self-described Democratic Socialist Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is also speaking tonight, and our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker poll shows just over half of Democrats view socialism positively, compared to just over a quarter who see it negatively. But among all voters, Linda, a majority are still opposed. So how is the party trying to balance this emerging socialist wing, if you call it that, but with that pitch to the broader voter pool that is out there?
You know, I think the party is very aware that it needs to appeal to and energize and turn out that progressive wing of the party, many of whom either held their noses and voted in 2016 or didn't vote at all. And so they're going to be a very critical part of making sure that Donald Trump doesn't have a second term in office. In addition, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, as we know, the heiress apparent to Bernie Sanders' movement. She's somebody who has also in her own right driven a conversation about revolutionary changes in this country on everything from the Green New Deal to other sorts of issues that are related to working people, childcare, and other issues that are top of mind right now for individuals managing through the pandemic and unprecedented unemployment levels. So this is also an opportunity for the Democratic Party to showcase the next up-and-coming, rising stars, and not only to demonstrate unity across the ideals, but also to show the direction of the country, the direction that the party has the potential to take over the years to come.
And when you hear that, Lauren, as a Republican, what do you think, knowing some of the attack lines that we've already been hearing with respect to, the Biden-Harris ticket, this idea of a quote-unquote move to the radical left?
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be really interesting for moderate voters who are paying attention tonight with AOC's speech, is they are looking at the AOCs of the world and the threat of socialism as a real reason not to support President or, Vice President Biden. And I think that that's going to be key because it's not necessarily, while both parties need heavy turnout with their bases, what they really need is focus on these battleground states, on some of these swing voters. And I was talking to voters in Pennsylvania, for example, a couple of weeks ago, and one of them, was inclined not to support President Trump, but he was so scared of the far left and what that they might do to the country, and that Biden was going to be taken over by, the AOCs of the world, that he would never consider supporting a Democrat in this election. And I think that is going to be very key to the Democrats' appeal to the presidency and path to the presidency, because those are the voters that they are going to need to win, not necessarily getting every single 18-year-old to vote that thinks that socialism is a great idea for the future. They need to really be targeting those swing voters that made a difference in 2016 and in President Obama's election.
All right, we will be watching closely tonight. Linda Tran and Lauren Claffey, thank you both very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
A quick programming note for you. We will have full coverage ahead of tonight's Democratic National Convention. Our pre-show begins at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN. The Postmaster General is suspending controversial changes after reports of delivery delays. More than a dozen states have filed lawsuits to protect the Postal Service. Christina Ruffini reports from the White House.
Facing an uproar, the recently appointed U.S. Postmaster General announced he will suspend controversial changes, including the removal of mailboxes and mail sorting machines that have slowed down mail delivery until after the election.
What he and Donald Trump have been doing is to try to sabotage the operations of the post office.
The change, of course, comes as Democratic lawmakers and postal workers across the nation held a day of action Tuesday.
There is no justification for removing machinery that will help us, assist us in processing the ballots and the mail.
With more Americans expected to vote by mail this year because of the coronavirus, the postmaster had previously warned he couldn't guarantee mail-in ballots in all 50 states would be delivered in time to be counted by November.
President Trump has denied trying to slow down the mail, but he once again questioned the integrity of universal mail-in voting, which is where states automatically send a ballot to every registered voter.
You can't have millions and millions of ballots sent all over the place, sent to people that are dead, sent to dogs, cats, sent everywhere.
Louis DeJoy, a Republican donor with no previous postal management, will face questions from lawmakers on Capitol Hill, starting at the end of this week. Christina Ruffini, CBS News, the White House.
Coming up after the break, Kamala Harris is the first Indian American to appear on a major party's presidential ticket. Ahead, a look at how this fast-growing demographic is making a political impact. Plus, New Zealand's Prime Minister hits back against criticism from President Trump. Why the two are sparring after a recent coronavirus outbreak on the island nation. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down?
Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Senator Kamala Harris will be the first person of Indian heritage to be nominated for vice president on a major party ticket. Axios examined the major political implications for the more than 4 million Americans who identify as Indian. The demographic group is one of the fastest growing, wealthiest, and most educated in the U.S. Axios reporter Fidel Alassane has been covering this, and he joins me now from Washington. Fidel, welcome. Thanks so much for being with us. I just want to preface our conversation by saying what I always say when we have these kind of discussions about demographic groups. We both understand no group is a monolith. We were just saying this with my other guest earlier, but to be clear, we're not suggesting in any way, shape, or form this is a monolithic group. That being said, when you look at the map, Fidel, which states is the Indian American community growing the fastest, and how might this demographic impact those battleground states?
Sure. I mean, the Indian American community just throughout has grown massively over the last 2 decades, almost 40% over the last 2 decades. But specifically in the states of Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Florida, they've grown exponentially. They've grown 117% in those states. Now, like you said, Indian Americans are one of the wealthiest groups in the United States. So, of course, that's important, too, because they have the most capacity to make political donations. So that's of value to candidates in 2022.
Right. That was going to be my next question. You know, what are the factors that play into that, and how has that affected their role in the political arena? I mean, they can then, because they are wealthier, generally speaking, make those contributions to various candidates.
Right. And between 2001 and 2015, about half of the H-1B visas that went out in the United States went to Indian Americans. 90% of those jobs are jobs that require high knowledge in the STEM fields, in science, technology, education, or math. 75% of those require high computer knowledge. So these are high-earning jobs. You just put the graphic on your screen up there. Indian Americans have an annual income of about $139,000. That's more than double America in general, which has about $63,000.
So when you look at all that, how has this growing demographic been reflected in politics aside from Senator Harris's impending nomination? What you point out with the visa situation is an interesting point, given what we've heard, for example, from the Trump administration on that point.
Sure. I mean, there are many ways in which there are nuances to the politics of this. One of them being that the politicians themselves have noticed this exponential growth. They've tried themselves to court the Indian American community. And, you know, President Trump has. President Trump just this year, just this February, bought a 6-figure ad buy, or a 7-figure ad buy, rather, to target the Indian American community. And that was to coincide with a rally he held in India, where he very much spotlighted his relationship to the Indian president, who's a Hindu nationalist, Modi. And so he's made those attempts to court the Indian American community. But Democrats have as well. The nomination of Kamala Harris for Democrats is significant because studies show that when there is a candidate from either an Asian American background or a Latino American background, those groups are more likely to turn out to vote during the elections.
Right. We remember seeing those images back in February, I believe, when President Trump traveled to India and got that huge reception. People just packed into that arena. Prime Minister Modi appearing there on stage. It really was quite remarkable to see that crowd. All right, Fidel Alassane. Fidel, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
President Trump is sparring with New Zealand's Prime Minister over their respective countries' responses to the coronavirus. It follows a sudden rise of infections on the island nation. Ian Lee reports.
New Zealand's Prime Minister hit back at President Trump Tuesday, calling him patently wrong.
Obviously, I don't think there's any comparison between New Zealand's current cluster and the tens of thousands of cases that are being seen daily in the United States.
Jacinda Ardern was responding to these comments made by the president earlier in the day about her country's rise in coronavirus cases.
It was like front page. They beat it because they wanted to show me something. The problem is big surge in New Zealand. So, you know, it's terrible.
That big surge is dozens of new infections since last week, taking the country to a total of nearly 1,300 cases and only 22 deaths since the pandemic began. That, compared to the United States, which currently has 5.2 million cases, more than the population of New Zealand.
We are still one of the best performing countries in the world when it comes to COVID. Our work is focused on keeping it that way.
New Zealand had eliminated the virus after a strict lockdown. But with this recent cluster, the country once again is conducting mass testing and enforcing a new lockdown in its largest city. Schools and other public places are closed in hopes to once again defeat the disease. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
The Democratic Party delivers their plan and their candidates. CBS News will help you make sense of a convention unlike any other. Join Norah O'Donnell for the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Watch live at 8:30 on CBSN. The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down?
Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The reboot of Roseanne is over.
Kevin Hart stepped down following an outcry.
Sanders is retracting his endorsement.
When institutions are criticized, that shame can be productive.
The editor-in-chief of Bon Appetit magazine has resigned.
I focus on people who have hoarded power, money, and status.
What folks are doing is saying that this is not acceptable for our society.
You're simply failing to reason.
Why the is he here?
I remember comments like, you deserve to die.
We're human. We've all made 1,000 mistakes.
You can watch CBSN Bay Area 24/7. It's easy to find us and it's free. One way to watch us is on our website. Go to kpix.com and you'll be instantly connected to CBSN Bay Area. You can also watch by downloading the free CBS News app. At the bottom of the screen is a live button. And here we are, CBSN Bay Area. We're also available on Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Roku, and Xbox One. Join us.
It has been a day of raw emotion as this city and the country mourned a man whose death has inspired a movement.
State police are here. Behind them, firefighters dousing the flames.
What do you hope comes from this?
This is what's coming from it. The change is here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. We are a little less than half an hour away from the start of the second night of the virtual Democratic National Convention. Tonight, the party aims to bridge generations from former President Bill Clinton to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Michelle Obama's closing speech last night praised Joe Biden as a man of good character while attacking President Trump by name. It was an unprecedented move for a former First Lady. Tonight's theme is Leadership Matters. Like yesterday, some speakers will be coming in live, while other messages will be pre-recorded. For more, let's bring in Michigan State Representative Mari Manoogian. She has been given a speaking slot for tonight and has been called a rising star in the Democratic Party. Representative, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I just want to start with a little bit of background. Politically, part of the area you represent, specifically suburban Oakland County, was for decades a GOP stronghold. Why do you think that you were selected to speak on this night, and what will your message be?
Sure. So I think there's a couple of big messages that I want to make sure that the American people hear from us tonight here in Oakland County. The first is that we have brought change to this county up and down the ticket. I was elected in 2018. I grew up in this district and am very very proud to represent the hometown that I grew up in. And I'm just want to say that, times have changed here. Republican voters who used to vote straight Republican have seen their party leave them. The values that they hold dear, being, good neighbors to one another and being kind, that's simply not the values they see reflected in the current version of the Republican Party. And so we've seen them cross over to vote for Democrats, people who are coming to them with kitchen table issues and giving them solutions to the problems they see very clearly in their everyday lives.
Well, we have seen a shift in your party to the more progressive sort of flank recently. How do you navigate that, where you are right now? How have you adapted to that?
Sure. Well, this is the one thing I will say is that I was raised by a union leader. My dad was a union utility worker who worked in bucket trucks throughout the city of Detroit and in all different parts of our state, making sure we were keeping the lights on throughout our community. And my mother was a vocational rehabilitation counselor. So I have, two really, really strong parents, really blessed to have them raise me with values that I hold near and dear. And so whether, you identify as a progressive or as a moderate, you have a home in this Democratic Party, and our values are reflective of that. And so for me, as a young person, there are some issues that I see that we have to have very bold, progressive policy positions on. And I'm not afraid to take that position. And this is the thing. I knocked over 10,000 doors personally in my district in 2018. We knocked 50,000 doors as a team. And what voters took from us was that I was going to have firm convictions, that I was going to be true to my values and my roots. And they've entrusted me with that. And I'm hopeful that they'll continue to do the same thing here in the 2020 election as well.
What about from a generational perspective? As I understand it, you are 27 years old. Is that correct? What
That's
specifically
correct.
is it that you? What is it that you specifically want to see from a potential Biden-Harris administration?
So aside from all of the big issues we have at hand here, I don't want people to lose sight of the fact that we are still in the middle of a global public health crisis, and that our country is still struggling with making sure we can get folks the unemployment benefits that they need, making sure that our frontline workers have everything they need to be safe when they're serving their communities. So that's incredibly important. I think that's very much something I'd like to see the Biden-Harris administration center on. But also, something that we know to be true from this keynote address is that the Biden-Harris administration will center young voices at the table. And this is not just a game, or this is not just sort of a symbol. This is true. I'm in close contact with the Biden campaign very regularly, and this is a very genuine outreach. So I know that the voices of young folks are going to be at the table during this administration.
President Trump, as you know, narrowly won Michigan in 2016. Our CBS News polling is the state favoring Joe Biden currently by 8 points. What do you think is going to be the biggest thing on the minds of Michigan voters come November? I realize it's a little bit of a crystal ball question because that's still, at least given our sense of time and space today, in some people's minds might seem a very long time from now. Anything can happen between now and November. But you're someone who has lived there, grew up there. What do you think is going to be most important to people in Michigan come November?
Hey, this is the question that is on the minds of voters every time they go to the ballot box. And this is, this election, it couldn't be truer. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And as far as I can tell in my district, the answer is no. We are still dealing with a global pandemic, and our country has just been so grossly underprepared because the response was just so collapsed. And it's just so unfortunate that at every turn there were opportunities to put us on the right path, and the Trump administration simply was unable to do so or unwilling to do so. And so I know that voters in my district see that there is a clear choice here, and the choice for bold leadership and leadership during times of crisis, that Joe Biden is the one that led us out of the auto collapse. And that he's the one who's been there for Michiganders. And I know that Michigan will be delivered for Joe Biden come November.
You know, polling has also shown an enthusiasm gap when you talk about people supporting Joe Biden versus those supporting President Trump. And we heard from former First Lady Michelle Obama yesterday that in order for Joe Biden to come out on top, of course, voter turnout needs to be high. What do you think is the key to making that actually happen?
The key to making voter turnout actually happen is meeting voters where they are. And whether that means, socially distanced lit drops so you can make sure that your message is getting out to voters, or like my team has been doing very regularly, making phone calls to voters, encouraging them to vote, making sure that folks who have absentee ballots know that they need to turn those in early and drop them off at those drop boxes so they don't risk them getting lost in the mail or having them delivered late. Just making sure that candidates up and down the ticket, people like me in the state legislatures, anybody who's even above in Congress and beyond, that we are doing voter turnout and we are engaging folks where they are. That's going to be critical this election cycle.
All right, Michigan State Representative Mari Manoogian. Representative, thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Coming up, another Republican is set to show support for Joe Biden tonight. More on this evening's lineup when we return. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Push me. Take your hands off of me unless you plan to arrest me.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Well, Walter, as you can see, I'm sorry to be out of breath, but somebody belted me in the stomach doing that. What happened is a Georgia delegate, at least he had a Georgia delegate sign on, was being hauled out of the hall. We tried to talk to him to see who he was and what the situation was. And at that instant, the security people, well, as you can see, put me on the deck. I didn't do very well.
I think we've got a bunch of thugs here, Dan. If I may be permitted to say so.
Well, mind you, Walter, I'm all right. It's all in a day's work.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative. And truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
In a few minutes, when Milwaukee Mayor Tom Barrett issues the call to order for the 2020 DNC, delegates will be tuning in from all across the country. In past pandemic-free election cycles, reporters get a front row seat to talk to the candidates and delegates shaping a party's future. Instead, this year, many journalists, yours included, yours truly, are at home or at work watching the same produced feed as everyone else. It is changing the game of convention political reporting. For more on what it's like to cover a virtual convention, I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killian from Wilmington, Delaware. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, and Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. Welcome to you both. You know, Caitlin, in the break, I was just sort of whining a little bit about how I miss our post back at the broadcast center when we used to sit around on nights like this together and have our analysts and everybody in one place. It was a different way of absorbing what was happening out in the field. What's your observation, Caitlin, on the effectiveness now of how these messages are being transmitted, good or bad, in this virtual construct that we are all now very much a part of?
Elaine, I really miss being in person with you as well. Some really fun times around that table. I'm glad to be out in the field for the first time really in 5 months, because this is a campaign that has been existing because of the pandemic primarily online. And so you have this, you used to have kind of real life and a social media life. Instagram versus reality. Well, now that is all blended together. And so you have, in terms of the people watching a convention, they're sitting at home. They're used to this world in which we live our social lives online. There's always been a trend going towards that. Even in in-person events, there's always been this goal to be able to produce some kind of viral social media type of moment. Now that's even more pronounced. We saw that in some of the speeches last night. We're going to continue to see Democrats try to create moments with without an audience, with a more scripted kind of presentation, but again, trying to get the message across to people who are either watching at home on TV or on their computers or on these phones, quite frankly. So it has certainly changed the game, but it is important to note that over the next couple of months, this is also going to be a reality, that the campaign is going to be likely an online campaign as far as the Democrats are concerned. So this week is really a trial run for what's to come.
You know, Nicole, this has very much been such a restricted kind of atmosphere for journalists to try and cover these campaigns, as Caitlin just outlined. You know, this is her first time out in the field in how many months now? So I want to ask you about accessibility to the candidate. It's been interesting because we've seen Joe Biden do these conversations, let's call them, with people like Lin-Manuel Miranda and Cardi B. What kind of access, if any, has there been for reporters who want to do sit-down interviews of the kind, these extended kind of interviews with Joe Biden himself? Has that been happening at all?
Well, to a certain extent, but certainly one of the issues remains just the ability to ask a candidate questions on a rope line, for instance, or, even if the convention was actually gathering in person, that would be an opportunity too. And so obviously, as you both alluded to, in this virtual space, some of those opportunities have now been few and far between. We do know the vice president will be sitting down for an interview later this week that will air on another network along with Senator Kamala Harris, his running mate. It will be their first joint interview, so there is that coming up. But look, it is a challenge, and as far as the former vice president, kind of doing some of these other talks with Lin-Manuel Miranda or Cardi B, the campaign would argue that it is taking an innovative approach and using unconventional methods to try to reach out to a variety of different demographics. In the case of Lin-Manuel Miranda, this was an event that was part of the Latino Victory Fund, which is an organization that promotes getting more Latinos into elected office. It's certainly a demographic that the former vice president is targeting and will need as part of his coalition. And as far as Cardi B is concerned, look, she checks off a number of boxes. This was an interview that was done for Elle magazine, a woman's magazine. Cardi B is Bernie Sanders supporter. She's made no bones about that. And so, by speaking to someone like her, he's reaching out to younger voters. He's reaching out to minority voters. He's reaching out to women voters. So, certainly the campaign sees a strategy to that.
Right. Certainly, though, as others have pointed out, reporters, especially like Caitlin, I'm sure would have really enjoyed the opportunity. I know Caitlin and our colleague Ed O'Keefe have highlighted the fact that when you just look, comparatively speaking, at the number of times President Trump has appeared before the cameras, obviously a much different situation. He's at the White House. There's a press corps there. Nevertheless, there is something about having an opportunity for journalists to go ahead and pose questions in an extended fashion. So we look forward to hearing and seeing whether or not there'll be some availability increasing to Joe Biden here in the future. Nicole, Bill Clinton is going to be speaking tonight. He left office in 2001 with a 93% approval rating among Democrats in our latest poll, though just 56% say they wanted to hear him speak at this year's convention. Now, that's lower than anyone that our surveys unit asked about, besides John Kasich. How different is the Democratic Party that Bill Clinton is addressing tonight compared to when he left the White House?
Well, it is a different party to a certain extent, certainly a more diverse party, still a Big Tent party. But, one could argue, and as you also mentioned in a previous segment, tonight is about highlighting some of these up and coming rising stars. And as far as the former president is concerned, a big theme tonight is leadership matters. And so that at the end of the day, while he may not be the most popular Democrat in the room, he still is a leader of the party, a former president. And, I think what you will hear from him tonight more specifically is kind of getting back to one of those signature slogans that he made popular during his own campaign. It's the economy, stupid. And so we are told that he really will drill down on this issue of the economy, really delivering perhaps what could be one of his strongest rebukes to date of the current president, really blaming him for getting us into this economic mess, even amid the pandemic, and also how Joe Biden could be the person to get the country out of this. So I think that is some of the messaging that you will hear from the former president. We only expect he's going to get a few minutes to speak tonight, but again, that is all because of the condensed nature of this virtual convention.
Right. Well, Caitlin, before tonight's proceedings, the DNC released a teaser clip from the wife of the late Senator John McCain talking about his friendship with Joe Biden. Let's play a clip.
It was a friendship that shouldn't have worked. John, a former Navy pilot just released from a North Vietnamese prison. Joe, a young senator from Delaware.
Legislative assistance.
But in the 1970s, Joe was assigned a military aide for a trip overseas.
I was the Navy's Senate liaison and used to carry your bags on overseas trips.
The son of a gun never carried my bags. He was supposed to carry my bags, damn it, but he never carried my bags.
They would just sit and joke. It was like a comedy show sometimes to watch the two of them.
Caitlin, what message is the Democratic Party trying to send with that?
You almost forget that John McCain ran against Obama and Biden in 2008, right. And that is a real representation of kind of the shifts within some in the Republican Party, and that's something that the Democrats are trying to highlight tonight. They are trying, and this week, they're trying to present their party as Nicole mentioned, a big tent and one that includes Republicans, or as we would hear Pete Buttigieg on the campaign trail call, for future former Republicans. This has been a goal for Democrats to be able to show a diversity but within their own party, but also create a home for disaffected Republicans, those who would traditionally vote for a Republican nominee, but who are disenchanted, discouraged, dismayed by President Trump. So they are trying to create that environment, and Cindy McCain's endorsement is reflective of that. Questions, however, for Democrats about whether the highlighting of all of these Republicans is kind of coming before the rising stars, the more progressive members of the party. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for example, has only been given about a minute to speak at the convention tonight. She is someone that is obviously young, the youngest woman elected to Congress, someone who represents a more progressive future, perhaps, of the Democratic Party. So do these new Republican voices overtake some of these more progressive voices? And we'll see probably some criticism from some Democrats on that.
Yeah, we'll see how that's perceived. All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killion, thank you. We're going to come back to you in a moment. We are getting closer to the start of night 2 of the Democratic National Committee's virtual convention. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
We're just moments away from night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. As we've mentioned, tonight's theme is Leadership Matters, featuring speeches from former President Bill Clinton, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, former Secretary of State John Kerry, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Jill Biden. For a final look at what we can expect, let's bring back CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns and CBS News correspondent Nicole Killion. And CBS News political director Caitlin Conant also joins the conversation from Washington. All right, so let's get these final thoughts ahead of night 2, starting with you, Caitlin Conant.
Hi. Well, I just heard Caitlin Huey Burns talking about missing being on the road. And I did not think I'd be sitting here from my living room tonight. So I think one thing we have to acknowledge is how unusual this all is. It's the first time we're going to see a virtual roll call vote across 57 states and territories, where that is how Biden will be voted to get the nomination. That's unusual and something historic, and I think we should all take a step back to think about that. Also, with the keynote address tonight, this is usually a moment where a future up-and-comer, like then State Senator Barack Obama, has a moment. And those of us, all three of us, have covered conventions before. And part of the fun is seeing the drama on the floor and the way the delegates react to these future leaders and the buzz or not so good press that some of these people might get after the fact. And so they're trying to do that virtually tonight by having 17 leaders who are the future of the party do that. But I think in many ways it's not going to be exactly the same, and we just have to accept that for what it is in this very, very strange year that started with no results at the Iowa caucuses.
Right. Nicole, let me ask you the same question. Final thoughts here ahead of this second night of the convention.
Well, you know, I too will be looking forward to this roll call because that's such a signature moment of these conventions. And I've been so curious about how it's going to work. And, you know, we're told that you will still see those state markers. You know, I think of all the conventions in the past and, you know, so you see all the delegations are rallied around their state. So there will be a taste or hint of that is what we expect. And then the other thing I think that will be important to focus on is Dr. Jill Biden. You know, she is Joe Biden's biggest cheerleader. And the last time I saw her on the campaign trail was also months ago in that South Carolina primary where her husband had that resounding win, and she was very confident and had a lot of faith that her husband would do well in Super Tuesday, which he ultimately did. And that, in essence, sealed his nomination, more or less. It certainly sealed his front-runner status in the party, especially after getting off to kind of a sluggish start. So she's always had her husband's back, and I think you will get that same sentiment as she addresses the audience today, which will be here in Wilmington from a school that she taught at 30 years ago.
Yeah. Caitlin Huey Burns, I think that South Carolina primary was the last time I was on the road. This whole thing is making me very nostalgic. That said, some final thoughts from you heading into night two.
Absolutely, and echoing Nicole and Caitlin and looking at the ways in which conventions have been that launching pad for rising stars. Tonight you're going to see kind of the opposite effect. Someone like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has a larger-than-life platform already, being given just a minute to talk tonight. But how does she contrast with someone like Bill Clinton? I think this kind of shows the progression and evolution of the Democratic Party in one night. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how both of those speeches are received and interpreted by an audience that is watching this and living pretty much all online.
Yeah, you know, it's such an interesting point as we get into what we think are maybe the final seconds here before the start of night two. Caitlin Conant, what are your thoughts here? We've already seen criticism on social media of the fact that in this day and age of a reckoning that is continuing to happen, not just on race, but of course for many, many months now, the Me Too movement, to have someone like former President Bill Clinton speak.
Well, I think they're really trying to have Bill Clinton hit home on the economy. And we got a preview of his remarks tonight. And this is something where he is going to really have a stark contrast with President Trump. What I'm really interested in here is how much are we going to hear about President Trump tonight? Because last night, a lot of it was painting a contrast on him with leadership, with domestic politics and how he'd handle getting us through these challenges today differently than the current president. But we didn't hear a lot about global affairs, and we also didn't really hear a lot about a Biden agenda. We actually heard the most about that from his chief rival in the primaries, which is Bernie Sanders. He actually gave specifics of what a first term of a Biden presidency would be like. So I think looking forward, I'll be curious to hear what we get on that.
All right, and with that, Caitlin Huey Burns, Nicole Killion, and Caitlin Conant, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and listen in to the Democratic National Convention.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My fellow Americans,
2020
This is my country. Many of us have fought hard for the right to say that. Many are now struggling today from the Harlem to Da Nang so that they may say this with conviction. This is our country.
We are a people in a quandary about the present. We are a people in search of our future.
We must make the American people hear our tale of two cities. We must convince them that we don't have to settle for two cities, that we can have one city, indivisible, shining for all of its people.
If you give us a chance, we can perform. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
The American dream is not a sprint or even a marathon, but a relay. Our families don't always cross the finish line in the span of one generation, but each generation passes on to the next the fruits of their labor.
We are one people, all of us pledging allegiance to the Stars and Stripes, all of us defending the United States of America.
Welcome.
Welcome
to the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
This is a different kind of convention. Look at the camera and smile.
And this
is a different kind of keynote.
is a different kind of keynote. This year,
all of us are on stage,
and we've got a lot to say.
Let's get real. There's a lot riding on this election.
When we're facing the biggest economic and health crisis in generations, because our president didn't and still doesn't have a plan.
When doctors, nurses, and home healthcare aides in Philadelphia have to risk their own lives to protect others because there's not enough protective equipment.
When factory workers in Ohio are faced with dangerous conditions because this administration hasn't given clear guidance on how to protect our people.
When teachers in Gwinnett County, Georgia, and across the country are being asked to return to the classroom without a plan to keep them safe, and parents are exhausted juggling full-time work and full-time childcare.
And visiting our parents and grandparents through the window of a nursing home, worrying all the time that they'll get sick.
When unemployment in North Charleston, South Carolina, a city I represent, has risen nearly fourfold, and evictions are putting families out on the street in the middle of a pandemic.
Make no mistake, it didn't have to be this bad. In the early days of the virus, Donald Trump didn't listen to the experts. And then he said something that a president should never say.
He said, I don't take responsibility at all.
No responsibility.
No leadership.
No plan.
He still doesn't have a plan. Donald Trump just doesn't understand. We can't fix our economy until we get a hold of the virus.
While working families are struggling, he's looking out for the people who are already doing just fine. The wealthy, the big corporations, the donors to his campaign. He's looking out for himself.
But there's one person who's looking out for us.
All of us.
And that's Joe Biden.
Joe called it. We are in a battle for the soul of our nation.
But Joe knows we can never let hard times turn us against each other.
And we can never stop doing the hard work to make things right.
That's
why we ran for office.
Even when people counted us out. Even when there had never been a Latina in the Nevada State Senate.
Or a Democrat elected as Florida Commissioner of Agriculture in nearly 3 decades.
Or an openly gay man in the Georgia State Legislature. When Birmingham hadn't had a mayor this young in 120 years.
We ran for office because we know the struggles American families are facing. Because we've lived them.
We've lived the insecurity and the indignity of an eviction notice.
I, like many of you,
have lived the frustration of paying off student loans.
We have lived the grief of losing loved ones to gun violence and the criminal justice system that unfairly targets our communities.
We have lived that feeling of helplessness when someone you love is very sick and access to healthcare is a matter of life and death.
By the way, Joe Biden has lived a lot of this too.
He was raised in a middle-class family in Scranton, Pennsylvania and Claymont, Delaware.
He watched his dad look for work and learned that a job is about so much more than a paycheck. It's about dignity and respect.
He was sworn into office from the hospital room of his 2 young sons after a car crash killed his wife and infant daughter.
He knows what it's like to thank God you have health care.
He knows what it's like to work hard for everything you've got.
He knows what it's like to send a child off to war.
And he'll never forget who he's fighting for.
I look around my district in North Texas, and I see the people who built this country. The educators, like the single mom who raised me. The men and women on the front lines of our healthcare system. You built this country.
Small business owners, like the ones whose shops and restaurants line the streets of Birmingham, Michigan.
Charleston, South Carolina.
Of tribal nations. Line the streets of Philadelphia and bring our communities to life. You built this country.
The nurses in Memphis who came out of retirement to treat patients during this pandemic. You built this country.
And you know what? You deserve more than the constant chaos that Donald Trump delivers.
You deserve health care you can afford, a job that pays you fairly. You deserve child care and paid sick leave while you work. And when you pay into Social Security and Medicare, you deserve to know it will be there when you retire.
And that's why we ran.
And thanks to the voters across the country in both red states and blue states,
we won. A new generation of leaders is rising up.
And with Joe Biden in the White House, there's no limit to what we can do.
In Nevada, we're making drug prices more transparent, so people with chronic illnesses won't go broke while drug companies get rich.
Joe's working to protect and expand the Affordable Care Act. He'll make sure millions of people keep their coverage and no one can be denied for a pre-existing condition. He'll bring down the cost of health care and prescription drugs too, giving tax credits to working families and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices.
That's a big effing deal.
That's a big effing deal. Because Joe knows we can't have a healthy economy if people can't afford health care.
But let's remember, Donald Trump is suing to take health care coverage away from more than 20 million Americans and eliminate protections for over 100 million with pre-existing conditions.
In the middle of a pandemic.
In Texas, we're standing up for fierce women like my mom and my tias who raised me to never back down from a tough fight. So we're fighting to make sure that mothers have access to health screenings for safe pregnancies and childbirth. And we're bringing long overdue justice to survivors of sexual assault.
Joe Biden has been fighting for women his entire career. As senator, he authored the Violence Against Women Act. And as president, he'll restore funding for Planned Parenthood. He will codify Roe v. Wade and make reducing maternal mortality, especially for women of color, a top priority.
In Florida, on the front lines of our climate crisis, we're working to produce more renewable energy and shrink our carbon footprint.
Joe has a major plan to invest in clean energy, jobs, and infrastructure.
In the House of Representatives, we're closing loopholes to ensure local infrastructure projects use American-made materials and local labor, and support American manufacturing.
Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden will actually enforce Buy American rules, investing in American-made clean energy, building materials, high-tech equipment, and R&D, all creating more good jobs.
In Michigan, we're banning business practices that have exploited workers and cost them hundreds of millions of dollars in lost wages.
When unemployment is the highest rate since the Great Depression, when millions of people have seen their hours and pay slash, Joe knows it's not enough to rebuild the economy the way it was before. We've got to build it back better.
He'll build an economy that rewards work, not wealth, and get rid of the Trump tax cuts that only benefit big corporations and the rich. And then he'll invest in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, and in getting small businesses up and running again.
Take it from me. When you're in the trenches, you want Joe Biden right there next to you.
When I wanted to marry the man I loved, Joe Biden was the first national figure to support me and my family.
Appreciate you, man.
When the auto industry was going under, Joe stuck his neck out to protect it and helped save 1.5 million auto jobs.
When our economy was on the brink, Joe led the recovery effort that created millions of jobs, including here in Western Pennsylvania. Under his leadership, America bounced back with the longest economic expansion in history.
You know, the one Trump brags about creating?
That's what happens when Joe Biden is in your corner. Working families get a fair shot.
He understands that leadership means fighting for the people who built this country. All of you.
All of us.
This nation belongs to all of us. And in every election, we choose how we will create a more perfect union. Not by taking sides, but by taking stock of where we are and what we need. This year's choice could not be more clear. America faces a triple threat: a public health catastrophe, an economic collapse, and a reckoning with racial justice and inequality. So our choice is clear: a steady, experienced public servant who can lead us out of this crisis just like he's done before, or a man who only knows how to deny and distract, a leader who cares about our families, or a president who only cares about himself. We know Joe Biden. America, we need Joe Biden. To make your voice heard, text VOTE to 30330. In a democracy, we do not elect saviors. We cast our ballots for those who see our struggles and pledge to serve, who hear our dreams and work to make them real, who defend our way of life by protecting our right to vote. Faced with a president of cowardice, Joe Biden is a man of proven courage. He will restore our moral compass by confronting our challenges, not by hiding from them or undermining our elections to keep his job. In a time of voter suppression at home and authoritarians abroad, Joe Biden will be a champion for free and fair elections, for a public health system that keeps us safe, for an economy that we build back better than before, and for accountability and integrity in our system of justice. We stand with Joe Biden because this isn't just about defeating Donald Trump. We are in this to win for America. So let's get it done.
Hello, I'm Tracy Ellis Ross, and how exciting to hear from young elected leaders from across the country. A perfect way to begin night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, Uniting America. Tonight is all about leadership. This unprecedented moment calls for leadership, steady, inclusive leadership, driven by people who understand that our democracy is based on the value of each and every one of us being treated with dignity and respect. Leaders who respond to the needs of hardworking Americans who, right this minute, are unable to pay rent, put food on the table, and keep their loved ones safe. As a Black woman, I find myself at a crucial intersection in American politics. For far too long, Black female leadership in this country has been utilized without being acknowledged or valued. But we are turning the tide. Hello, Kamala. Her nomination is historic for anyone who believes in we the people. Like Senator Harris and many we saw in the keynote, today's leaders emerge from communities that have long been underrepresented. They're charting new paths in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, Charlotta Bass, Fannie Lou Hamer, and John Lewis. They get in good trouble, necessary trouble. They call things out otherwise ignored, elevating our nation and changing the course of our lives for the better. With every vote we cast for forward-thinking, honest leaders, we chip away at ingrained systems of inequity, and we bend the arc of justice. True leaders make sure that policy is informed by all of us, bridging our burdened past to a safe, equitable, and even joyful future. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are that bridge, heeding voices from within the movement for racial justice, listening to the people, and acting with empathy and compassion to reflect our shared humanity. Tonight, we'll hear from a number of American leaders, including former acting U.S. Attorney General Sally Yates, who refused to defend an unconstitutional travel ban and paid for it with her job.
The threat to this nation, to our democracy, is real. It's clear and it's present. You've watched the president now for 3 years. Look at what he's doing. Instilling fear. I mean, not joking. Instilling fear. Sowing division. Stoking racial division. Undercutting every institution that was designed to check the abuse of power by the president or anyone else. All this for what reason? All this in order to solidify his base and expand his power.
Good evening. I'm Sally Yates. Speaking at a political convention is something I never expected to be doing. But the future of our democracy is at stake. I'm here in my hometown of Atlanta, where as a young lawyer, I joined our nation's Justice Department. For nearly 30 years, through Democratic and Republican administrations, I worked alongside my DOJ colleagues to advance our nation's promise of equal justice. I served as Deputy Attorney General in the Obama-Biden administration and stayed on as Acting Attorney General for the Trump transition. Then, 10 days in, I was fired for refusing to defend President Trump's shameful and unlawful Muslim travel ban. That was the start of his relentless attacks on our democratic institutions and countless dedicated public servants. Like me, these officials didn't swear an oath to a person or a party. Public servants promised to defend our Constitution, uphold our laws, and work on behalf of the American people. But from the moment President Trump took office, he's used his position to benefit himself rather than our country. He's trampled the rule of law, trying to weaponize our Justice Department to attack his enemies and protect his friends. Rather than standing up to Vladimir Putin, he fawns over a dictator who is still trying to interfere in our elections. He's even trying to sabotage our postal service to keep people from being able to vote. His constant attacks on the FBI, the free press, inspectors general, federal judges, they all have one purpose: to remove any check on his abuse of power. Put simply, he treats our country like it's his family business, this time bankrupting our nation's moral authority at home and abroad. But our country doesn't belong to him. It belongs to all of us. Joe Biden embraces that. He has spent his entire life putting our country first. He has never backed down from a challenge or a bully. He summons the best in us and lives by the values that define us as Americans: service, integrity, courage, compassion. There are countless stories of Joe Biden reaching out to someone in their moment of need. Well, this is our country's moment of need. We need a president who respects our laws and the privilege of public service, who reflects our values and cares about our people. We need a president who will restore the soul of America. We need Joe Biden.
Over the last 4 years, we have experienced failed leadership under Donald J. Trump.
We've had to deal with this insanity.
I've watched our country deteriorate.
The cover-ups, the lying, the favoritism.
The disregard for the Constitution.
Donald Trump has failed America.
It is time for us to reclaim our constitutional and democratic values.
We need to prove to the world, and most importantly, prove to ourselves that we are better than this.
We need an experienced leader. A leader that has passion, integrity, and strategic leadership skills.
And his name is Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden is that leader.
And he really wants the best for this country.
He understands and respects our democracy, the rule of law, and the U.S. Constitution.
He will move toward creating a more perfect union.
Hi, this is Senator Chuck Schumer, Democratic leader from my hometown, Brooklyn, New York. Behind me is a sight I see out of my window every night, the Statue of Liberty, the same sight that greeted hopeful immigrants like my grandparents, a symbol of freedom and a beacon of hope to the world. Today, Donald Trump has divided our country, diminished our greatness, and demeaned everything that this statue represents. He even hid in a bunker as Americans were tear-gassed and beaten. Millions are jobless. 170,000 Americans have died from COVID. And Donald Trump says it is what it is. President should never say it is what it is. President Lincoln, honoring the great sacrifice at Gettysburg, didn't say it is what it is. President Roosevelt, seeing a third of the nation ill-housed, ill-clad, and ill-nourished, didn't say it is what it is. America, Donald Trump has quit on you. We need a president with dignity, integrity, and the experience to lead us out of this crisis. A man with a steady hand and a big heart who will never, ever quit on America. That man is my friend, Joe Biden. He will be a great president. But if we're going to win this battle for the soul of our nation, Joe can't do it alone. Democrats must take back the Senate. We will stay united, from Sanders and Warren to Manchin and Warner. And with our unity, we will bring bold and dramatic change to our country. Let me tell you some of the things we do. With President Biden, Vice President Harris, and a Democratic majority, we will make health care affordable for all. We'll undo the vicious inequality of income and wealth that has plagued America for far too long, and we'll take strong, decisive action to combat climate change and save the planet. We will protect voting rights, fight systemic racism in the criminal justice system and in our economy, and restore a Supreme Court that looks out for people, not corporations. We'll rebuild our infrastructure and make sure every home, from inner city to rural America, has broadband. We will save the post office and once and for all defeat COVID-19, this evil disease. And, beckoned by the lady behind us, we will reform our immigration system so that immigrants yearning to breathe free will at last become American citizens. Together, we can reignite the hope once felt by millions of men and women, huddled masses on creaking ships, who glimpsed this mighty woman with her torch, knowing they could build a better life here in America. And out of this long national nightmare, America will finally awaken to a brighter future and a new day.
Senator Chuck Schumer reminding us that leadership requires integrity and accountability. Real leaders don't ask what we can do for them, they ask what they can do for us. In a minute, we will hear from two former presidents, and they're going to speak to that. But first, here are Caroline Kennedy and her son, Jack Schlossberg.
60 years ago, in a crowded LA stadium, my father accepted the Democratic nomination for president. He challenged Americans to look to the future and join him on a journey toward a new frontier.
It was a call to the young at heart, regardless of age or party. Times have changed, but the themes of my grandfather's speech, courage, unity, and patriotism are as important today as they were in 1960. And once again, we need a leader who believes America's best days are yet to come. We need Joe Biden.
I've admired Joe Biden since I was a Senate intern in 1974. He shared my Uncle Teddy's commitment to civil rights, women's rights, and working families. He was a senator who cared, who led, who inspired. That's why I helped choose him to be Barack Obama's running mate in 2008. When I was U.S. Ambassador to Japan, I got to see Vice President Biden in action. He stepped off Air Force Two wearing his aviator glasses and a big smile, radiating American optimism and generosity. I saw a leader who was tough but fair, who commanded the trust and respect of other nations, and who always put America's interests first. Joe Biden's lifetime of public service reflects his unwavering commitment to our highest ideals.
In this election, our future is on the ballot. For my generation, it will define the rest of our lives. We need to tackle climate change. We need to end systemic racial injustice. We need to make healthcare available for everybody, and we need to rebuild an economy that helps working families. We can do this. We can reach these new frontiers, but only with a president who asks what he can do for our country and what together we can do to build a better world. It's up to us. Let's get it done. Let's elect Joe Biden, the next President of the United States.
It's a great pleasure for Jimmy and me to join you in celebrating our next President of the United States, Joe Biden. We've known and admired Joe and Jill for many years, and most recently, I've worked with him on tackling the demands faced by the more than 53 million unpaid caregivers in our country who are juggling work and other family responsibilities and putting their own physical and mental health and well-being at risk. Joe knows well, too well, the sorrows and struggles of being a family caregiver. From Joe's time as a young widower, thrust into single parenthood with a demanding job, to he and Jill caring for their own parents and their son Bo at the end of their lives. He knows caregiving is hard, even on the good days. Jill and I also know the challenges of caregiving for those who served in the military and returned with visible and invisible wounds, and we know those caregivers need a leader in the White House. Jimmy and I are voting for Joe because he recognizes the challenges facing our families and has the heart and the talent to make life better for all Americans.
When I ran for president in 1976, Joe Biden was my first and most effective supporter in the Senate. For decades, he has been my loyal and dedicated friend. Joe has the experience, character, and decency to bring us together and restore America's greatness. We deserve a person with integrity and judgment, someone who is honest and fair, someone who is committed to what is best for the American people. Joe is that kind of leader, and he is the right person for this moment in our nation's history. He understands that honesty and dignity are essential traits that determine not only our vision, but our actions. More than ever, that's what we need. During these uncertain times, Joe Biden realizes that many American lives can be saved each day through the use of masks and testing, as recommended by our medical experts. Joe Biden must be our next president.
Good evening. A presidential election is the world's most important job interview. At the end, we hire a leader to help us solve problems, create opportunities, and give our kids better tomorrows. That's a tall order this year, with the COVID-19 outbreak on a path to killing 200,000 people and destroying millions of jobs and small businesses. How did Donald Trump respond? At first, he said the virus was under control and would soon disappear. When it didn't, he was on TV every day bragging on what a great job he was doing, while our scientists waited to give us vital information. When he didn't like the expert advice he was given, he ignored it. Only when COVID exploded in even more states did he encourage people to wear masks. By then, many more were dying. When asked about the surge in deaths, he shrugged and said, "It is what it is." But did it have to be this way? No. COVID hit us much harder than it had to. We have just 4% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's COVID cases. Our unemployment rate is more than twice as high as South Korea's, 2.5 times the United Kingdom's, more than 3 times Japan's. Donald Trump says we're leading the world. Well, we are the only major industrial economy to have its unemployment rate tripled. At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center. There's only chaos. Just one thing never changes: his determination to deny responsibility and shift the blame. The buck never stops there. Now you have to decide whether to renew his contract or hire someone else. If you want a president who defines the job as spending hours a day watching TV and zapping people on social media, he's your man. Denying, distracting, and demeaning works great if you're trying to entertain or inflame. But in a real crisis, it collapses like a house of cards. COVID just doesn't respond to any of that. To beat it, you've got to actually go to work and deal with the facts. Our party is united in offering you a very different choice: a go-to-work president, a down-to-earth, get-the-job-done guy, a man with a mission to take responsibility, not shift the blame, concentrate, not distract, unite, not divide. Our choice is Joe Biden. Joe helped bring us back from a recession before, and he can do it again. In 2009, Barack Obama and Joe Biden started with the worst economy since the Great Depression. And when they were done, they delivered more than 6 straight years of job growth. What did Joe do? He accepted responsibility for implementing the Recovery Act. His work created a lot of new jobs and started many new companies in communities across our country. Now Joe's committed to building America back again. How? He's given us smart, detailed plans to invest in areas vital to our future: innovative financing for modern factories and small businesses, good jobs in green energy and conservation to combat climate change, a modern infrastructure that brings small town and rural America the connectivity and investment others take for granted, and a plan to ensure that Black Americans, Latino Americans, Native Americans, women, immigrants, and other communities left behind are full participants in our economy and our society. Joe Biden wants to build an economy far better suited to our changing world. Better for young people, better for families working and raising their kids, better for people who lost jobs and need new ones, better for farmers tired of being collateral damage in trade wars, better for workers caring for the sick, elderly, and people with disabilities, better because of a living wage and access to affordable higher education and health care, including prescription drugs, and to child care, a secure retirement, and for the first time, paid family and medical leave. Joe won't just put his signature on a check and try to fool you into thinking it came from him. He'll work to make sure that your paycheck reflects your contribution to and your stake in a growing economy. In this job interview, the difference is stark. You know what Donald Trump will do with 4 more years: blame, bully, and belittle. And you know what Joe Biden will do: build back better. It's Trump's us versus them America against Joe Biden's America, where we all live and work together. It's a clear choice. The future of our country is riding on it. Thank you.
It's time to call the roll and officially nominate the Democratic candidate for President of the United States. But this year, for the first time, the roll call is heading out to all 57 states and territories, places that showcase our nation's natural beauty, places where people are working together to secure a better future for our country, and places that are working to rebuild and recover, like Iowa, where thousands have been left homeless and hundreds of thousands have been left without power in the wake of last week's terrible storm. Our hearts are with you, Iowa. There's so much going on right now. Tonight, we come together to nominate a candidate who will fight for all of us. The convention delegates will do the official nominating, but you can join them in supporting Joe Biden. Text JOIN to 30330 to get involved. And now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez.
It's great to be here in Milwaukee, a proud union town whose grit and character reflect the resilience of our party and our country. There's no doubt these last few months have been tough, but good leadership means being able to adapt to any situation. And I want to thank the people of Milwaukee for being such gracious and flexible hosts. It's also great to be back in Wisconsin, where I was lucky enough to marry my wife, Anne Marie, a little more than 3 decades ago. The progressive movement has deep roots here. And since today is the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment's ratification, we should point out that Wisconsin was the first state to ratify it. What's more, in its one-word motto, forward, Wisconsin captures something so important about America. The way that no matter what challenges today brings, we always believe a better future is possible. That's what my parents believed when they emigrated to this country nearly a century ago, fleeing the iron fist of a brutal dictator in the Dominican Republic. This nation welcomed them with compassion, and they quickly learned that their hope of building a better life through hard work was shared by generations of Americans. Indeed, every American story is a story about that hope, that sense of possibility. It's what unites us, defines us, and it's what sustains us now. We will work to meet our extraordinary challenges because progress is made by the hopeful, not the cynical. And we will do that work together because movements are built by the many, not the few. And as you watch tonight's decidedly unconventional roll call and reflect on the diversity of our nation, remember, you too are part of the American story. And no matter where you come from, or where you're watching from tonight, you have a place in Joe Biden's Democratic Party.
Delegates and distinguished guests, under our procedural rules, 2 Democratic candidates submitted nominating documents to our convention secretary for the office of President of the United States, Senator Bernie Sanders and Vice President Joe Biden. As such, each candidate has provided names of individuals who will make nominating and seconding speeches on their behalf. We will begin with nominating and seconding speeches for Senator Sanders. Speaking on his behalf will be 2 progressive champions, Bob King and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I'm Bob King. As a proud union member and former president of a great American union, the UAW, I am honored to nominate Bernie Sanders for president. For decades, Bernie has led the fight for working families, fighting for workers' rights to organize unions and collectively bargain. In a time of enormous inequality, he understands that we must confront large corporations which have far too much control over our economy and our politics. Bernie believes health care is a human right and should not be contingent on a job. He knows we can rebuild our crumbling infrastructure by creating millions of good-paying union jobs while combating climate change. Bernie's moral clarity has emboldened the Democratic Party's fight for justice. The grassroots energy of his supporters has cemented important advances in our platform. Bernie will continue to lead a movement that helps defeat Trump and delivers transformational change. I'm excited to place into nomination the name of a great champion of the working class, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Good evening, bienvenidos, and thank you to everyone here today endeavoring towards a better, more just future for our country and our world. In fidelity and gratitude to a mass people's movement working to establish 21st century social, economic, and human rights, including guaranteed health care, higher education, living wages, and labor rights for all people in the United States. A movement striving to recognize and repair the wounds of racial injustice, colonization, misogyny, and homophobia, and to propose and build reimagined systems of immigration and foreign policy that turn away from the violence and xenophobia of our past. A movement that realizes the unsustainable brutality of an economy that rewards explosive inequalities of wealth for the few at the expense of long-term stability for the many, and who organized a historic grassroots campaign to reclaim our democracy. In a time when millions of people in the United States are looking for deep, systemic solutions to our crises of mass evictions, unemployment, and lack of health care, en el espíritu del pueblo, and out of a love for all people, I hereby second the nomination of Senator Bernard Sanders of Vermont for President of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. King and Representative Ocasio-Cortez. We now turn to nominating and seconding speeches for Vice President Biden. In a moment, we'll hear from Senator Chris Coons, who holds the Delaware Senate seat once held by the Vice President, and Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, my colleague in the House. But first, we'll hear from Jacqueline Asby, a working American who met Joe Biden in a most unexpected place, the elevator where she worked.
I take powerful people up on my elevator all the time. When they get off, they go to their important meetings. Me, I just head back to the lobby. But in the short time I spent with Joe Biden, I could tell he really saw me, that he actually cared, that my life meant something to him. And I knew, even when he went into his important meeting, he'd take my story in there with him. That's because Joe Biden has room in his heart for more than just himself. We've been through a lot, and we have tough days ahead. But nominating someone like that to be in the White House is a good place to start. That's why I nominate my friend, Joe Biden, as the next president of the United States.
I'm Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, a small state where people expect to see their senators and even sometimes their vice president at the supermarket, at a church festival, out in their community. Joe fights for us because he knows our struggles and hopes. He knows the pain of loss and the worries of working parents. And he's always brought that same personal concern he showed for Jacqueline to getting things done as our senator and then as President Obama's vice president. Joe's tackled gun violence and climate change. He stood up to dictators and supported our troops. He led the recovery effort after the last recession and delivered on a promise to make our healthcare system fairer and stronger. Through it all, Joe Biden's never forgotten where he's from. He's been sustained by his faith and his family through the toughest of times, and he has the heart and the compassion for this moment. For all of these reasons and more, it's my honor to second the nomination of my good friend, Joe Biden, to be the next president of these United States.
I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. In some history class in the future, children are learning about this moment. They're learning about our pain, our grief, our worry. But they're also learning about a man named Joe Biden, about how he restored decency to our government and integrity to our democracy. They're learning about how we conquered a pandemic, stood united for racial justice, and built our economy back better than before. They're learning about how his leadership gave their generation a fighting chance. They're learning about us, too, about the resolve and the unity we showed against the forces of hatred and division, about the work we will do over the next 11 weeks, and about the night when, despite our distance, we came together to nominate Joe Biden for President of the United States, a nomination I'm honored to second.
Thank you all. Pursuant to our convention rules, we'll now proceed to a roll call by states on the selection of our party's candidate for the President of the United States. Secretary Wray.
Mr. Chairman, coming to you live from the Wisconsin Center, it's time to begin our virtual trip around America. Our journey begins at the site of a major step forward in our national journey towards justice. Let's go to Alabama.
John Lewis marched across this bridge in 1965 to demand the right to vote. A lifetime later, civil rights and voting rights remain America's great, unfinished business. But those who walked this path before us showed us the way forward. If we want to honor John Lewis's incredible life, let's restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure that our democracy belongs to all Americans. Alabama cast 8 votes for Bernie Sanders, and the great state of Alabama cast 52 votes for our next president of these United States, Joe Biden.
Alaska.
The waters we rely on to feed our families and make a living are threatened by climate change. When Joe Biden was vice president, he and President Obama made sure Alaska's tribes had a say on how these waters were managed. Donald Trump took it away. We must elect a president who will respect our voices, protect our waters, and address climate change. Alaska cast 7 votes for Bernie Sanders and 12 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
American Samoa.
Joe Biden honors our service, and we trust him to support our community. As vice president, he helped expand rural infrastructure to communities like ours, broadening our economic capacity. As president, he will continue to strengthen rural America from New England to the Pacific.
On behalf of the Governor Lolo Matalasi Molinga and the American Samoa Democratic Party, we proudly cast 11 votes for our next president of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Arizona.
As a middle school teacher, I know that public educators are doing everything they can to make sure our students have quality learning experiences this fall. As a mother of a high school freshman, I know that it's far from perfect. As an NEA union organizer, I'll fight to make sure that it's scientists, parents, and educators that decide when it's safe to go back to school, not politicians. As an Arizona Latina, I proudly cast our votes, 29 for Bernie Sanders and 51 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Arkansas.
Feeding people is an act of love, and I think we all can use a little extra love these days. So we took our food trucks out into the community to deliver meals made right here at the Clinton Presidential Center for our neighbors in need. Even when our leaders let us down, Americans kept looking out for each other. Arkansas cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 27 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
California.
Climate change is not a hoax. It's real, and communities of color have been bearing the brunt of this reality for generations.
Joe Biden's plan to crack down on polluters to protect our air and water is about environmental justice and economic justice.
He'll prioritize equity and bring new clean energy jobs to Black and brown neighborhoods because that is how we build back better.
California, home to our next vice president, Kamala Harris, cast 231 votes for Bernie Sanders and 263 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Colorado.
Han and I grew up in poverty as immigrants, but we've been able to make a decent living. We're extremely lucky. But now we have 3 family members that tested positive for COVID, and it just doesn't feel safe to put Evan and Emma back to school. This is certainly going to be hard on them and on us. But millions of working families will have it much harder. I know Joe Biden cares about these struggles, and that's why I trust him to fight for us. With 1 abstention, Colorado will cast 36 votes for Bernie Sanders and 42 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Connecticut.
Firefighters are proud to put our lives on the line every day to protect our neighbors. It's a badge of courage. But while we are protecting your family, we need a president who is committed to protecting ours, and that's Joe Biden. He has the courage we respect and the commitment to working Americans we need now. On behalf of our governor, Ned Lamont, I am honored to cast Connecticut's 75 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Delaware.
Delaware passes.
Delaware passes. Democrats abroad.
We represent the millions of Americans who live outside the United States and vote back home. Americans abroad can make a difference in the states that will decide this year's elections. We need your help to elect a president who will restore our standing around the world. Go to votefromabroad.org to learn more. Democrats Abroad is proud to cast 10 votes for Bernie Sanders and 7 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
District of Columbia.
Welcome to my hometown and the best city in the world. Washington, D.C. is 706,000 residents strong. We raise families, pay taxes, and serve the United States military, just like every American in the 50 states. The House of Representatives just passed an historic piece of legislation to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. From Black Lives Matter Plaza, the District of Columbia proudly cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 43 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Florida.
When my daughter was murdered in Parkland, Joe Biden called to share in our family's grief. I quickly learned about his decency and his civility, but I also learned about his toughness and how he's beaten the NRA. Together with the other victims of gun violence and our nation's youth, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take on the NRA again and win. Let's win back our freedom to live without fear. Florida cast 57 votes for Bernie Sanders and 192 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Georgia.
My mentor, Congressman John Lewis, knew that the right to vote is sacred. Georgians know that our ability to vote is under attack. Long lines, voter suppression. Donald Trump is even trying to slow down the mail and force us to risk our lives to cast a ballot. We will not be silenced. Take out your phone and text VOTE to 30330 and make sure your voice is heard in this election. From the cradle of the civil rights movement and in the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast our 117 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Guam.
70 years ago this summer, Chamorros became U.S. citizens. We are proud of our resilience, proud of our indigenous heritage, and proud to be part of this historic moment for our party and our nation. From the land where America's day begins, Guam cast 2 votes for Bernie Sanders and 11 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Hawaii.
I came from the Philippines to Hawaii, the land of indigenous Native Hawaiians. Today, I want to speak to my fellow immigrants, to the essential workers on the front line, to the service members who wear our flag, to the parents with big dreams for their children. No matter where we came from, immigrants belong in our country's long fight for justice. We belong in the America we are building together. Hawaii, birthplace of President Obama, cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 23 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Idaho.
We're not waiting for Washington to act on climate change. Here in Boise, we know that clean energy doesn't just mean a healthier planet, it means good, paying jobs. Imagine what we could do with a president that listens to science and leads with courage. Idaho cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 16 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Illinois.
Discrimination has denied too many Black Americans the chance to own a home and build wealth. Joe Biden has a plan to end racist lending practices and help more people of color achieve the American dream of owning a home. This isn't just about racial justice. It's about stronger communities and more economic security for working families. Illinois cast 59 votes for Bernie Sanders and 122 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Indiana.
Here in South Bend, we once feared that our best days were behind us. But then we reimagined our economy with new jobs and even new industries. The Hoosier State is ready to lead America's recovery with our diverse communities, our talented workers, and our best-in-the-world agriculture. Joe Biden's plan gives us a blueprint to revitalize industrial cities and rural areas alike. Indiana casts 2 votes for my friend Bernie Sanders and 86 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
Iowa.
We were going to talk to you tonight about biofuels, but the powerful storm that swept through Iowa last week has taken a terrible toll on our farmers, our small businesses, and our families who are still without power.
So while we have the honor of casting Iowa's votes, 11 for Bernie Sanders and 38 for Joe Biden, we also want to ask you to keep Iowans in your thoughts during this difficult time.
Kansas.
I'm a 4th-generation family farmer, but I worry about the next generation. Many of our young folks end up moving from rural communities to find jobs. Joe Biden has a plan to help new farmers get a good start. And by funding schools and health care, He'll make sure that rural communities remain great places to live, work, and raise a family for generations to come. Kansas, the Sunflower State, proudly cast 10 votes for Bernie Sanders and 35 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Kentucky.
One day when I was 14, my mom wouldn't wake up. Calling 911, I was scared not only because she was sick, but because I knew we couldn't afford the bill. Thank God she survived. When I told Joe Biden that story in 2008, he promised to continue to fight for folks like us and got busy passing Obamacare. 2 years ago, when Mom had a heart attack, we only had to worry about her getting better because Joe kept his promise. The Commonwealth of Kentucky cast all 60 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Louisiana.
This used to be an abandoned building. Now it's a thriving art studio, a community hub, a place where independent artists can make their name and parents can bring their kids during these difficult days of remote learning.
Our cities are strong because our people make them strong. And our economy will come back because our small businesses will bring it back.
Louisiana cast all 60 of our votes for my friend and the next president, Joe Biden.
Maine.
My American dream, I'm living it. A 25-acre organic farm on the lake, a roadside farm stand, and a bed and breakfast. My husband and I aren't corporate tycoons. We just want to make an honest living and feed our community. Small businesses like ours are the backbone of rural economies across America. Joe Biden has a plan to help more Americans, especially people of color, start their own businesses. Maine casts 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 22 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Maryland.
Black lives matter. And when it comes to racial justice, black opportunity matters.
When Joe Biden rebuilds our middle class, he won't leave anyone behind. His plan, more capital for black entrepreneurs.
More funding for public schools and HBCUs.
Banning racial discrimination in the housing market.
And paying every worker a fair wage.
That's building back better.
Maryland.
The home of Frederick Douglass.
Cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 119 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Massachusetts.
We need a plan to get the economy going again. Joe Biden will get the pandemic under control, create new jobs in manufacturing and clean energy, help small businesses and our restaurants recover, and build back better so that our economy is stronger and fairer than it was before. Massachusetts cast 30 votes for Bernie Sanders and 83 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Michigan auto workers are the best in the world, but we'd be nowhere without Joe Biden. And a lot of folks wanted to let Detroit go bankrupt. But Joe Biden believed in us, and together we fought to save our auto industry.
Now he's got a plan to create 1 million new auto jobs by investing in clean energy. Joe Biden believes in American workers. He's got our back, and we've got his.
Michigan cast 53 votes for Bernie Sanders and 92 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Minnesota.
I'm here in Minnesota, the home of the headwaters of the Mississippi River. We know that a bridge shouldn't fall down in the middle of America, but it did. And we came together to rebuild it. That's what we do in America. That's what Joe Biden will do as president. He'll build back better. He'll cross the river of our divides and unite this country from our cities to our suburbs to our rural areas. And now we will virtually cross the great Mississippi to St. Paul to hear from my friend, Mayor Melvin Carter.
Thank you, Senator. As the 46th mayor of a city that's more than ready for our 46th president, I'm proud to cast Minnesota's 31 votes for Bernie Sanders and 60 votes for our next U.S. president, Joe Biden.
Mississippi.
Tougaloo College reflects the progression of a people from slavery to citizenship to scholarship and leadership, contributing to Mississippi and the world. Our alumni are leaders like Convention Chairman Congressman Benny Thompson. Joe Biden wants to invest $70 billion in HBCUs like Tougaloo. Imagine what impact that could have on HBCUs. Imagine what impact HBCUs could have on America. Mississippi cast 2 votes for Bernie Sanders and 38 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Missouri.
As a member of the International Union of Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, Local 1 St. Louis, I love walking around the city and seeing the contributions that my brothers and sisters have made.
We stand ready to rebuild our nation's infrastructure. And with Joe Biden's leadership, we'll create millions of new jobs, building back better. Missouri cast 28 votes for Bernie Sanders and 50 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Montana.
When COVID shut down my college, I came home to my parents' ranch to finish senior year online. But some days, I can't even get a video to load or an email attachment to send. Without reliable internet, there's no remote learning, no virtual doctor's appointments, and just try starting a small business. Rural broadband can be a game changer for rural communities like mine, and Joe Biden has a plan to make it happen. Montana cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 18 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Nebraska.
I work at a meatpacking plant, making sure grocery store shelves stay full. They call us essential workers, but we get treated like we're expendable. Workers are dying from COVID, but a lot of us don't have paid sick leave or even quality protective equipment. We are human beings, not robots, not disposable. We want to keep helping you feed your family, but we need a president who will have our backs. Nebraska cast 33 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Nevada.
Working people are the backbone of our economy and the key to our recovery. Joe Biden knows it's not enough to praise them. We have to reward them. So let's raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, empower workers to negotiate for better benefits and safer workplaces, and make it easier to pay for things like health care and higher education. I am proud to cast 24 votes for Bernie Sanders and 25 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
New Hampshire.
Hello from the Granite State. We trust Joe Biden. Joe will provide the leadership necessary to bring us back from this awful pandemic. Joe has a plan to attack global climate change once and for all. And Joe will restore honesty, decency, and trust to the White House, reunite all Americans, and build a better future for all. The great state of New Hampshire awards 9 delegates to our friend and neighbor, Bernie Sanders, and 24 delegates to the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
New Jersey.
We've been hit hard by COVID, but we're coming back. But we have to be smart. We have to listen to the experts, and we have to have a president who has a plan. That's why, in memory of all those we've lost, in solidarity with those who are sick or struggling, and in eternal gratitude for our heroic frontline workers, New Jersey cast 5 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 139 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
New Mexico.
Greetings and good evening. My name is Derek Lente, State Representative, coming to you from the homeland of my ancestors here at the beautiful Pueblo of Sandia. New Mexico is a diverse state, home to 23 indigenous sovereign nations with a rich multicultural history. We are all united by the love of this beautiful place that we call home. And we believe that we owe it to the next generation to protect the natural and cultural resources that are their inheritance. And to that end, also respect tribal sovereignty. New Mexico proudly casts 4 votes for Bernie Sanders and 42 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
New York.
As an immigrant from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and an 1199 SCIU registered nurse, I am proud to be part of America's fight against COVID-19. But many healthcare workers don't get paid sick leave or have enough protective equipment. I have 2 children with asthma and a mother who's high risk. I worry every day about bringing this virus home to them. Joe Biden's plan will help us take better care of your loved ones as well as our own. Along with Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, I cast New York's votes. 44 votes for Bernie Sanders and 277 for our next president, Joe Biden. It's Joe time.
North Carolina.
I've been doing this for a long time, so let me just be plain. Black people, especially black women, are the backbone of this party, and if we don't show up, Democrats don't get elected. I'm putting on my mask, and we're going to every corner in North Carolina to help organize, because we need to make sure everyone shows up for Joe Biden. He will show up for us. North Carolina cast 39 votes for Bernie Sanders and 83 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
North Dakota.
The Stratney Dosha, Jeed,
Welcome to the homelands of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara people. I graduated from a class of just 44 students, and I had to drive 3 hours just to take the SATs. But growing up, I knew that college was a ladder that could take you anywhere. Joe Biden knows that everyone deserves a chance to climb that ladder. So as a proud tribal member, as a Mexican American, and as a Harvard graduate, I am proud to cast North Dakota's votes. 10 for Bernie Sanders and 8 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Northern Mariana Islands.
Hafaday, T-Row, and hello from paradise, the Northern Mariana Islands. We may be far away, but we're American citizens. And this year, for the first time in decades, we finally have a Democratic slate, because Democrats organize everywhere. But we don't get to vote for president, so please don't waste yours. The Northern Mariana Islands is proud to cast 2 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 9 votes for our next president, Joseph Biden. Sidus Ma'asi, Olamai, and thank you. Yee-hee!
Ohio.
It seems like every time working people believe in a Donald Trump promise, they wind up getting screwed. Well, Joe Biden has more than just a promise. He actually has a plan to bring jobs back to America.
Like electric vehicles or a national network of vehicle charging infrastructure that'll create good-paying jobs for skilled union workers like Josh. And the future will be made in America. Ohio cast 20 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 134 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
I-O!
Oklahoma.
99 years ago, racial violence devastated a thriving Black community here in Tulsa. Today, hatred still lives in our nation, but so does resolve. Oklahoma refused to let ourselves be defined by division then, and our nation must turn back the tide of violence again now. Oklahoma cast 13 votes for Bernie Sanders and 24 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Oregon.
As Black Americans standing on Native land, we proudly represent Oregon. The dual viruses, COVID-19 and racism, laid bare unequal healthcare access and deaths in communities of color.
The Democrats are working to bridge divides and make sure everyone has equal access to low or no-cost quality care. Today, Oregon cast 16 votes for Bernie Sanders.
And with Senators Wyden and Merkley's support, cast 57 votes for Joe Biden.
Pennsylvania.
When Joe Biden was young, his father came to this house in Scranton, sat down on Joe's bed, and told him he lost his job. It's a moment that stayed with Joe his entire life. Right now, all across America, working families are experiencing that same fear and uncertainty. But Joe Biden has a plan to help them and to help our country build back better, creating millions of good-paying jobs, so more parents will be able to tell their kids what Joe's dad said to him all those years ago. It's gonna be okay. Pennsylvania cast 34 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 175 votes for the next president of the United States, Scranton's own Joe Biden.
Puerto Rico.
Los puertorriqueños somos ciudadanos estadounidenses, algo que Donald Trump parece haber olvidado en los momentos más difíciles que enfrentó nuestra isla. Joe Biden siempre ha apoyado las causas de Puerto Rico y como presidente será nuestro aliado en la Casa Blanca. Sé que es la mejor alternativa para que los sobre 3 millones de ciudadanos americanos que residimos en esta bendita isla de Puerto Rico podamos ser respetados. Puerto Rico emite 5 votos para Bernie Sanders y 53 votos para Joe Biden.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island, the ocean state, where our restaurant and fishing industry have been decimated by this pandemic, are lucky to have a governor, Gina Raimondo, whose program lets our fishermen sell their catches directly to the public, and our state appetizer, calamari, is available in all 50 states. The calamari comeback state of Rhode Island casts 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 34 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
South Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jamie Harrison, candidate for the United States Senate, speaking from the campus of South Carolina State University, the alma mater of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn and the late Dr. Emily England Clyburn, for whom its Honors College is named. This proud HBCU has contributed 22 general officers to our armed services. And tonight, I proudly cast South Carolina's 64 votes as follows: 15 for Bernie Sanders and 49 for our next President of the United States, Joe Biden.
South Dakota.
Midakiapi, relatives. As a first American and citizen of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, I welcome you to the Pahasapa, the Black Hills, the site of my creation story, and home to the Oceti Shakowi, the great Sioux Nation. We often say, Midakuyeyoyasi, we are all related. Our next president must lead by this philosophy for the betterment of our next 7 generations. We cast 3 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 17 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Tennessee.
100 years ago tonight, suffragists based here at the Hermitage Hotel in Nashville cheered as Tennessee became the 36th and deciding state to ratify the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. This year, I'm casting my very first presidential vote for Joe Biden. Women will decide this election, and we'll replace Donald Trump with a president who respects us. Tennessee cast 23 votes for Bernie Sanders and 50 votes for our next president of the United States, Mr. Joseph R. Biden.
Texas.
A year ago, my safe community of El Paso was targeted by a domestic terrorist who murdered 23 innocent people, injured 23 more, and devastated all of us. His motive was racism and xenophobia. In the face of hate, we choose love. Siempre lo hemos hecho, siempre lo haremos. And in the face of continued gun violence in America, we demand change. The time has come to act. With 1 abstention, the great state of Texas cast 98 votes for Bernie Sanders and 161 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Utah.
Here in Utah, we've had mail-in voting for years. If you're registered to vote, you automatically get sent a ballot. It's fast, it's reliable, and it's easy for everyone to participate. In 2016, we had turnout well over 80%, and this year we're expecting even higher. That's why Democrats and Republicans here in Utah agree. Mail-in voting strengthens our democracy. Utah cast 17 votes for Bernie Sanders and 16 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Vermont.
The state of Vermont, strongly believing in economic justice, social justice, racial justice, and environmental justice, proudly supporting democracy and the Constitution of the United States, and vehemently opposed to the authoritarianism and racism of the Trump administration, is proud to cast 15 votes for Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and 9 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
The U.S. Virgin Islands.
In recognition of our Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, we bring you greetings from the Virgin Islands of the United States. Yay! Where a young Alexander Hamilton was raised, the vacation home of a nominee with turquoise waters, white sand beaches, and friendly people. We cast our 13 votes for Joseph R. Biden.
Yay! Virginia.
3 years ago, my beloved city, Charlottesville, Virginia, was attacked by white supremacists and a young woman was killed. We were attacked again when Donald Trump praised those racists, turning his back on a community that just wanted peace. That was the day Joe Biden decided to join this battle for the soul of America. Over time, my wife, Ghazala, and I have come to know his soul. He's a decent, compassionate man. He will bring this nation together. Virginia cast 32 votes for Bernie Sanders and 91 votes for our president, Joe Biden.
Washington.
Xin chào. As a 15-year-old refugee from Vietnam, I knew that education was the key to finding opportunities in my new home. When having children of my own, I became an advocate to improve the public education system that gave me a chance to contribute to our America. Democrats invest in education because we are committed to fighting for all kids. Washington cast 43 votes to Senator Bernie Sanders and 66 votes to our next president, Joe Biden.
West Virginia.
West Virginians have changed the narrative about public education. Parents, teachers, and service personnel have worked together to fight for safe and welcoming schools, sufficient funding for classroom equipment, and fair wages for teachers and school service personnel. Elections matter, but so does activism. So let's keep fighting to guarantee a quality education for all our children, and let's elect a president who will fight alongside us. West Virginia cast 34 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Wyoming.
After our son Matthew's death in Wyoming, Joe Biden helped pass legislation to protect LGBTQ Americans from hate crimes. Joe understands more than most our grief over Matt's death. But we see in Joe so much of what made Matt's life special: his commitment to equality, his passion for social justice, and his boundless compassion for others.
With 3 abstentions, Wyoming cast 4 votes for Bernie Sanders and 11 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a great city on native land on a great lake. It's the place where I was born and raised, right in the heart of 53206 zip code. Now, this is a community that's been faced with some significant challenges due to historical injustice, but what many don't see is the joy, the resilience, and opportunity that lies within this community and so many others across America just like it, where hardworking people are fighting to provide for their families and to build a better future. We know that we build a better future for our nation by channeling Wisconsin's legacy as the birthplace of the labor and the progressive movement, and uniting around a bold, inclusive agenda that uplifts every community in the pursuit of a more just future, one that recognizes healthcare as a human right, one that tackles the climate crisis and takes on racial and economic justice. Wisconsin cast 30 votes for Bernie Sanders and 67 for the next president of the United States of America, Joseph R. Biden.
Delaware.
Long before this train station bore his name, you'd see Joe Biden up here on the platform with the rest of the crowd, on his way to work or going home to his family. That's always been his North Star, delivering for families like his own, working people who struggle and sacrifice to build a better life. Nobody has ever had to wonder who Joe Biden's in it for.
Our nation faces daunting challenges, but I've known Joe Biden for 40 years, and there's nobody I trust more to lead our party, unite our country, and restore our standing in the world. What's more, he's humble. He tells the truth. He treats everybody he encounters with respect and builds bridges, not walls. He is a leader made for this moment and the finest public servant I've ever known.
Delaware is proud to cast its 32 votes for our favorite son and our next president.
Our friend, Delaware, Joe Biden.
Thank you to all our delegations. I'm pleased to announce that Vice President Joe Biden has officially been nominated by the Democratic Party as our candidate for President of the United States. Vice President Biden is hereby invited to deliver an acceptance speech.
Well, thank you very, very much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. It means the world to me and my family, and I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Come on. That was so sweet with the grandkids. Yay! And now we have an official nominee. On to the next step, electing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in November. Make sure you have a plan to vote. Text VOTE to 30330 to find out how. Now we're going to talk about a topic that touches all of our lives, healthcare. The Affordable Care Act was game-changing. This pandemic has revealed just how important it is to protect and improve it. Increasing access to health care and bringing down its costs have always been a priority for Joe Biden, because for Joe and for all of us, health care is personal.
It's the toughest battles that call for the steadiest leadership. Again and again, they were told to give up on affordable health care. They knew it would cost them politically.
The Republicans say this will prove to be unpopular.
The bill is a legislative train wreck.
But not nearly as much as it would cost the American people if they did nothing.
We are not going to slow up on providing affordable health care for Americans. Health care is a natural American right.
Giving up on the Affordable Care Act would have meant leaving 20 million without coverage out in the cold. But Joe Biden wasn't about to give up, because he knew what it was like to stand in their shoes. He was sworn into the Senate next to a hospital bed. His wife and daughter had been killed in a car crash. And lying in that bed were his two sons. 40 years later, one of those little boys, his son Beau, was diagnosed with cancer and given only months to live. It's hard to imagine a greater grief than losing your child. But Joe always knew that his family was one of the lucky ones. After that accident, his son got 40 more years of life, all because he had health care.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Now, it's unthinkable that Donald Trump is trying to take that health care away. In the middle of a pandemic, he's still trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. This fight is personal for Joe, as personal as it gets. So when Joe says he has a plan to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, protect those with pre-existing conditions, and expand access to every American, he's thinking about how having health care saved his boys. When his plan talks about lowering drug prices and making care more affordable, he's thinking about Beau, who spent his final days in comfort because he was insured. Joe Biden knows what affordable health care means to American families because of what it's meant to his.
This is my promise to you. When I'm president, I will take care of your health care coverage and your family the same way I would my own. For that's what the presidency is, the duty to care for all of us, not just those who vote for us, but all of us. This job is not about me, it's about you, it's about us. How are you, you handsome boy?
He was born in 15 and with a heart condition, known as transposition of the greater arteries, and ended up requiring a transplant. And thankfully, the ACA had already taken effect. But now that's something that we think about all the time, especially with his coverage, the potential of coverage maxes, and his initial hospital stay was over $3 million that was billed back to the insurance.
I remember thinking as Beau lay dying in bed, and we'd lie in bed with him, his brother and I and his sister, and thinking to myself, what in God's name would I do if the doctor walked in and said, I'm sorry, you've outrun your insurance, you've reached your cap, suffer the last few months of your life on your own.
I came from a part of the country, rural Missouri, where basically everybody was a Republican and I was a Republican, and I lost my voice. And we put off going to the doctor because we didn't have the health insurance. when we finally got into somebody that could take a look at my throat, they said, wow, you've got cancer. It was stage 4, the worst kind of cancer you can have. My wife applied for insurance through the Affordable Care Act, and my coverage began on April 1st in 2012. And that same day, they started my chemo and radiation, and it saved my life. I'm here today.
Generally speaking, as a church, you're concerned about people spiritually, but you're also concerned about other areas of their life. And that includes their physical or physiological well-being, because the Bible talks about all of us. But there are people in our country, and in fact, people in my church that can't take advantage of it because they don't have good health care. That's pretty discouraging to me, and that's pretty discouraging to them.
Because of the myasthenia gravis and the fact that it's a very rare disease, a lot of our medications we have to fight for. And before the ACA, we worried about our medications. We worried about the pre-existing conditions for our children. We worried about age and the cap, because having that cost of the medications, we would have reached that $1 million cap in no time. But once the ACA passed, we no longer had that cap of the $1 million.
The fear that you all live in, understandably, if somehow tomorrow they said no insurance, you're not covered, is just devastating. Hey, Laura, how are you doing?
Yes, you can.
How you doing? Well, you beat Hodgkin's lymphoma. God love you. But during it all, Trump was trying to rip away your coverage. The day you got your first chemo, Republicans voted to gut the ACA. I can't imagine what it must have been like going to sleep at night wondering what to do.
Ever since I was diagnosed, every night I'd go to bed concerned about what news I would get in the morning. And even today, they're still trying to take away our health care, even during a pandemic.
Look, we're going to make sure we don't lose that ACA. We're going to provide a Medicare-like option as a public option. And any state where there is if you qualify for Medicaid and the state hasn't provided it, you'd automatically be enrolled. I'm going to protect you like I tried to protect my own family. And I promise you that.
I met Joe last year at a campaign event to thank him for being so involved in the battle to cure cancer. Indeed, I have what's been diagnosed as terminal cancer. The inspiration and the empathy and the human love that he was shared with me has kept me going.
I made an appointment for my wellness checkup provided for by the Affordable Care Act. I was told that I had ovarian cancer. I finished my course of treatment, and since then, I've been cancer-free, and I'm very grateful for that.
I chose to become a Joe Biden delegate as I watched with our nation as President Donald Trump sought to dismantle the Affordable Care Act.
My purpose in life right now is to devote all my energy to getting Joe elected.
I anxiously jumped at the chance to become a Biden delegate.
You will continue to strengthen the Affordable Care Act so that diseases like cancer don't go undetected.
Hey Carl, it's me, Dad. By the time you're watching this, you will have grown up to be strong and courageous, but I don't know how much longer I'll be around for you.
I was diagnosed with ALS today, which is a deadly, debilitating disease.
After I was diagnosed, the president passed a tax bill that put my health care at risk. So I went to Washington, D.C.
My next guest made headlines when he confronted a Republican senator on an airplane.
You can be an American hero. I wanted to help create a better country for you to live in. Democracy is beautiful. Democracy is beautiful. All that matters to me is to make you proud, because I'm already so proud of you.
Hello, America. My name is Audie Barkan, and I am speaking to you through this computer voice because I have been paralyzed by a mysterious illness called ALS. Like so many of you, I have experienced the ways our healthcare system is fundamentally broken. Enormous costs, denied claims, dehumanizing treatment when we are most in need. Since my shocking diagnosis, I have traveled the country meeting countless patients like me, demanding more of our representatives and our democracy. Today, we are witnessing the tragic consequences of our failing healthcare system. In the midst of a pandemic, nearly 100 million Americans do not have sufficient health insurance. And even good insurance does not cover essential needs like long-term care. Our loved ones are dying in unsafe nursing homes, our nurses are overwhelmed and unprotected, and our essential workers are treated as dispensable. We live in the richest country in history, and yet we do not guarantee this most basic human right. Everyone living in America should get the health care they need, regardless of their employment status or ability to pay. Even during this terrible crisis, Donald Trump and Republican politicians are trying to take away millions of people's health insurance. With the existential threat of another 4 years of this president, we all have a profound obligation to act. Not only to vote, but to make sure that our friends, family, and neighbors vote as well. We must elect Joe Biden. Each of us must be a hero for our communities, for our country, and then, with a compassionate and intelligent president, we must act together and put on his desk a bill that guarantees us all the health care we deserve. Text VOTE to 30330 to learn how to vote safely. Because our lives depend on it.
Politics and elections can seem like these faraway things that one person doesn't have the power to change. But what's happening in our country right now makes it clear how personal politics are. I've discovered that when I get informed and participate, my fear gets smaller. Voting is a big part of that. So knowing the change you want, vote for the leaders you think will make it happen. And if you're able, if you can, help fund this campaign. Please go to joebiden.com and chip in whatever you can. With leaders like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we can build back better here at home and once again strengthen our nation's security and standing in the world.
My name is DeMarcus Gilliard. I'm 34 years old, and I currently live in Los Angeles, California. I'm a 2009 graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, and I served on active duty in the Marine Corps as an officer for 6 years. I took an oath to support, uphold, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And I know that Joe Biden, in his years of public service, took a similar oath, and he understands the sacrifice of the men and women in uniform who are overseas right now fighting for the ideals of this nation, that liberty and justice can be extended to all people. I know that Joe Biden understands that at his core. I trust him to lead us on day one into a greater future. There's nothing more important for me right now than making sure that we restore the soul of our nation. And I think that Joe Biden is the best person to do that. So, thanks, Joe.
Hi, I'm John Kerry. For the 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, we led by example. We eliminated the threat of an Iran with a nuclear weapon. We built a 68-nation coalition to destroy ISIS. We forged a 195-nation agreement to attack climate change. We stopped Ebola before it became a pandemic. Donald Trump inherited a growing economy and a more peaceful world. And like everything else he inherited, he bankrupted it. When this president goes overseas, it isn't a goodwill mission, it's a blooper reel. He breaks up with our allies and writes love letters to dictators. America deserves a president who is looked up to, not laughed at. Donald Trump pretends Russia didn't attack our elections, and now he does nothing about Russia putting a bounty on our troops. So he won't defend our country. He doesn't know how to defend our troops. The only person he's interested in defending is himself. This is the bottom line. Our interests, our ideals, and our brave men and women in uniform can't afford 4 more years of Donald Trump. Our troops can't get out of harm's way by hiding in the White House bunker. They need a president who will stand up for them, and President Biden will. Joe's moral compass has always pointed in the right direction, from the fight to break the back of apartheid to the struggle to wake up the world to genocide in the Balkans. Joe understands that none of the issues of this world, not nuclear weapons, not the challenge of building back better after COVID, not terrorism, and certainly not the climate crisis, none can be resolved without bringing nations together with strength and humility. Joe understands our values don't limit our power, they magnify it. He knows you can't spread democracy around the world if you don't practice it at home. And he knows that even the United States of America needs friends on this planet. Before Donald Trump, we used to talk about American exceptionalism. The only thing exceptional about the incoherent Trump foreign policy is that it has made our nation more isolated than ever before. Joe Biden knows we aren't exceptional because we bluster that we are. We are exceptional because we do exceptional things. On June 6, 1944, young Americans gave their lives on the beaches of Normandy to liberate the world from tyranny. Out of the ashes of that war, we made peace and rebuilt the world. That was and remains exceptional. It is the opposite of everything Donald Trump stands for. This moment is a fight for the security of America and the world. Only Joe Biden can make America lead like America again. If you agree, text JOIN to 30330. Thank you.
In the Situation Room, presidents make decisions of war and peace. So when Joe Biden walks into the Situation Room, first and foremost in his mind is how will my decision impact the lives of the American people?
He is experienced. He has made the tough calls.
He's got courage. He's got tremendous courage, character, judgment, and he can be tough. I witnessed it close up.
Joe Biden is decisive and well prepared for any issue.
There's no one more qualified than Joe Biden to be sitting at the head of the table in this Situation Room making decisions for this country.
Having sent his son to war, I don't think anyone can be more ready than Vice President Biden.
He knows exactly what's at stake when he sends our troops overseas.
Biden understands how important it is to have allies standing together with us. They are force multipliers.
Joe Biden has a unique ability to connect with people. He knows the leaders, and he's dealt with them for years, knows what makes them tick.
They trust him, they trust his judgment, and they know that his word is good.
I know that Biden's personal diplomacy will save American lives.
To build these relationships takes decades, and to tear them down, all it takes is a tweet.
Thanks to Donald Trump, our adversaries are stronger and bolder.
Donald Trump has had a love fest with dictators, including China and Russia. He hasn't been standing up to them at all.
I served in the United States Air Force for 36 years. I've led space squadrons, nuclear missile squadrons, and I never thought I would have a president who is a danger to national security.
President Trump has degraded and debased the presidency and our country in the eyes of the world.
The Russians offered bounties on U.S. soldiers. I was shocked when I read that. But the president didn't even ask Vladimir Putin about it. That's un-American.
There's something wrong with that. I mean, that's a dereliction of duty. You're failing the troops. You're failing this country.
The first thing a president needs to do is find out what the facts are. This president doesn't care about facts.
Biden cares about the safety and welfare of American servicemen and women.
Our military had a policy to maintain our presence in Syria. We actually came to the aid of the Kurds against ISIS, and we helped stop the advance. President Trump told us to simply abandon the Kurds. It's shameful.
Joe Biden will be strong against dictators.
I've heard him on the phone with some pretty tough characters. You know, you talk about Joe Biden's empathy, his decency, but Joe Biden is tough as nails, and everybody knows it.
He will do the right thing, no matter the political cost.
I've served for 2 Republican presidents and 1 Democratic president. I have seen the Trump administration make decisions without any thought, without any preparation, that have massive life and death consequences.
At one of the most defining times in the history of the world, Joe Biden is uniquely qualified to be president of the United States.
If you want a strong America, you want Joe Biden.
Hi, I'm former Secretary of State Colin Powell. 100 years ago, a young immigrant left a dirt farm in Jamaica and set out for America. 3 years later, a ship pulled into New York Harbor, and a young Jamaican woman gazed up at the Statue of Liberty for the first time. They became my parents, and they inspired me to finish college and join the Army. This began a journey of service that would take me from basic training to combat in Vietnam, up the ranks to serve as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Secretary of State. The values I learned growing up in the South Bronx and serving in uniform were the same values that Joe Biden's parents instilled in him in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I support Joe Biden for the presidency of the United States because those values still define him, and we need to restore those values to the White House. Our country needs a commander-in-chief who takes care of our troops in the same way he would his own family. For Joe Biden, that doesn't need teaching. It comes from the experience he shares with millions of military families, sending his beloved son off to war and praying to God he would come home safe. Joe Biden will be a president we will all be proud to salute. With Joe Biden in the White House, you will never doubt that he will stand with our friends and stand up to our adversaries, never the other way around. He will trust our diplomats and our intelligence community, not the flattery of dictators and despots. He will make it his job to know when anyone dares to threaten us. He will stand up to our adversaries with strength and experience. They will know he means business. I support Joe Biden because beginning on day one, he will restore Americans' leadership and our moral authority. He'll be a president who knows that America is strongest when, as he has said, we lead both by the power of our example and the example of our power. He will restore America's leadership in the world and restore the alliances we need to address the dangers that threaten our nation, from climate change to nuclear proliferation. Today, we are a country divided, and we have a president doing everything in his power to make it that way and keep us that way. What a difference it will make to have a president who unites us, who restores our strength and our soul. I still believe that in our hearts, we are the same America that brought my parents to our shores, an America that inspires freedom around the world. That's the America Joe Biden will lead as our next president. Thank you very much.
It was a friendship that shouldn't have worked. John, a former Navy pilot just released from a North Vietnamese prison. Joe, a young senator from Delaware.
Legislative assistance.
But in the 1970s, Joe was assigned a military aide for a trip overseas.
I was the Navy's Senate liaison and used to carry your bags on overseas trips.
The son of a gun never carried my bags. He was supposed to carry my bags, damn it, but he never carried my bags.
John and Joe traveled thousands of miles together. The families got to know each other, gathering for picnics in the Bidens' backyard.
They would just sit and joke. It was like a comedy show sometimes to watch the two of them.
But when John was elected to the Senate as a Republican from Arizona, they found themselves on opposing sides.
We're in different parties. We hold different views on many issues.
They'd be going at it on the floor, and you'd think, oh, these guys must really, really, really dislike each other. And they'd be having dinner that night together.
Senator Biden had great respect for the institution of the Senate. He built relationships that were cordial, that were personal.
We've always been willing, when we thought the other guy was right, cross the aisle and lock arms. It's good for the country.
It takes trust to get things done in a divided government. And I think with Joe Biden, his colleagues knew that your points were equally valid to him.
Even if a deal seemed out of reach, it was always Joe who tried to cross the aisle.
He was like a natural for that. He just had an ability to find the common ground, but never give up your principles.
For 3 decades, Joe was able to move his colleagues and find a way forward. On violence against women, banning chemical weapons, assault weapons, and controlling nuclear arms.
It was a style of legislating and leadership that you don't find much anymore.
And when millions of Americans were faced with losing their health insurance, it was Joe's friend who saved Obamacare by crossing the aisle.
McCain casts his vote with a thumbs down.
John and I have been given several awards about bipartisanship. We don't understand why you should get an award for bipartisanship.
Thank you for your example. I'm proud to remain the same good guy that you were when you first got here. Most of all, for your friendship. My life and the lives of many have been enriched by it.
Love it.
Good day, sunshine. Good day, sunshine.
I have a rule that I never think of anything negative when I'm running.
Need to laugh, and when the sun is out.
When I set my mind to something, I find a way to get it done.
She is so damn tough and loyal. When I met Jill, I knew. My brother said, there's this woman, you'll really like her, Joe. So I gave her a call, and she had a date that night.
You said, do you think you could break your date?
Oh, that's right. And what'd you do?
Well, I called and told the guy that I had a friend in from out of town and went out with Joe.
I was 30, and I was a senator, and I was a widower. Several years earlier, a tractor trailer broadsided my wife and 3 children. My wife was killed, my daughter was killed. I wasn't big on the whole date scene thing. But when I met Jill, I fell in love with her when I saw her.
I've got sunshine on a cloudy day.
He said, I'd really like to see you again. So he's looking at his calendar and he's, oh, Thursday. No, I'm really busy. No, I'm busy Friday. How about tomorrow? And I thought, buddy, you just blew your cover.
She's owned me since then. The boys fell in love with Jill, too. I'm brushing my teeth one morning, and they came running in, and Bo and Hunt said, Dad, we think it's time we marry Jill. Swear to God. I asked her to marry me 5 times.
It wasn't just my heart that was on the line. I loved the boys so much. I had to be sure that it had to be forever.
Now, I'm going to ask you one more time. Will you marry me? She goes like this. Okay.
Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone.
She put us back together.
Someday when you hit it much
She gave me back my life. She gave us back a family.
someday, yeah.
We were raised with the same values.
I grew up in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philly. My mom was English, Scottish, and my dad was Italian. My grandmother made the homemade noodles that would hang, and she'd be drying her noodles.
They were a very close family. She's the eldest of 5 girls.
She's kind of like the godmother of all of us.
I think we've all seen the feistiness in her. There was a bully in my school. She marched up the street and knocked on his door.
And I punched him right in the face. My father fought in World War II. He was a signalman in the Navy, and he was very patriotic. He would take us to watch the Blue Angels, and he was so proud. We worshiped our mother. I can picture her so well, reading for hours. She just loved to read, and that had a great influence on me. I went to college at the University of Delaware. Then I taught in the high schools. I got up every single day so excited to go teach. When I married Joe, I took off time to establish myself as the boys' mom. We don't use the term stepmother.
Bo and Hunt said, no, we have a mom and a mommy. Our mommy died. This is our mom. And then along came Ashley. And
our family was complete.
Yep.
When I was growing up, Mom was fun. The headbutting started when I was a teenager. There was some conflicts. She dealt with it by taking up running. She started to basically run marathons.
I never, ever doubted that anything she set her mind to, she could do. I got to hand her her doctorate degree in education at the University of Delaware.
You have. That's all you got to do.
Well, let's turn it positive, so you will pass it.
I would say she's not your average grandmother. Yeah. She, she's the grandmother who wakes you up at 5 a.m. on Christmas Eve to go soul cycling.
Yeah,
so,
literally. We have a lot of stories.
Yeah, she's a prankster.
Yeah.
She's very mischievous. When she goes on a run, sometimes she'll find a dead snake and she'll pick it up and put it in a bag and she'll use it to scare someone.
Oh, that's a classic Jill. She wasn't really a Washington person, and I don't think ever imagined herself being part of that.
When Joe was elected to vice president, I just thought, hey, I got to step it up here because there are things that I really care about. Having had a father in the military, having a son deployed in Iraq, I saw the need to support military families.
Dr. Biden could draw anyone in, and they felt like they were talking to an old friend. That is one of her superpowers.
When she was second lady, Jill told me that she would like to continue teaching at community college. And I said, that's insane. You cannot possibly do that.
I said, I know I can do both jobs.
I never saw her on any day of the week where she wasn't carrying a huge stack of papers to grade.
As second lady, she was teaching full-time for 8 years, 15 credits a semester.
These were students who wanted to be in your classroom, and I saw their tenacity, and they were taking care of children, just like I had done.
She gave 100% from her energy to the students. She's a great teacher.
Teaching is not what Jill does, it's who she is. Jill just simply cares. She cares about other people.
When Bo was diagnosed with brain cancer, nobody knew what we were going through. The Secret Service, they're not supposed to react to your life or what you're doing. They would whisper, I'm praying for you.
Mom, it's your strength that holds this family together. And I know that you will make us whole again.
You never stop grieving, ever. But you do have to find purpose.
I run for home. Please welcome my husband, Joe Biden.
Running for president is too tough to not be together.
The future First Lady of the United States.
That's right.
There you go.
If Dr. Biden is our First Lady, the country will be getting one of the best humans that we have.
She has been through some really tough things in her own life, and she knows how hard it can be.
The American people in their heart know that she'll fight like hell for them.
We all need community. We need to depend on others for our strength. All American families, we all need each other.
And now, please welcome Dr. Jill Biden.
I have always loved the sounds of a classroom, the quiet that sparks with possibility just before students shuffle in, the murmur of ideas bouncing back and forth as we explore the world together, the laughter and tiny moments of surprise you find in materials you've taught 1,000,000 times. When I taught English here at Brandywine High School, I would spend my summer preparing for the school year about to start, filled with anticipation. But this quiet is heavy. You can hear the anxiety that echoes down empty hallways. There's no scent of new notebooks or freshly waxed floors. The rooms are dark as the bright young faces that should fill them are now confined to boxes on a computer screen. I hear it from so many of you. The frustration of parents juggling work while they support their children's learning, or are afraid that their kids might get sick from school. The concern of every person working without enough protection. The despair in the lines that stretch out before food banks. And the indescribable sorrow that follows every lonely last breath when the ventilators turn off. As a mother and a grandmother, as an American, I am heartbroken by the magnitude of this loss, by the failure to protect our communities, by every precious and irreplaceable life gone. Like so many of you, I'm left asking, how do I keep my family safe? You know, motherhood came to me in a way I never expected. I fell in love with a man and 2 little boys standing in the wreckage of unthinkable loss, mourning a wife and mother, a daughter and sister. I never imagined at the age of 26 I would be asking myself, how do you make a broken family whole? Still, Joe always told the boys, Mommy sent Jill to us, and how could I argue with her? And so we figured it out together in those big moments that would go by too fast, Thanksgivings and state championships, birthdays and weddings, in the mundane ones that we didn't even know were shaping our lives, reading stories piled on the couch, rowdy Sunday dinners and silly arguments, listening to the faint sounds of laughter that would float downstairs as Joe put the kids to bed every night, while I studied for grad school or graded papers under the pale yellow kitchen lamp, the dinner dishes waiting in the sink. We found that love holds a family together. Love makes us flexible and resilient. It allows us to become more than ourselves together. And though it can't protect us from the sorrows of life, it gives us refuge, a home. How do you make a broken family whole? The same way you make a nation whole. With love and understanding, and with small acts of kindness, with bravery, with unwavering faith. You show up for each other in big ways and small ones, again and again. It's what so many of you are doing right now for your loved ones, for complete strangers, for your communities. There are those who want to tell us that our country is hopelessly divided, that our differences are irreconcilable. But that's not what I've seen over these last few months. We're coming together and holding on to each other. We're finding mercy and grace in the moments we might have once taken for granted. We're seeing that our differences are precious and our similarities infinite. We have shown that the heart of this nation still beats with kindness and courage. That's the soul of America Joe Biden is fighting for now. After our son Beau died of cancer, I wondered if I would ever smile or feel joy again. It was summer. but there was no warmth left for me. 4 days after Beau's funeral, I watched Joe shave and put on his suit. I saw him steel himself in the mirror, take a breath, put his shoulders back, and walk out into a world empty of our son. He went back to work. That's just who he is. There are times when I couldn't even imagine how he did it, how he put one foot in front of the other and kept going. But I've always understood why he did it. For the daughter who convinces her mom to finally get a breast cancer screening and misses work to drive her to the clinic. For the community college student who has faced homelessness and survived abuse, but finds the grit to finish her degree and make a good life for her kids. For the little boy whose mom is serving as a Marine in Iraq, who puts on a brave face in his video call and doesn't complain when the only thing he wants for his birthday is to be with her. For all those people Joe gives his personal phone number to at rope lines and events, the ones he talks to for hours after dinner, helping them smile through their loss, letting them know that they aren't alone. He does it for you. Joe's purpose has always driven him forward. His strength of will is unstoppable, and his faith is unshakable. Because it's not in politicians or political parties or even in himself. It's in the providence of God. His faith is in you, in us. Yes, so many classrooms are quiet right now. The playgrounds are still. But if you listen closely, you can hear the sparks of change in the air. Across this country, educators, parents, first responders, Americans of all walks of life are putting their shoulders back, fighting for each other. We haven't given up. We just need leadership worthy of our nation, worthy of you, honest leadership to bring us back together, to recover from this pandemic and prepare for whatever else is next. Leadership to reimagine what our nation will be. That's Joe. He and Kamala will work as hard as you do every day to make this nation better. And if I have the honor of serving as your First Lady, I will too. And with Joe as president, these classrooms will ring out with laughter and possibility once again. The burdens we carry are heavy, and we need someone with strong shoulders. I know that if we entrust this nation to Joe, he will do for your family what he did for ours. Bring us together and make us whole. Carry us forward in our time of need. Keep the promise of America for all of us.
Great job. God, I love it. How are you? Hey, everyone. I'm Jill Biden's husband. As you heard tonight, excuse me, you can see why she's the love of my life, the rock of our family. She never gives herself much credit, but the truth is, she's the strongest person I know. She's a backbone like a ramrod. She loves fiercely, cares deeply. Nothing stops her when she sets her mind to getting something right. And you know, for all of you out there across the country, just think of your favorite educator who gave you the confidence to believe in yourself. That's the kind of First Lady this Jill Biden will be. God love you.
So go to JoeBiden.com to join our campaign.
Thank you all for watching. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
you so much for being a part of this night. As Dr. Biden just reminded us, Joe is a steady and experienced leader who can bring us together and help us heal, who will support us in getting better. Remember, we bend the arc of justice if we participate, if we vote. This moment isn't beyond you, it's up to you. Tomorrow night, we'll meet Joe Biden's choice for Vice President, Kamala Harris, and learn more about their vision for the future of our country. And we'll also hear from Senator Elizabeth Warren and President Barack Obama, plus performances from Billie Eilish and Jennifer Hudson. And now, with his song Never Break, here's John Legend.
Yeah, we got a good thing, babe. Whenever life is hard, we'll never lose our way, 'cause we both know who we are. Who knows about tomorrow? We don't know what's in the stars. I just know I'll always follow the light in your heart. So I'm not worried about us, and I've never been. We know how the story ends. We will never break. We will never break. Build on a foundation strong enough to stay. We will never break. As the water rises and the mountains shake, our love will remain. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, never. We will never, no. The world is dangerous, throwing all at us. There's nothing we cannot take. We will never break. We will never break. Build on a foundation strong enough to stay. We will never break. As the water rises and the mountains shake, our love will remain. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, never. We will never, no.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America.
and yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of Day 2 of the 2020 Democratic National Convention. Night 2 of the convention wrapped up Tuesday evening. The roll call to formally nominate Joe Biden for president was unlike any other before, with delegates appearing virtually from their home states and territories. And as per tradition at these conventions, we saw Joe Biden's home state of Delaware put Biden over the top. Now, the night also included a lineup of speakers that addressed voters virtually. A number of younger figures in the party were featured, like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Stacey Abrams. She was part of a keynote address of so-called rising stars in the party. However, establishment figures joined in as well. Former presidents Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter used their slots to tout Joe Biden's long record in Washington. One thing all speakers had in common were consistent attacks against President Trump. Here's some of what you may have missed.
America faces a triple threat: a public health catastrophe, an economic collapse, and a reckoning with racial justice and inequality. So our choice is clear: a steady, experienced public servant who can lead us out of this crisis just like he's done before, or a man who only knows how to deny and distract.
Millions are jobless. 170,000 Americans have died from COVID. And Donald Trump says it is what it is. Presidents should never say it is what it is. President Lincoln, honoring the great sacrifice at Gettysburg, didn't say it is what it is. President Roosevelt, seeing a third of the nation ill-housed, ill-clad, and ill-nourished, didn't say it is what it is. America, Donald Trump has quit on you.
At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center. There's only chaos. Just one thing never changes: his determination to deny responsibility and shift the blame. The buck never stops there.
From the moment President Trump took office, he's used his position to benefit himself rather than our country. He's trampled the rule of law, trying to weaponize our Justice Department to attack his enemies and protect his friends. Constant attacks on the FBI, the free press, inspectors general, federal judges. They all have one purpose: to remove any check on his abuse of power. Put simply, he treats our country like it's his family business.
In this job interview, the difference is stark. You know what Donald Trump will do with 4 more years: blame, bully, and belittle. And you know what Joe Biden will do: build back better. It's Trump's us versus them America against Joe Biden's America, where we all live and work together. It's a clear choice. The future of our country is riding on it.
Let's bring in Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Major Garrett, and Antoine Seawright. Ed is a CBS News political... I see Leslie Sanchez, but I don't see that in my script. So I'm not going to ignore you, Leslie Sanchez, and I'm going to say Leslie Sanchez as well. Work from home, hashtag work from home. All right, make your jokes now, everyone. Yes, I'm reading off a prompter. Okay, so here we go. So Ed is a CBS News political correspondent. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Major is CBS News chief Washington correspondent. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst, and Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Did I miss her name in the intro? We'll check that later. Ed, I know you have to go, so let me go ahead and start with you, because day 2, going into this, I distinctly remember you saying that this perhaps generally in the past, what you see with these conventions, day 2 is like season 2 of a show. What is your take, having actually now seen the second night of the Democratic Convention, on what it is, not just the roll call, but the actual messages being communicated on this night?
Sure. Obviously, Dr. Jill Biden, who just wrapped up a few moments ago, did a very effective job of reminding Americans, if they weren't as familiar with the story, about Joe Biden's heartbreak there back in 1972 when his wife and young daughter were killed in that car crash just before Christmas, and how she became part of a broken family, a heartbroken family, essentially. But also, I thought maybe even more effectively talked about her understanding and her experience as a parent and a teacher, and knowing the anxiety that a lot of families and a lot of people who do work in schools across the country are feeling right now as the school year begins, for the most part, virtually. But one thing that I know a few people have pointed out, and we'll probably talk about over the course of the rest of the night, is the fact that a lot of time again tonight was spent with Republicans. Colin Powell, who endorsed Barack Obama back in 2008 and 2012. That tribute from the McCain family, essentially, highlighting the relationship that he had with the late senator and the 2008 Republican nominee. But for the second night in a row, in prime speaking spots, former Republican office holders or, Republican movers and shakers got more airtime than rising stars in the Democratic Party. And there have been some this week who have scratched their heads at this decision. The campaign defends it and says, look, the Biden coalition includes Democrats, independents, and yes, Republicans. For years, Biden had a reputation as being a bipartisan bridge builder, both on Capitol Hill and then as vice president, and they wanted to highlight and remind people about that. So we'll see if that helps sort of fill in the gaps for people and give them a sense of what a Biden presidency would be like. The other one, and God bless him for keeping it to just 5 minutes because he has a reputation and conventions are going long, from former President Bill Clinton, who tonight gave his 11th consecutive Democratic convention speech. All the way back to 1980 he goes, and has spoken every 4 years since. Tonight trying to lay out a very succinct economic argument on behalf of Biden, saying that the president has just simply not done it and that Biden can.
All right, Ed O'Keefe for us. Ed, I know you have to get going. Thank you. I want to turn now to Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is also in Delaware. And Caitlin, let me just ask you, jumping off of what Ed was just saying, first of all, what stood out to you? And also, what did you make of this time being given to these Republicans on this very night?
Well, Elaine, when we were previewing what we would see tonight, we were talking about the nostalgia that we've had for past conventions, and one of our favorite moments was kind of being on the floor as they announced the roll call. Well, scratch that. The tonight, what they did with the having people out in the country and filming from their respective homes was, I think, really compelling and different, and something that will be possibly talked about, and something that they could probably replicate from now on. It definitely had me questioning why I don't live in someplace like New Mexico. It looks really beautiful. So might work on that move if we're working from home from now on. But going back to your point and the great point that Ed made about the highlighting of Republicans, certainly an effort by the party to be a home for those who feel those Republicans who feel like they don't really have a home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump. But I just would love to have seen what people had thought 12 years ago. If you told people at the nominating convention for John McCain that he would be highlighted at the Democratic convention just 12 years later for a ticket that someone on that ticket he ran against in 2008. So it was certainly an effort to do that, but also noteworthy that some of the more progressive members of the party, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, were only given about a minute to speak, and so you did have some concerns and questions and some eye rolls from some Democrats about this time given to Republicans at a Democratic convention, when we've seen in primaries, congressional primaries, while Joe Biden ended up being the nominee because he is seen by Democrats as the most effective vehicle against Donald Trump, we've been seeing in some recent primaries during this pandemic a real reaction to kind of the status quo of the party and support for some of these more progressive, younger, more dynamic members coming up.
Major Garrett, I want to turn to you because the last time I talked to you, you noted going into the convention on day one that you were interested to see how technology would play into the presentation and the presentation of messages. What stood out to you? What's your take for the second night in particular of the convention?
So I've covered national conventions since 1992, and I will tell you that for me on the convention floor, the roll call of the states is tedious, long, drawn out, and hard to hear. I agree with Caitlin. I think from now on, it's going to look different, and it's going to look more like this in the future. Not just because we're doing it this time, but I think ongoing, with or without a pandemic, things like this are going to become more familiar because they're faster, they're more interesting, and they're visually welcoming. Also, to this whole point about Republicans prominent, progressives less prominent, conventions are balancing acts. Conventions are ways to put your best foot forward to where you're most looking for the marginally attached voters. They're not for your base, okay? So the Biden campaign knows that some progressives have their nose bent out of shape, that they're not getting prominent positions. Too bad. Do you want to win or not? Do you want to help me find those Republican votes in suburban parts of this country that are legitimately, by all polling data, Trump included, up for grabs? And does providing a little bit more time to Republican voices help us in that effort? The Biden campaign at the top levels has decided it does. And you know who gets to decide the schedule? The nominee. The balancing part came at the beginning of the night, and I thought the keynote address with all of these so-called rising stars, whether they're rising stars or not, they're people who ran under the Democratic banner in 2018 and won, diverse in so many different ways. And one thing we know for sure, forget all the polls right now, one thing happened in 2018 that will have an impact on 2020. Turnout was way up, the highest in a midterm election in a century. 23 states saw double-digit increases in voter turnout, and many Democrats benefited from that increased voter turnout, and we saw many of them tonight. So that's part of the balancing act. Yes, Republicans get a place, but these Democrats who were motivated to run in 2018, raised by higher Democratic turnout, are saying all of this is possible. This is a new reality, and we're helping create it. That's the balancing act that struck me tonight.
Antoine, let me turn to you next. Major mentioned a moment ago this idea of pacing, that things seem to be faster with the roll call. I seem to notice that as well in the presentation about health care. You had story after story after story, images of people who have been profoundly affected for various reasons because of this issue of access to health care. What was your take as you watched that? Because, of course, as we have talked about many, many times on CBSN, 2018 showed that that was a winning issue for Democrats.
Well, I'll keep reminding people healthcare will be perhaps once again the most consequential issue of this election as it was in 2018. I said to you and others in the 2018 midterms, it was going to be the defining issue for a generation, and it was going to define who we are as Democrats and what our priorities are. Once again, because Donald Trump and the Republican Party have failed on the most important issue, according to voters, Democrats and Republicans from this coast to that coast, Democrats have a tremendous opportunity to remind the American people we are the party for health care. We are the party for making health care accessible and affordable. So throughout the night, particularly on the roll call, when you kept hearing the references to health care, what you heard was the references to Democrats hearing what the American people want. And you also saw a full display of our country's diversity, but our party's diversity, and what we care about and what our priorities are. So tonight, I was a very proud Democrat because I felt like we are speaking to the hearts and minds of many people across this country, Democrats, Republicans, and independent thinkers alike.
Leslie Sanchez, let me ask you, as the Republican on the panel, what were your takeaways? If you were a strategist and this was the presentation given, and you had Republicans, as we saw, interestingly, on this issue of national security, which traditionally has been, as you and I have also talked about many times on CBSN, for Republicans a strong point, but making the case in this instance against the Republican candidate?
I think it's a really hard position to land, Elaine, for a lot of different reasons. These are individuals who have been outliers of the party. Some have been critical of the president. I'm going to tell you how Republicans are going to come back. They're going to say some of these have been naysayers to the president from the beginning. Some of these never wanted to see the president win, much less remain in office, and they feel that he has done a very poor service to this country in terms of his pandemic response. But the counter to that, while you're talking about, and we heard tonight, healthcare and the message of healthcare, there was this pall of, I would call it a pall of Medicare for all, that was still looming in that crowd, looming in that idea, because you were balancing that with the name of Bernie Sanders during the roll call. You just kept hearing over and over again. So it's almost like, what were you hearing? What is your idea of the right healthcare balance? And that was counterintuitive, because for many people, when you ask about healthcare, they want to ensure pre-existing conditions, you know, that they can protect against those. But what happened to keeping your own doctor? What happened to premiums staying low? This was not a slam dunk in terms of the healthcare that we have right now. And there are a lot of people, particularly small business owners, that don't want kind of version 2 of what a Joe Biden presidency would bring. So I think there's a lot of questions for those Republicans who are going to be on the fence, particularly on healthcare. And the last thing I would say is economy. We didn't hear about that today, but when the economy continues to tick up like we saw today, very strong numbers, that also makes it kind of a headwind for Democrats to say everything is collapsing when you see a very resilient American economy pushing back.
Caitlin, I want to ask you about the appearance by the candidate himself, as well as his wife making remarks. What kind of access, as someone who was assigned to cover this campaign, what kind of access have you actually had in this pandemic time that we're living in to Joe Biden himself? Has he done many interviews with reporters?
Not a lot, Elaine, and that's in contrast to what we saw covering these primaries, being out on the road with these candidates, including Joe Biden. These candidates were giving press conferences at least every day, sometimes multiple times a day at multiple stops. We've seen that really come to almost a halt during this pandemic, mostly because the campaign has not been a physical campaign. It's been mostly virtual, and Biden has done a few events outside in Philadelphia and around here in Wilmington, where I am, but taking questions only once a month. So there is pressure building on the campaign to be more accessible to the press, especially now that that he is the official nominee and that the ticket is fully formed. He is going to be doing an interview with another network this weekend, but he hasn't been out on the campaign trail because of the pandemic. And the campaign has been really trying to make a point to show a contrast with President Trump, who is going out there. Biden, you know, I was just thinking about when I interviewed him in March, the last time that I was at a real campaign event. You know, one of the questions we asked at that time was, what are you going to be doing differently in light of coronavirus? And it was still so new at that time. And he said he was going to be following CDC guidelines. And that's something that the campaign has been pushing forward, that they want to follow the science. They want to play this safe and not expose the candidate or potential voters to any sorts of vulnerabilities. But there is this question about the lack of questions that Joe Biden has been taking, and we hope that he will take more.
Major Garrett, let me ask you, as someone who has covered Joe Biden in his time in Congress and knows full well that sort of bipartisan spirit that Democrats tried to underscore. Sure. You also talk to Republicans now. How connected or disconnected is this sort of spirit of bipartisanship from the current political environment that exists in Washington?
More disconnected than the Biden campaign probably wants to acknowledge. The simple truth is, when Trump supporters hear that Joe Biden was a bipartisan senator and he got along with John McCain and he got along with other like-minded Republicans at times like John Kasich, they say, yeah, that's the problem. Trump supporters say to me over and over again, and I was just on the phone with two of them this week, reattaching myself to them after earlier conversations many months and sometimes a couple of years ago. They want the system still turned on its head. And the disruptive aspect of Donald Trump's demeanor, language, and methods reminds them of what they like most about him. Now, that's not all Americans, and it's not those who will probably decide the outcome of this election. The Biden campaign is much more at the margins. These Republicans who are still thinking through, even if they voted for Trump in 2016, are they going to do it a second time? Largely in suburbs, but not exclusively. Our polling indicates in some rural parts of certainly Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, there's a reassessment going on. And so part of the Biden message is to anticipate what's going to be said next week at the Republican convention by Trump and every other surrogate. That Joe Biden is a wild-eyed radical who wants to lead a socialist mob to destroy everything you believe and trust about the America you love. That's what's going to be said next week. The Biden campaign knows that. So this idea of bipartisanship, working through things, being a unifier, is, they hope, some measure of inoculation against that allegation that will be loud and clear next week. One other observation, Elaine. I was struck in Dr. Jill Biden's remarks and much of the biography component of this evening about how much of the Biden story is part of a grief story. Now, when I covered Joe Biden as a senator, that's not something he led with. It's not something he wore on his sleeve. And when you tried to engage with him, he oftentimes kind of brushed it aside. It was not a leading, defining part of who he was or how he saw himself. It is what he lived with. It's what he endured. It's what he built his life around. But he didn't knock you over with it at all. Quite the contrary. But tonight there was this very strong sense that he knows what suffering is. I would say ordinarily, based on my experience covering national conventions, that would be a bummer. That would be what we would call a downer. Why are you such a downer? Why all of this grief stuff? Well, at a time when the country is feeling anxiety, a sense of trauma, a sense of uncertainty, and a sense of suffering, this feels to me like something in a different way, in a different time, to communicate something that's also slightly different, about a resilience and a strength that I don't think you would emphasize in happier or more cheerful times. That may sound counterintuitive, but it's felt to me very much that the Biden campaign was trying to send a very strong signal about the understanding of hard times, personally endured, personally encountered, and personally overcame in the context of the pandemic.
No, a very profound observation as we all, as best we can, try and stay safe in the middle of this pandemic. I will just have to say, Caitlin was right. I am feeling very nostalgic. So for the record, I miss you all terribly. I just want to say that. I thank you all so very much. Caitlin, can you tell I don't get out much? All right, Caitlin Huey Burns, Major Garrett, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. So lovely to see you all. Thank you.
See you.
That does it for our coverage of Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Join us here again tomorrow for Day 3. Our pre-show starts right here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to download the free CBS News app so you can continue watching updates from the DNC for the rest of this week and coverage of the Republican National Convention starting next week. More news after a break. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
60 years. We went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The latest CBS News Battleground Tracker shows President Trump lagging behind in a key state he won during 2016. In Wisconsin, our most recent polling shows Joe Biden leading by 7 points. The president narrowly flipped the state last election. Mr. Trump made a campaign stop in Wisconsin Monday as Democrats kicked off their national convention. While there, he sharpened his attacks on his rivals.
You want to crush our economy under the crazy socialist policies of sleepy Joe Biden and his boss, Kamala Harris. Kamala.